crying at the bean that we can put up
You have
on
it?
the screen.
How?
Because I have a
Technology.
I feel like Tom
oh
Brady.
my God.
I feel like Tom Brady on Netflix right now.
Oh my God.
Oh wow.
You are definitely emotional. You are.
She ran around in circles around the bean and was so overwhelmed that she teared up.
I'm sorry that I was moved by a piece of art. Sue.
Look at the reflection.
My hair also looks.
We welcome you to episode number 8 of the 2023 New York Giants NFL season franchise on the Madden NFL 2022 simulation engine. I am your host, Sports Guru.
That's how it should be.
I mean, double L. Yeah. You would say we're living in historic times, right?
In historic times.
Double
Oh,
L.
Jeremiah,
Like
I kept calling this guy
in the
Derek.
various finals that they were in. So will Dallas fare better? Is the question here.
So the game, as I said yesterday, Luka was fantastic. 36 points. He scored 20 in the first quarter. He was talking shit to Snoop Dogg, which is always my favorite. When there's a random celebrity who's inserted themselves into the proceedings, that's always great. After the game, they win. They're happy. They get the T-shirts. So you're going to the finals, all that stuff. Luka is in the hallway enjoying an ice-cold adult beverage, right? I'm not going to identify what the brand is. I'm just going to say it comes in a can, right? He's in the hallway, and he's with his dad, and everyone's kind of congratulating. Nico Harrison, the GM, walks up and congratulates him as well. If you guys hadn't figured out, video team, I'm trying to, like, filibuster so you guys can get it up on the screen. This video of Luka in the hallway. There it is. And then Michael Finley, who's a VP with the Mavs.
Trying to be smooth.
Yep. Just the look on his, the look on Michael Finley's face as he takes the beer away, and then the look on Luka's face as he realizes what's happened.
Now, what do you think is actually happening here? Because the internet's running wild with theories that, like, they don't want Luka drinking beer because his conditioning is called into question. I just think Michael Finley is swiping that beer for himself.
No, I think Findog is doing the old
optics.
The job isn't done, young man. He's doing one of those.
This feels like at my 30th birthday party, my parents were there, and at one point I was holding 2 drinks, and my mom just came up to me and gave me a hug and removed one of them and put it down. This very much has those vibes. It's like, you don't need to be doing this right now, but that's not 2 drinks.
It's definitely a sponsorship.
No, well, that's why I don't think it's that, for a couple reasons. One, the label isn't out. 2, the video isn't. It's not like he's at a podium. That is clearly cell phone footage. But 3, and most importantly, the first guy he daps up, that's the GM. That's Mike Finley's boss.
But he's probably so happy right now that he's not really in the right mind space.
Is that a Guinness?
Yeah, because when we go do like our man on the street interviews, I'm always like, put your can down if it's not a beer that advertises with this show. So I think it's sponsorship.
Do you get pushback from people when you tell them to do that?
Sometimes. One time I just straight up had to take it out of somebody's hand.
Really?
And be like, we cannot, like, I'm not going to use this interview. And if you want to be on camera, like, you just have to put your beer down.
And they put the beer down?
They put the beer down.
Look at that.
I laid down the law.
Really?
I hate using that tone, but I had to do it.
Look, it was for the betterment of content, which is all we really care about. I also have had to do that. Lucy be like, yeah, you can't hold that. And one guy, which I thought was sort of ingenious, just held it behind his back the entire time.
Lucy, I want to recreate that moment for you. I'll be the drunk guy with my beer that's not a sponsor of this show. I want to just drink my beer and talk about the Thundercats. What's wrong with that?
If you don't put that beer down, I can't interview you. You have to talk to them like a toddler because they're a drunk, 25-year-old. I'm like, I can't.
But
He's like, I want to cut you off, but I can't. He's like, I talk to you like a toddler. Can you please? Put on sponsored beer down, please.
Immediately put the beer down.
I don't want that.
That's brilliant. I will. You ever hit him with? I will turn this car around right now.
Ooh, that is a good one. Count to 3. 1.
I'm gonna count to 3.
2.
I'll time you. How
2
long?
and a half.
How quickly can you put your beer down?
They're going to steal my Thundercat takes over there. That's what Jebediah's does. He's always taking my takes.
I like that this is taking place in the Righteous Gemstones universe.
Yes, it's an historic night, ain't it?
Anyway,
Evan Nielsen.
Did you become British at the end? You did.
I did. Dallas, Kyrie Irving returns to Boston. Charlotte, you are noted Bostonian and avowed Celtics fan. Kyrie obviously had a very rough exit from Boston. He had some moments coming back to Boston, saging the court, one of the more high-profile of those. How do you think he's going to be received by the crowd?
Very poorly.
Oh.
I do not think that this man will have a warm welcome in Boston. In fact, I think it's going to be pretty cold. I think the boos are going to be louder than we've heard in years for anybody in that arena. I personally, from as a basketball fan, not as a Boston Celtics fan, I think what Kyrie has done this year has been incredibly impressive. I think he's truly.
No, but I like these as a basketball fan. As a Celtics fan, I think he sucks.
No, not even as a Celtics fan. I think that Kyrie's ability, that having gone in there, bought into the team, been such a great teammate. In his interviews, I haven't seen him smile this much ever. Like even last night when Ernie said, he brought it up. He was like, you're going back to Boston. And Kyrie said, Boston's just standing in our way for our goal. Like, he has bought into being a different version of himself, which makes me feel a little bad in some ways for how much hate he's going to get when he goes back there.
Like, it doesn't matter. All the growth he's made. And he talked about it in his
There won't be a singular voice in the Boston stands in the TD Garden saying, wait, guys, he's actually done a lot of work on himself.
Yeah,
let's give him a break.
Like, relax, guys. Hey, guys, come on.
I also think that saging the court was one of the funnier things I've.
What?
Like, you have to get. As a Celtics fan, I saw that and I was like, okay.
There's also the moment where he stepped on the leprechaun head that everyone got upset at, and it's actually a pretty cool sports photo in terms of foreshadowing. If you look at the background, they were advertising like the doubleheader on ABC or whatever that day, and there's a Dallas Mavericks logo that is overlooking that one moment.
Wow.
Yeah, let me see if I can find that image.
Yeah, find that image.
Oh my God,
Charlotte. Well, I was trying to think, like, who in the league would garner the most negative attention from the Boston crowd? Would it be Jimmy Butler?
No, Kyrie.
Kyrie's number one on the list. Over LeBron.
Public enemy number one. Yes, but because people were, I think, skeptical when he went to Boston in the first place, and then it was just such a disaster, and the way it left such a bad taste in everybody's mouth. I think that, and maybe come to think of it, I mean, part of his success now makes it hurt that much more. It's like, oh, you couldn't have done this when you were in Boston.
Right. And the reality is he couldn't, because his approach and his mindset was different. And like Mike said, Mike was joking, but he's right. The dude, you grow, you learn from experiences, you mature in the same way that I'm sure people in Dallas, although it's not quite the same volume of hate, but they look at Porzingis and they say, oh, you couldn't do this here? You couldn't just spot up and play great defense and that's it? So, like, there's different levels, and we've got the image now on the screen of Kyrie. There it is.
Wow.
And it says, it's a Dallas Mavericks logo, and it says next.
Whoa.
And he was in the Nets jersey then, so technically
I just saw that.
he's in Boston, and the next team he'll play for are the Dallas
That's some
Mavericks.
basketball god stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like Kyrie in Boston is sort of what, if the Knicks had played the Celtics, what Porzingis would have been for the Knicks.
Dime package.
But up like 10 notches because Boston just hates Kyrie.
Like,
Sports radio
Improve
right now, Boston is just like...
This is icons before the snap.
Kyrie Irving in Boston. Is there another player in any sport at another road venue that reaches that level of volume? Now, I'm not talking about LeBron.
In American sports, because like we've had some of these moments in soccer.
Sure, whatever. Give me anything.
Okay, let me.
But specific, like not like one of those things where the ultras just hate everybody who doesn't play for the team.
No, but there have been guys that go to like a bitter rival, and especially like a decade ago or 15 years ago.
Well, I don't want to go too far. I want
when
like
Vigo went to Real Madrid.
Jose Urena is pitching against the Marlins today.
Is he going to get a cold reception?
Like, do you remember?
Ice cold even.
I remember when John Rocker like said that stuff about New York.
Yeah.
And then he made an appearance in New York.
Yeah. He had to pitch at Yankee Stadium, right? But again, that's old. You can say LeBron going back to
ankle breaker, no.
Because he said it about the Mets, but then he was with the Braves when they played against the Yankees in the World Series.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It's funny because all the examples we think of seem to be really old ones. LeBron going back to Cleveland and John Rocker going to,
It's crazy that LeBron going back to Cleveland was an old one.
That's a super old one now.
Want to feel old? I remember when LeBron went back to Cleveland.
That was 8 years ago, and I was still in high school. Oh my God.
9 years older than that.
Oh my God, I feel like a damn baby.
He was a literal child who didn't even know what was going to happen with his life. And now he's incredible.
Even when you think that, like, 2014 was 10 years ago, no, it wasn't.
Yeah.
What about Tom Brady?
It's weird because, like, it's 2016 all over again.
In Boston?
No, he got like a hero's welcome.
Yeah, everyone was, like, booing their own team and, like, kissing Tom's feet.
Caitlin Clark
was weird.
anywhere. Caitlin Clark in Chicago?
Ooh, Lucy. The Smetty Lucy Bowl on Saturday. The Sky and the Fever.
I can't wait.
ESPN.
I've been having a bad time watching all the Fever games. Just terrible time all around. It's
I forgot she's a Caitlin Clark fan.
Let's go Aces.
Back. All right.
Okay, Larry, he's in the zone now. You needed 2 tackles for loss, but if you get a sack, you automatically get into the zone.
Always go together. But not just any beer will do. Whether you barbecue, Texas style, or just celebrate Wednesday with burgers and dogs. I love Miller Lite. Every single time my team plays on television, I am.
Oh, come on, guys! What the hell?
Miller Lite keeps it.
How you letting Robinson cross your ass out? What the fuck?
Barbecue, it's the beer that strips away everything you don't need and holds on to what matters the most.
Bruh.
Miller Lite in hand, grilling doesn't
Can't make this shit up, bruh.
It tastes like Miller time. To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/Dan. Or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer.
Celebrate responsibly.
Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces.
Don't particularly care.
For 5 minutes, I was watching everyone just like, nope, not letting you in, not letting you in. So I got up there. I had to say something, and I said it.
Prosper.
I think that was what he was adding. Yeah, that was so much better. I'm telling you.
I ain't cheating. Cheaters never prosper. I ain't cheating. What do you mean?
So, Lucy, we talked about Sky versus Fever. How has your experience watching Caitlin Clark thus far in the WNBA gone? Has it gone as expected, way worse than expected, way better than expected?
I think it's gone as expected. I expected her to struggle earlier in the season.
Me too.
I think Diana Taurasi put it perfectly. Like, it's a big adjustment. Also, there's such a short period between the national championship game and playing in the W, so she had pretty much zero time to adjust. The Fever together at practice like 4 or 5 times. So I didn't expect her to come in and put up numbers like she did at Iowa. I never expected her to do that in the WNBA period. I think she's played really well. She's broken rookie records already. The thing that's tough is she won all the time in Iowa, and it was awesome, and it kicked ass. The Fever are just bad. And
they're just ass.
I'm not a big fan of the head coach. Christy, I wanted to give you a chance, girly, but she hurts me deeply. She hurts me deeply because just a few games ago against the Storm, not last night against the Storm, Caitlin led this amazing comeback. This girl, she is on a roll. You know what Christy does? She says, sit down. Every single time gets on the roll,
I press circle.
If anyone on the Fever has any momentum, Christy's like, you know what? I think it's a good time for a break. I think we should just chill out. And then last night is the flip side of it. The Fever are dealing with a ton of injuries right now. People like who just aren't able to play, and Caitlin played the entirety of the game. I think she sat for like 40 seconds. They lost by like 30 points. There was no reason for Caitlin to play every single minute of that game. I just don't understand the moves she's making. And when you're in a much more competitive league and the talent level is so higher, like coaching just means a lot more. And I just don't think she's great, but I think Caitlin has been awesome. I think she's doing really well. She had 20 points last night, 30 against the Sparks. She's starting to find a range. She's talking a lot of shit. She's getting teed up quite a bit. I'm enjoying it.
Wow.
Just the other day, some media availability video. She looks tired.
I literally held the button.
Exhausted, right? Like it was just like drained by everything.
Think about the schedule that she had. So
you can't make this shit up, bro.
Game. A week later, she is at the WNBA draft. I think 14 days after that was their first preseason game, and then she has not had a break since. The Fever have played more games than any other WNBA team. She is exhausted. Like, she has not had a minute to breathe in well over a year.
And she might have Olympics added to her slate.
I mean,
wow.
To me, the stark difference, I just remember seeing her on draft night, right? And she's being interviewed. She's gone through the whole thing, and she said it's going to be a hot ticket. And she said it with this bravado that I loved. She was owning what she was bringing to the league, how much she knew that her presence there was driving ticket sales. And there's a weariness to her now that I think I'm like, I miss the fresh Caitlin who had that spark to her.
Well, Lucy highlighted the schedule that they've had, but from
What
an
the hell?
emotional standpoint, they've been at this fever pitch. Not just the players themselves, the Indiana Fever, but fans of Caitlin. They've been revving so high, and there hasn't been a single off-season moment for them to kind of decompress and even really enjoy the ride because they're still on the ride. The one break that they would have would be during the Summer Olympics, and that will just somehow add more pressure to it because she'll be on a team once again that's expected to win.
She's 22 years old. I think that's something we forget in all this. She's
exactly
she's very young. Her frontal lobe isn't even fully developed yet.
I know, same. Jess, I want to talk about the Sky though, because Angel Reese, she's only the second player in WNBA history to have 24 offensive rebounds through her first 5 games.
Leading the league.
Yeah. That's
she's playing really well. Chris, I mean, you've been watching every game too.
Chris,
I know.
You're a Sky fan too.
Yep. And the Sky
Sky
also have had a few pretty key injuries. And last night, Angel and Marina Mabry were in foul trouble pretty early in the game. And if that is the key for the Sky, those two cannot be in foul trouble. But they were able to still pull off a win against a pretty, not great Sparks team. So I think tomorrow will be a really highly anticipated matchup between Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark because of the rivalry from the national championship game last year and this year's Elite 8 game, which I'm excited for.
I have goosebumps. Those ratings too. It's just amazing, what this rivalry has done for making people watch. It's so cool.
I'll be honest, I've felt left out because the NBA playoffs have been going, and it's more important because it's the playoffs and that's the regular season. So I haven't been able to tap in. One of the things that's going to be nice to start, I guess, tomorrow is let me catch some of these games. Let me watch how they're defending her, how she's adjusting. Is her handle too high?
That high dribble, like Greg Cody said.
I think the thing that I've noticed, every Fever game has been on national TV, it feels like. So I think I've watched every single game this year. They've played 9 games, which I think is the most of any other team, which Lucy already said. But the Fever's offense, now that Temi Fagbenle is out, has had to go small. And even when she was healthy, she really stood out as someone that helped their offense in transition get down the court. And now that she's out, I mean, they're going to have to make a lot of adjustments. It seems like they don't really have any offensive rhythm or any offensive identity, and they're just kind of every single possession is a new adventure. And I'm just very curious to see the adjustments that they make because she's going to be out for a few weeks. And it's just bad timing with the condensed schedule to have an injury to a key player like that. It's already bad for the Fever, and I feel like it just got worse.
And their defense is just straight up bad. Yeah. It's just straight up bad.
And she tried to be nice, but she had to be real with shit. She's like, that defense is some shit.
You're like, let's see what happens. And sometimes, it's brilliant. There are these flashes of brilliance. And I wonder, Lucy, if being used to Caitlin winning at Iowa, I wonder if this season, we'll see if maybe they have an unbelievable run all of a sudden. But I wonder if this will make it that much sweeter when she does get into that rhythm and approach.
Yeah, and there's that stat that's every WNBA team that's had the #1 draft pick consecutive years has gone on to win the title 4 years later. So there's still an adjustment period.
Blake Martinez and Aziz Ojulari.
Caitlin, who's 22, and Aaliyah Boston, who is 23. They're a young team. It's going to take time to adjust. Also, Caitlin kind of plays at a pace that's very different than everyone else. That was something I was sort of surprised about because at Iowa she was always moving faster than everyone else on the court, but she was significantly better than everyone else at the court. So I kind of thought that when she got to the W, she would have more talent around her and they would be able to sort of anticipate her. And there's still really not that rhythm or flow yet because I saw someone put together a compilation of Caitlin's most beautiful assists that were missed. Yeah. That were just
the Lovedales.
Yeah, it made me so sad. So there's still that lack of rhythm there, but I think they'll figure it out. maybe not till later. It's also worth noting they have played the most games, but they've also played probably the toughest schedule out of anyone so far.
Aaliyah Boston actually is the same age as Caitlin Clark. She went pro younger, so there's a very young, like, two-headed monster of stars on that team. But Kate Martin, we do need to mention, getting some big minutes for the Aces, the defending back-to-back champions. And I remember, Lucy, Iowa fans saying how Caitlin Clark, what she was able to achieve at Iowa without any other WNBA talent on her team, made it more impressive. How has that narrative changed now that Kate Martin has had such a huge start to her WNBA career?
I never said that. I never said that. I have always loved Kate Martin. Something that's like, it doesn't answer your question even a little bit, but Kate Martin has been my favorite story in the WNBA this year because her entire career has completely changed. So her freshman season at Iowa, she tore her ACL like 2 days before the season was supposed to start. She was kind of like a role player. She wasn't super active. Caitlin came and made Kate so much better. Caitlin asked Kate to stay for a 6th year. If Kate had not stayed, she would not have ever made the W. She was headed to like a coaching track. So she wasn't supposed to be a top 15 draft pick, so she wasn't invited to the draft. But Caitlin invited her to the draft as her guest. So she was there to support Caitlin, ends up getting drafted to the best team in the league. She goes to the Aces. No one thinks she's going to make the roster. Not only does she make the roster, her jersey is sold out. Everybody loves her so much, and she's playing amazing. She's making the most out of all her minutes, and I just love her. I'm so happy for her.
That's, by the way, that's not a small feat to make the roster because WNBA cuts are notoriously tough. Probably NFL is the closest comp, and even then, you don't see first-round picks or second-round picks getting cut in the NFL before the season is over.
Yeah, and Daisha Fair was the player they drafted ahead of Kate, and she just got cut. And you're on the most talented roster in the entire W, and she made it. And she's playing really well. Like against the Fever a few games ago, she had 12 points. She was the best Iowa player on the court.
This is also so, as you said, Lucy, she was on a coaching track. They were still talking about that, like, in the national championship. They were like, Kate Martin, great player, going to be an amazing coach someday. And then she's only at the draft, as you said, and she ends up getting drafted. I also love, we need to give a shout out to our girl Jan Jensen, the new Iowa head coach who is married to Kate Martin's aunt.
Oh, that's cool.
We finally got the courtside picture of Kate hugging her aunt, and Jan was there, and made me very happy.
So cute. The whole game, Jan was just in the front row filming like this, like a proud parent. I love her.
We are this close to crowning an NBA champ, and with the action heating up on the court, it's even hotter at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA.
Damn it.
New to DraftKings? Listen up. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,500. Just deposit at least $5 and you'll get a bonus bet back equal to your first bet if it doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code DAN. That's code DAN for new customers to get a no-sweat bet up to $1,500 if your first bet doesn't hit. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY to 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Blue Hill Casino Resort in Kansas, 21 plus, age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.com.
7 days.
For eligibility, wagering, deposit restrictions, terms, and
168 hours to 7 days.
I want to talk to Hannah, the astrophysicist, and I want to make bets with
She's so
her.
smart.
No, but I want to no. No. See, this is what I want to do with our show. No, don't let Billy's team of dumb demons spew all over the bottom of this company and piss all over the show. No.
Stugats. Ian broke down every...
I want...
See dkng.co/bball for eligibility, wagering, deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources.
Don Levitard. I want to talk to Hannah, the astrophysicist, and I want to make bets with her.
She's so smart.
No, but I want to... No. No. See,
Let's go, Sexy Dexy.
No, don't let Billy's team of dumb demons spew all over the bottom of this company and piss all over the show. No.
Stugats. Broke down everyone that was drafted on the outside except center.
All right.
Jets didn't need one.
Let's have Ian go against the astrophysicist head to head, and let's see. Let's put some money on it. You're informed idiot, or Lucy's actually smart person who doesn't know anything. But at least we're going to choose an astrophysicist and not Taylor's roommate, who's not named Ian.
This is the Don Levitar Show with the Stugats.
I mean, the Giants are not making the playoffs, so I'm just taking it with a grain of salt. And it sucks that we won 6 games, because if we would have won less games, we would have had a better draft pick.
To take us back to another time. You guys see this? See this little snippet of a video?
We're not going to talk Trump, are we?
I mean, what's there to say? He's a big old loser.
Yeah.
That's not true. You're the loser.
So it's just
even the Pistons didn't lose as much as Trump lost.
Well, it's just unprecedented times.
Yes.
Unprecedented.
34.
I feel like the times at this point are pretty precedented.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, but even for the precedent,
yeah,
this is
also,
new. This is a new one.
Okay, fair.
This is a new one.
You guys have a lot of like, this doesn't even matter people in your life.
Yes.
I have, yeah. Every time I open up social media, it's like no one's mind has changed by this, and that's all cool. Like,
but did they see the memes? The memes mattered. I'm sorry. If nothing else, I laughed yesterday for the first time in years.
It felt amazing. It was also, to be fair, there are polls that say undecided vote. Like, there are people who said they won't vote for him if he's convicted.
I love the fact that it's someone in 2024 still like, Coke or Pepsi.
No, like for me personally, like I think I am approaching this with a lot more, like I'm a lot more chill, but it could also be resignation to whatever's coming. The fact that I fear what the ruling class is going to be, and I'm just maybe putting myself in a mindset. But I think what was so hard for me during the first term was I would just watch evening news and I would convince myself, no, this is actually real life. This is happening. Surely other people should be able to see that. This is not normal behavior. This is not good. This is really bad. This is bad for democracy. And I would spend 4 years working myself up. And then I thought when January 6th happened, I'm like, surely everyone sees it now. And then it didn't happen. And people just got further entrenched.
It happened for like...
Over it right now. Drink some more of my passion fruit juice.
Republican, and then they try to crown DeSantis, and then they realize, oh, he's not going to win, so let's just back the same horse. And
them boots ain't worth what.
Right. So like that moment, the tipping point where like someone's mind would be changed if they were pro-Trump or whatever, like that came and went. So that's more of the same. But I would say like in a back, like you get like, okay, you want to think that this was highly politicized and this was meant to hurt Trump, even though I'm pretty sure if you asked the Biden administration, what is your preference here? They probably didn't want this at all because it helps galvanize the base, and he's getting more campaign dollars for it. So I don't actually, that theory doesn't necessarily hold water because we've all like workshopped the theory that this is probably in his base in the long run. So I'm not a huge fan of that, but hearing all these politicians talk about this is unfair, the whole system is rigged and all that, and no one in a vacuum,
Fontaine, he is gone.
Values and return to, everyone's just kind of ignoring that none of this happens if he doesn't pay off the adult film star side piece.
No, I don't think anyone's saying like this is a frivolous case, right? Like it's not frivolous. It's just I like you said, I think the worst case scenario is it makes the people who are going to vote for him vote even harder, right?
Right. But
go Thundercats and go Trump. Like,
facts haven't mattered.
Your beer down, mate.
But the one thing that wasn't up for debate was like the incident, the whole patient zero of it all wasn't up for, and there's all this moralizing about like a president's son and Hunter Biden and all that, and we just like totally friggin' gloss over like how this whole thing even came to be. Not that it matters to me, like people live their private lives. He very clearly has a different type of relationship, but I juxtapose that with the overall message, and it's just there's no consequences for anything. None of anything matters.
Because the baseline is hypocrisy. The baseline is if you know our guy can do whatever, but your guy can't do anything. I think for me, my favorite headline to come out of this was if Trump goes to prison, the Secret Service goes with him.
Damn.
That's insane.
That's a hell of a
crazy.
detail.
That was an actual headline in the New York Times.
Wilkins.
My mom told me, she was like, do you know the Secret Service is going to go to prison with him? And I was like,
it's probably the best way to go to prison, no doubt.
Wilkins, come in my office. No, sir. Got a clean copy. Oh, I'm working so hard. I'm so excited. You got trust me. It's the highest honors. You're going to San Quentin. What? Da-da-da-da-da.
Zoom in.
Your objective, toilet wine.
Toilet wine.
All of this is pretty absurd. I saw like clips of social media posting of Don Jr. and he's like, that all happened so quick, and he poked fun at Hunter Biden's sister-in-law and how quickly they got together. Like he was having a go at Hunter Biden for his relationship with his sister-in-law after his brother died. And I'm like, okay, you're having a go at somebody for not being adulterous?
There's just no logic. You just can't even look at any of it through the lens of this makes sense. I feel like I have very little to say because, you know, I mean, MSNBC is like, oh, the legal system works. And yeah, okay, not for everybody all the time, but there's also, you know, I guess the jurors, they had people who like get their news from Truth Social and they decided who was guilty.
I was drinking the jury is so important Kool-Aid because I had jury duty last week. And I sat there in the freezing cold jury pool room in the Miami-Dade County Courthouse, and they were like, we know you don't want to be here, but you are so important. And I was like, me?
This is your civic duty.
And then they played my Big Fat Greek Wedding 2 on a monitor for us.
Is that like to weed people out?
You would think. No, that was just to entertain us.
How was it?
It was not a good movie. I'm not going to lie.
Just no sound captions on?
No, there was sound. It was really loud. And I couldn't listen to my podcast because of it. And they also, they leaned all the way into the dad being like, everyone's Greek, you're Greek, everyone, Jesus was Greek, we're all Greek, and then leaned very hard into the daughter not wanting her daughter to go away for school and becoming her parent and wanting her to stay close to home. So
whoa.
That was how jury duty was.
Hi, honey, how was work? I gotta go away. Another trip? Where are they sending you now? San Quentin. It'd be real funny if he cheated on her on a business trip. That's it.
How does he
prison
bunks
sex.
work out. I don't. Well, it's got to have like a suite. Have you ever seen like the internet talk about this is what a prison looks like in Norway? And you're like, wow,
yeah,
it's amazing.
Oh my God, have you ever seen Pablo Escobar's prison cell?
Yeah, well, I saw Narcos too. Like they had an open gym.
I do the Norwegian prison thing. I have looked into that.
I've been to prison before. Yeah, I got to. So when I was in college, I interned at a local TV station, and they had me do a story in the prison. And so I went to the prison. Everyone was really nice to me the whole time I was there. I had to do a story of the high school earlier that week, and they were not nice to me. They were much nicer to me at the prison. It didn't seem like a nice place.
You know why? You know why they were mean to you in the high school and nice to you in the prison? Because they all thought you were in high school. So the high school kids thought you were just a peer, shut up. And the prisoners were like, oh, it's a little high school kid.
I had a microphone.
I have a jail story. I went on a field trip one day, and it wasn't like prison. It was actually, this building's no longer around. It's near Alapata. It's not like functional. But I went there, and in the middle of the field trip, there was just a whole commotion. And it turned out that Dennis Rodman and Carmen Electra were getting booked that day.
Wow.
Yeah, I was at that. When they got brought in, like all this media was around, and my school bus is just riding off.
Wow, I've told this story before. I walked over the tunnel that Princess Diana died in like an hour before she had that.
What?
I was in
Whoa!
I was walking.
I feel like that's something that it was a week, but like now it's gotten to be an hour.
It was that night. Like, it was that night. It was that night.
How do you know?
He actually walked over it 10 years later.
Because because the next day it was all over the news. I was like, oh shit! I literally walked that way, walking home from the Champs-Élysées.
Speaking of France, French Open's going on right now, and I'm really ready for it because I recently watched Challengers.
Yes.
How was that?
I liked it.
It looks
Matt Ryan on the Colts. What the hell?
From just having seen the trailers
and it's Wild Things.
Yes. That's what it looks like.
Well, that was what it was marketed as. I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard like firsthand accounts, and I'm curious to hear like this combo review. I had a friend that watched it and said it's actually like a really good movie. There's clearly a lot of tennis metaphors. I'm like, I've seen that with Match Point before. But he's actually like, his whole takeaway was the marketing campaign did this film no service.
I don't know. I wanted to see it. I thought it was going to be a sexy tennis movie, and it was a sexy tennis movie. And the stakes were so high the entire time. I was like, what's going to happen next? And then the movie ended, and I was like, I actually don't know what the stakes were.
Oh, so it's like The Bear.
Yeah.
I think the marketing campaign worked in that. I was like, I have to see this. But then when I was watching it, I was like, this trailer almost has nothing to do with what the actual like story through line is of the movie, unless I'm misremembering the trailer and all I'm thinking about is everyone kissing.
How much tennis is actually in it?
Way more tennis than sex.
So the actors actually had to learn, or were they already pretty good tennis players?
I'm glad you asked that, Amin, because Zendaya said that she was like, it was very hard to play tennis. And she said what she ended up just copying the moves of her stunt double. I felt like more as if it was a dance than if it was, because she was like, this is, also, tennis is so hard.
Did the tennis players in the movie like tennis at all?
Yeah.
That's like, so that's not real. Tennis players hate tennis.
Well, one of them hated it, sort of.
So, one of my good friends is Prim Serpipat. She was an ESPN anchor, but before she was in media, she was a tennis player. She was one of, like, she went to IMG. She's friends with, like, all, like, that class of great tennis players. And she had, like, she tore ACL, like, 800 times. And that was pretty much the end of it. And that's why she had to transition to media. But the stories that she tells of, like, as a 14-year-old, like, how these kids were living, like, it's insane because it is such a lonely-ass sport. And I would say, I know you guys are into golf, but it feels to me that tennis is even lonelier than golf, right? Do I have that right?
I think they're similar.
I think in golf, though, at least you have your caddy out there with you. Like tennis, when you're alone at the baseline, you're like, ooh.
I also think they're similar in that a lot of team youth sports are like this now too, which has been a change over the last 10 years. But if you're like a tennis or a golf prodigy when you're super young, you're probably leaving home going to school for it.
That's Prim. Prim's from Missouri. but like at age 12 or whatever, she got recognized, and then she moved. It was her and her mom, and they left her dad and her siblings in Missouri, and they went and lived in Florida.
Zendaya's character is kind of that is like her trajectory in this.
I understand that golf is a hard sport and there is competition.
Right.
Yeah, you're not staring down Tiger Woods directly across from you. But it is a little like I can understand why you're like, I'm never going to be good enough when Serena Williams is firing serves at you. Whereas like, how am I going to navigate this longer grass?
But the other thing, Mike, is that if you're in tennis, like how many times do we watch like these majors? And it's like you're an upstart and you're playing against Serena or you're playing against Nadal or whatever. And the crowd is like, man, we came here for the hits.
Yeah.
And it's like, guys, I'm here. Can I at least?
Yeah.
There's like,
whereas in golf, like it's easy to dig yourself out. I'm a developmental talent. If you're a developmental talent in tennis, you're getting low draws, and you're not. Some careers are just like DOA.
I just remember down 3 scores. My fault.
Because they don't have
come
an
back.
opportunity to make themselves better. Whereas golfers, they can enter these tournaments and they just got to worry about their own game.
Right.
All relevant to the plot of the film, I think.
You know what I did think the film did very well? I read a few reviews that were like, it was vapid. I didn't think it was vapid. First of all, I think we need more movies that are fun to watch, and this was really fun to watch.
Charlotte, exactly.
I had a great
It was entertaining. I was
I
entertained.
was like, I don't need this movie to teach me a lesson. The whole time, like, it's funny, it was very campy, like stylized, and I think one thing that it did tackle very well was the emotional. No. What? Oh God.
I wish there were more explosions.
Was there tennis symbolism? Because in Match Point, spoiler alert, there's like it builds a crescendo where a wedding band.
Was there tennis symbolism?
Does she say tennis is a relationship? She does. I do think though that something they did well was the pain of being an athlete and your career ends early due to injury, and it actually psychologically exploring that I thought was a more deeper element of the film than maybe the.
Would this classify as a sports movie? Like when there's sports movie rankings, this is a tried and true
I would say
sports
Challengers and Bottoms, 2 best sports movies that I've seen in the last 5 years.
Bottoms, surprisingly good. I went in like.
I've never heard of Bottoms.
Me neither.
I went in like, all right, let me just watch this. I'm on a flight, and by the end of it, I was like, this is great, man. It's a funny movie.
It was severely underrated.
Wait, what is Bottoms?
It's a movie.
No, I gathered that.
It's a football movie.
It's a football movie.
It's on Amazon Prime. You should watch. I don't want to spoil.
Is it a new movie?
Yeah.
Who's in it?
2023.
Last year. Yeah.
Who's in it?
Ayo Edebiri and Rachel Sennett are the 2 main.
Is Molly Gordon in it?
Gotta Google those names.
Well, Ayo is the girl from The Bear.
Oh yeah. She does good voice work.
Yes, she does. She does for.
I'm not a big Bear guy, if you can tell.
What a catch by Bowden shooting.
It's a funny movie. It's not a football movie.
Then Bowden, excuse me.
The climax of the movie is a football
Well,
movie.
it's Bowden.
I would say it's a Fight Club movie. It's like.
Bowden would be BEAUDN, but it's B-O, like Bobby Bowden. R.I.P. to that legend.
What?
Did Nicholas Gallatin? Did anyone watch The Idea of You?
No.
Bad movie. Yeah, not good. He's good though.
Did you see they're making an exact replica of that movie on Netflix? The exact same plot
with Nicole Kidman and who's else?
Zac Efron. Just
like a
that noise for Zac Efron.
Just that as the young pop star, Nicholas Gallatin set the bar so high.
Oh, is this that Anne Hathaway movie? Yeah. Oh wow. There's I have a lot of
entry points for different folks.
I have a lot of friends that are my age that want to see that movie that are girls.
Again, had a good time watching it.
Sounds vapid.
Still hung up on vapid, huh?
Yeah. So like The Bear, and I know I gave this show a shot. I couldn't anymore. Right. Like the second season, I'm just like, okay, so this is just every episode. Yeah. You're just gonna try to trigger me, and like. It's just food, guys.
This is what I think. Honestly, like it's an okay show, but it's a show that speaks to a demographic that
check math.
People work in restaurants, and so anyone who's ever worked in a restaurant, like, oh my God, but like for me, who's never worked in food service, like okay, like I get it, you're stressed. Like
I've worked in restaurants, and it's not that stressful. It's just not.
You're on the line. Well, it's just I found.
My God, people, no one's gonna fucking block.
I'm like, damn, I gotta check myself there because.
Before you wreck yourself.
Well, because anytime you have to have a take, about like these shows that enter the pop culture discussion, you have to feel passionately about it. And everyone was like so pro Bear that I was like, oh, I don't like that show. I think it's bad. And someone called me out on it, and they're like, no, it's just okay. Like a lot of what's on streaming today, it's just okay. You don't need to have this opinion about it. And I'm like, you're right. I cared so little that I just got up in the middle of the season and said, no more. Honey, you can watch it.
Jessica, you're pro Bear, aren't you?
I am pro Bear, but I do have some issues with the show and with the team.
Well, she's bullish.
And I'm excited to see them on Hard Knocks and see how these rookies start meshing with
Oh, dude, I'm back.
I'm
back for Caleb Williams.
Wasn't it the Giants?
I thought it was too. Did I get ball sacked?
Did I
think there's
have
an extra.
Wait, so
Hard Knocks is.
Are they 2 Hard Knocks?
The off-season one.
Danny Dimes still? Because I really
it's
wanted that.
an off-season Giants, and then a training camp Bears, and then an in-season whoever.
Oh, I'm in on Caleb.
Wait,
Unless that wasn't real.
No,
Which knocks are harder?
May 15th, Hard Knocks off-season with the New York Giants will debut in July 2nd.
No, I want training camp Giants.
The training camp will be with the
Wait,
Bears
wait,
off-season,
we're gonna-
so it's like all the draft stuff, like everything happening
July?
right now with the Giants.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you're
do
getting
we
it
get the
earlier.
sprinklers in July?
Will Darren Waller be in Hard Knocks?
Well, that's actually what I'm interested in their off season.
Yeah.
I can't imagine Darren Waller
Yeah.
showing up. Darren, what can I talk now?
Yeah.
Darren Waller showing up to Giants OTAs, and they're like, "Hey, man, you good?" And he's like, "Oh,
I'm sorry, but that was probably one of the worst music videos by an athlete, current or former, that I've ever heard. My dude. I understand I don't sing that well, but at least I understand. I know I'm struggling with my singing voice, but god damn. My nigga really went out there, thought he could do it.
Undebatable quality, taste as great as your barbecue. It's the beer that strips away everything you don't need and holds on to what matters the most. With the Miller Lite brand, doesn't just taste good, it tastes like Miller time. To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/Dan. Or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces. Whew.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
This is the Dan Levator Show with the Stuttgart's podcast.
So we are rolling. You don't need to clap. I forget we don't.
I haven't done a countdown or a clap.
I do a lot of things at Meadowlark.
Well, we used to do a clap.
I want to start with the fact that David Sampson demanded that the private piece of tape that only he can see on this table, which he's now holding in his fingers, be replaced.
Yes.
There are marks.
Yes.
We have to sit in a certain place.
Yep.
Wouldn't it be good to have it well delineated?
It was delineated.
It was a rolled up piece of black and white tape.
You objected to the lift.
And now it's clean, neat, and perfect, and people will know where to sit. I don't want to waste another minute because we have so much to get to, but anything else you want to talk about?
I just marvel always at what David is bothered by, John.
I'm happy for him that the crisp new piece of tape just makes him feel better. The same way a new suit. Whenever I would show up, my father would say, "Is that a new suit of clothes, or did you clean an old one?" The answer
What was
is,
your answer?
depending on what was true. If it was a new suit of clothes, I said, "New suit of clothes." He'd say, or I'd say, if it was an old suit that had been cleaned, I'd say it's an old suit.
I will say that I like when it looks professional.
Yes.
We are a professional media company.
Yes. Spoken by a man who, when the question is asked, is that a new suit or an old suit, David says, this is merely the latest suit in my rotation of how many suit jackets.
And it's not whether it's new or old. It's how you wear it. It's how you present yourself. It's how you feel.
It's okay, guys. We just didn't have it this year.
Negotiating I've learned over the years is really not whether you're smart. It's whether you present as such.
And so this brings us to A story about, I believe, how a presentation of a story has made a story more complicated, because the NBA rights deal, which we have covered more than anybody else on the planet here, has existed in leaks and reports and gossip, some of which we have participated in rigorously, though, with our own sourcing. And now we're at the place where I think
about 15 more yards and I'll be in Hail Mary range.
Does it feel that way?
I'm going to run the ball.
It does to me, and I thought it ended as soon as Barkley started talking out against his own network. I figured that was the end of his days at the network. I was picturing John and having one of his talents on air, sullying him during a show. I can imagine you would have loved that. I'm sure that David loves when Barkley goes off on him, saying he doesn't know what he's doing. Does he not understand how hard this is for all of us not knowing? Yes. The Nick guy, the guy in the Nick hat.
That's right.
The guy
noted Knicks fan.
Noted Knicks fan. So I think that the world is now ready. The marketplace is now ready for the fact that NBA on NBC is coming back, and Turner and Inside the NBA are going to need a new home.
Well, I don't know if Turner needs a new home, but
Inside the NBA.
Inside the NBA, many fans would like it to have a home. But to answer your question, yeah, I think that what's being reported is almost certainly what is going to happen in reality, which is that ESPN takes a expensive version of mostly its own package now, less regular season games, I think, but they kept the finals, which they will be very happy and cheery about. I believe that NBC is a new entrant and will do a splendid job of presenting the NBA on Sunday night. I think that's very attractive to the NBA.
To be back on broadcasts.
Yes. And I think Amazon will get a package as well. I think that there is some deliberate sort of muddying of the waters around this issue of there is a matching right. I profess, as I've professed multiple times on this show, I don't have any personal knowledge of what's in their deal, other than I have no recollection of it being in the ESPN deal. And I have never been aware in any circumstance with any rights contract of such a thing as if you create a new package, we get to right to match that as well. I'm not accusing anybody of mendacity, but I think what's going on is more of an exercise in spinning the fact that they're not going to get it, and it allows them to say, gee, we love the NBA, I never meant it when I said we didn't have to have it, but we don't have to have it for this price. I think that's what's going to come down. These deals will be announced very quickly after Turner does their last game of this season. They have one more, and the new deals will be announced. I think that's probably what will happen.
So, David, the question I have for you is whether the other David Zaslav, has just executed a plan that he has had the entire time, or whether he has made pivots here, depending on the pressure that has now been exerted publicly and privately.
It certainly feels like he had a plan, and he had board approval for the plan, and he's going ahead and executing it. The only thing that interests me, well, there's many things. I'm surprised about this whole right to match, because if I'm David, if I'm Turner, I don't want it out there that I have a right to match. I want it to be very clear, hey, we don't have a right to match. The NBA decided to do a deal with Amazon and NBC. Bless their soul. There's nothing we can do, but boy, we wanted it, but there's nothing we can do. Now with the right to match, the fact that it may or may not exist, and I still think it doesn't exist, but if it does, now you're going to see Turner have to leak out there, well, we can't match that. We'd never be allowed to match that because it includes a broadcast component that TNT, that Warner Brothers doesn't have.
Well, that's why in some ways this discussion about whether there's a right to match or not is moot. If they have a right to match, it requires them to match all material terms and conditions. And I think the NBA could cite that they are on a broadcast network. They could cite that their games to Amazon are all on a streaming platform. And
Turner knows. They know that the NBA is going to do that. So that's why I think it's such pomp over nothing.
I do not agree with the notion that this is a plan well executed by Discovery, which really didn't want to renew. I do think ultimately there was some miscalculation that they would get it for less money than they could get it for. And that when Adam could go to the free market, NBC has now presented him with probably better than what he expected to get for the second package, particularly if it was going to be a renewal of Warner Brothers Discovery package, and my guess is they could have renewed it if it stayed in the window for less than ultimately Adam will sell it for to the NBA will sell it to NBC.
I can't believe you think for 1 second that Adam Silver did not have a conversation with NBC until the exclusive window was over with TNT.
I don't know what conversations they had. I would argue that NBC has the onus there to try to make sure they figure out a way to communicate what they can do. I believe Adam is smart enough to stay by the letter of the law that's in their contract. And I never had any secret negotiations with anybody. I know you don't believe it.
David smirk, the eternal smirk of David Sampson.
We do. We did often say about all we would ever say is, if you come out of your negotiating window, I think we can guarantee you will get a very nice increase. But I don't think we would ever remember making an agreement. I know you don't believe it.
You're arguing semantics with me. Adam Silver does not let himself become that exposed. He doesn't let the window close unless he knows that he has another dancing partner.
Oh, yeah.
It would be irresponsible for him to do that.
He had several potential other dancing partners, and NBC was quite public about we won't in.
That's
so
it.
I don't think he thought he had any risk of coming out, nor do I do think he had targeted where he wanted to get, and TNT was probably short of that. There were many negotiations I was in where it was made very clear to me, and you have to believe it at a certain point, you're not going to get it for less than that. In fact, I had many more negotiations where it was about,
what the hell?
I know what I have to pay. I now have to figure out how I can get other content, other special things, more commercial inventory, more leeway on sponsors. That's what we were focused on. Major League Baseball, in the last year I did Major League Baseball, they told me, here's what you're going to have to pay.
It's
I
okay.
always went and said,
we weren't slated to make the playoffs anyway.
What I have to pay.
Oh, wow. Coxie is now the starter.
I never believed in the thing.
And I threw a touchdown and a fucking interception again.
To do it, which is the go in with analytics and say, we've studied this, and this is what it's worth. That is a good way to piss off the people you're negotiating with.
Networks do that, and I've seen that. Fox did that, negotiating TV deals in baseball and with teams. They show sub growth falling, and they show the analytics of what they think the rights are worth, and then it's up to the league or the team to say, we don't care, pay us what we want. And there's optionality. The thing is, in regional sports networks, there's not amazing optionality, but in a national rights deal, the NBA does have all the different players bidding. That's why I think there's proper communication. And Turner knew, and you say you didn't think they executed their plan. I think David's been brilliant. I think that
really brilliant,
because he can come off looking as bad as he answers. He doesn't answer to you or to me. He answers to his board. That's it.
He doesn't care that Charles Barkley is going to mother bleep him from now to eternity.
He literally could not care less what Charles Barkley says about him, because Charles Barkley doesn't either sign his paycheck, doesn't negotiate his options, his price increase, any of the comp that he has.
All things being equal, I suspect he would prefer not to be the object of Charles's comments, and I don't know if he had to be. I mean, if you're a shareholder, this is why you're saying he's brilliant. Is because if you were a shareholder, you would be glad they walked away from this very expensive package.
I just know very well that as a shareholder, my stock's been crap. And it's nice to have the NBA. It's nice to have a popular show, but I want my stock.
So you're saying something different, actually, would be favored as a stockholder, because what's been working with the NBA has not been actually working for Turner.
That's my view of it. And if you look at a lot of these networks, they're in the rights game because it's sexy, but they've got to make money. I mean, if ESPN were not making money, you would not be able to throw around money like you are, making it rain after a Super Bowl win at a club. You have to have some sort of economic reason for doing what you're doing. I think, unless
you do, but sports rights, particularly very long-term sports rights, have generally outperformed what anybody on a spreadsheet.
Because a lot of people forget to realize, not only you gotta pay the individual reporters, analysts, writers, producers, audio mixers, sound technicians, technical directors, technical producers, executive producers, associate producers. You also gotta pay the commentators as well. Plus, you gotta pay each individual team an allotted amount of money for each individual team that wants to be part of your rights deal. So you gotta do all of that. Plus, you gotta pay the individual networks themselves and the league.
Trying too fair what the value of them was. They just have. I always loved when the other parties I was bidding against were laser focused on proving to the league what it's worth. It's the equivalent of, going to try to buy a house and trying to tell the owner why his price is ridiculous. His price is what it is, and if one person will pay it, that's what it's worth. And if somebody outbids them, then that's what it's worth. It's as simple as that. So I generally did not find that the leagues have a sense of their market value. If there's one more bidder than there are packages, they're in very good shape.
Well, this is why the John Skipper philosophy of whatever the highest bid is plus one.
It's what it's worth.
Won the day for John when he's running ESPN. And I want to bring us inside, though, this hypothetical boardroom, David, where you can bring in spreadsheets that all say, look at the ratings of these games.
Completed his mission.
Right? It's not triple, right? And so you're getting, though, in
strategy that we lost another great, but
headline, we've tripled our broadcast revenue.
It's a great question. So I would like to bring you inside a negotiation and the number of times where ratings comes up. Maybe you can give from your point of view, but I can certainly say from my point of view, when MLB is doing its national negotiations or its local team negotiations, ratings, it doesn't come up. It's very sexy, and everyone talks about it on Monday morning.
Well, it's not, I would argue it's not sexy. It's just that people assume there's a correlation, and there's not.
Which is, by the way, just to pause and just acknowledge
we just said
this.
The same thing.
No, but you both, from either side of this literal table and previous ones, being in agreement on this is kind of mind-blowing because ratings are a proxy for business in the conversation around sports.
It's the most bizarre thing, not in the real world.
The ratings are only a to set an advertising price. That's all it is. It means nothing relative.
This is mind-blowing, I think, to lots of people.
I hope not, because I try to communicate this as often as possible during these conversations on Nothing Personal, when it's the biggest release that we all wait for. How many people watch the draft? Caitlin Clark drew 2.95 million people. The WNBA is the biggest TV property known to mankind. Or MLB, the ratings are down or up, and there's press releases that the leagues do based on ratings, and it always made me laugh.
Well, no, ratings matter for two reasons. One is advertising prices, and the other is it is an indicator of the
good job, defense.
Of your sport. If your ratings are going down, if your audience is getting older,
if he was Lamar Jackson, his ass is gone.
On how are you doing? So while the WNBA will end up making a mistake if they believe they can say, "Oh, our ratings have gone up 4 or 5 times, so of course we deserve more money." That's not the calculation, but it does create, you'll agree, the hype, the heat around it, and success does often lead to success, right? Those ratings do help. More investors will come in and buy teams, and people get excited, but they don't predict what rights will cost.
It's why we lie about attendance, because when you're doing sponsorships in the building, you have to show that, hey, there's 15,000 people at the game, or averaging 30,000 people, therefore.
Yes, my rally had crowds as far as the eye could see.
Well, the Commissioner C League would traditionally talk about the total number of tickets sold every year, and it did tend to go up. So
he made it go up.
Yeah, and again, even in your case, David, I would say I have no personal knowledge other than you're turning yourself in that you have lied. I don't.
I promise you that what MLB did is they created a fund where each team got a bunch of what were called commissioner's discretionary tickets. And they got to use that to keep attendance going up in the Bud Selig years, because he would sit there every day calculating industry-wide attendance and needed ESPN to report on SportsCenter, which is all he cared about, in the top quarter of the hour, that MLB attendance for the year went up X%.
But the psychology of all of this, you're saying, is the psychology of a press release. It is something that makes people feel good in the interim, but when it comes to brass tacks, these negotiations, John, it's not a thing that even people mention.
I'm sure that people would contradict me and say, well, we did indeed mention it, and we did have discussions. I would say most of the professional sports industry in this country is based upon valuations of teams. So PR is quite valuable. So ratings, attendance, number of social followers, all are part of sort of this myth that there is some sort of underlying mathematical calculation that could be done to get yourself a team value, when a lot of it is the desire for a scarce commodity and the sexiness of owning even a portion of a team.
And you're talking about owning a team, but you're also talking about broadcasting a league.
Right.
So the network wants to broadcast the NBA. It's the basketball league of our country, of the world. There is a price that networks are willing to pay to be associated with such league that cannot always be defended from an economic standpoint.
And so this brings us naturally to the WNBA, which we have talked about on this show as a piece of this larger deal. We had talked about whether it would be broken out onto its own thing, speaking of good press and good press releases. And now it seems that the WNBA will live inside of what the NBA has negotiated with the aforementioned partners. And that tells you what? You're both staring at each other.
Oh, I didn't know if you wanted John to start.
No, you start.
I'm happy to. It tells you that the WNBA is not yet ready to stand on its own. Because if they were, they'd negotiate separately. The NBA would allow for them to negotiate separately. But they don't, because what they're going to do, it will be a press release. I can't wait for it to come out. In the old deal, the WNBA was allocated $60 million per year of what the NBA received from the networks. Now that number is going to go up, but it's a made-up number, literally made up. So the WNBA will get to announce, hey, our rights fees doubled. Our rights fees went up by more than double, from 60 to 120 or 60. I don't think it'll go higher than 120, but let's just pretend it does.
I don't think it's a meaningless number because the league does have to answer to its owners. It has to have some sort of rationalization or justification for why they're going to announce what the new deal is. I don't think they picked it out of the air. I think personally, I believe, and this gets us right back to PR and ratings and heat.
Right.
The league is very hot right now.
The WNBA.
Right? Yeah, the WNBA is very hot.
Yes.
I think Pablo, you and I were both at the Liberty game with the Indiana Fury and Fever, and it was sold out to the last seat in the top, and people were going crazy. That's a good indicator that it's more valuable because the team valuations will go up.
Really?
They need to get enough capital there to make sure those valuations do go up because they can raise player salaries and do other things. I think. I think it will be closer to 200 than 120, and I do not.
For PR or for real value?
Real value. If you're doing a 10-year deal, I think it's a bargain to get the WNBA for those prices.
$20 million a
You
year.
should put together some money and buy a WNBA team.
No, I wasn't talking about buying a team.
That's what do you mean? You're bullish on the league.
I'm quite bullish on the league.
Why wouldn't you buy a team then?
Because the prices have already risen well beyond my economic means.
Well, let's talk about.
You could get some private equity.
Well, hold on. Before we segue to that, David.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
The valuation of a WNBA team. I actually want to ask how the rights deal impacts this. If we're talking about manufacturing a number for vibes, and we're talking about then what you pay to get it, do those numbers intersect?
When you do discovery, which means you're doing your diligence to buy a team, you look at all the different revenue and expenses of the team you're buying. It will show when you're, let's say the Indiana Fever go for sale, and you will show what their gate revenue is. You'll show what their broadcast revenue is. And their broadcast revenue is 1/12 of 60 million, or 1/12 of now 120 or 200 million. But then you examine what happens when there's expansion, because the WNBA wants to expand. Then you're getting 1/15 of that $200 million. So that money coming to you increases. So you do all that calculation when you are going to a bank to borrow money to buy a team. Because when you go to a bank to borrow money to buy a team, you have to show the bank that the company you're buying will generate money to pay the bank back. And revenue from broadcasting is used as a huge source to pay banks back, which will help increase the valuation of teams. But if it's BS, and at the end of the next deal, the WNBA is put out on its own, and all of a sudden they go from 200 to 50, then you have a real problem. That's my only concern.
Yeah. By the way, I think, and I haven't ever seen the exact financial calculations, but the new franchises must pay a fee to the teams that are already in the league, and that is generally intended to cover the differential between, more teams are now participating in the rights fees, but the team...
It's supposed to be more. It's an expansion fee.
Yeah.
Yes, your expansion fee is always based on what your national revenue distributions are, plus a delta.
Yeah. So I'm just suggesting that covers the going from 1/12 to 1/15. They're not losing revenue for new teams coming in, and if they were, they would not approve for new teams to come in generally.
But the fight that happens is when the buyer and the seller of a team, in this instance, fight over who's getting who gets the money.
Right.
Who gets expansion fee money? Is it the new owner or the old owners in a purchase, etc.? So I just wanted to make the point that I love that WNBA is getting all this attention. I really do. I love that you went to a game and you went to a game. But what does it really mean for the league? To me, nothing has been financially proven that anything is better.
Again, I think that the economics of the league,
And he's in the zone.
based
Right.
on the valuations.
Whoa.
And while I do not have the means,
Wow. Are you fucking serious?
I'm down, David.
I'd be down philosophically if you're down financially.
You and I
bring you the word plebiscite.
You and I can go raise the money. If you believe in the WNBA as a business, we should be able, between who we know, to go raise
Literally no one touched him.
Added context here, Clara Wu Tsai, the owner of the New York Liberty and the Brooklyn Nets, said earlier this month at a business conference that her goal for the New York Liberty within 10 years is to make it worth $1 billion. The first women's sports franchise to be $1 billion asset. And so David is suggesting that there's a show me dynamic here that the sport has fallen short on.
We're just hearing the same thing with rugby and cricket and all sorts of other sports. And the WNBA is a sport that has not proven to be able to deliver asset valuation
Because they haven't been able to by strategic design, it sounds like.
Well, in fact, the valuations are going up, and the team valuations are going up, and the NWSL does have a team valued at $1 billion. So making the bet that one WNBA team will get a valuation of $1 billion, I'd definitely take that bet. I'm sure you would be happy to do so, and we'll have some kind of reasonable wager, not just you have to buy a team. If I win, you have to buy a team. If you win,
the tape is going to be so dirty on David's side of the table.
Are you going to be sitting here 10 years from now to collect?
Well, I'll be sitting somewhere. I don't think you'll wait 10 years. I mean, these things tend to happen slower than you ever think they will happen until they pivot, and it happens faster than you ever thought. And the WNBA, which I believe was 25 years old last year, is 26 or 27, has struggled to get the valuations up. I think they're going to be on a trajectory because there's a lot of money looking to invest in sports right now.
I just think it's unrealistic what we've done to Caitlin Clark, so it's a different story, but it just makes me crazy that she's being counted on to single-handedly salvage the WNBA.
But it's the trend line beyond Caitlin Clark, too. We're now going to get into conversation around ratings being goosed across all of sports and in-home.
What the hell?
But I would think of her as a catalyst, not as the sole reason, right? I mean, you know how it is, out in the wilderness when you're trying to finally get that fire started, and for some reason it starts. You probably know how to start.
2 touchdowns.
I keep putting paper on it, more matches, maybe a little gasoline, and it finally takes off. It's going to take off. I mean, and Caitlin, provided that spark. It doesn't mean her spark was bigger. I think there was a team name.
Yes, there is.
There's a
Sparks.
Sparks, yeah. The LA Sparks. So Candace Parker also provided one of the sparks to make this league happen, and it's finally happening. And see, so it is wrong. I agree with you, David, to put the burden on her that, it's not right that she is the scaleless. It doesn't matter. It's the proverbial, I guess, straw that breaks the camel's back. And this is going to break the back of the non-valuation. They're going to go up.
Right. So 25-year anniversary, by the way, was 2021. So yeah, we're entering
28. Yeah.
We're entering a period where David wants to see financials, and I'm bullish on this product, but I continue to digress, David, because I want to get to the financials here.
Back. All right. Since the dawn of mankind, we cooked our food over an open flame and debated the food. Whether it tastes like com/Dayton Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces. Woo.
Don Lebatard.
We love you. We've got you. We've all got each other. Let's go right now.
Stugats.
1, 2, 3, Brett. 1, 2, 3, Brett.
This is the Don Lebatard Show with the Stugats.
They was running that marathon for one of their dearest friends who died of cancer.
David, in an attempt to host the show and wrest it away from me, mentioned private equity before. And now we can unite all of these interests, right? So the question of how do you get money when you don't have enough money to own a team, or in this case, an athletics department or a college football program, the answer is private equity. And I just want people who don't speak fluent Samson, who aren't already pre-subscribed to Rich Guy OnlyFans, to understand what private equity even is. So, like, how do you classify that? Like, what is it for dummies?
Okay, give me all the money in your pocket. Give me all the money in your pocket. We're going to combine it with all the money in my pocket. Then we're going to go out, we're going to find something to buy, and we're going to own it together. We're going to be partners. I'm going to get a little extra fee because I'm the one finding the investment. I'm the one managing the investment. And then in a certain number of years, I'll give you back what you gave me from your pocket. I'll give you back what you gave me from your pocket, and I'll even give you a percentage more. But I promise you that what I've kept is going to be even bigger than that. That's private equity. You find a lot of people to give you their money, and you invest it in stuff, and then you give them back their money plus more, but you keep even more of it.
So that is a pretty friendly pitch on behalf of private equity. I would say.
I actually thought it was pretty succinct and clear.
Are you saying you don't get it, or you don't agree with it?
I'm saying that the reality, now this is where I interject with my own experience in private equity, coming into media, coming into every Red Lobster, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not exactly as clean as what David has just characterized. And so I want to be also cynical about what actually is going on with the NCAA and private equity.
So private equity, venture capital, those are two, I'm viewing those as separate things.
Yes.
Venture capital is when I say, all right, give me all your money, you give me all your money, now we're going to go buy a company, and we're going to run that company. And we may break it up, we may sell it, we may do whatever we want to do. People should think of the movie Pretty Woman, which maybe is too old a movie. But do people know that movie? Richard Gere?
I think increasingly fewer people.
Is that really true?
You're asking the 68-year-old in the room whether he remembers.
Do you think our audience does not know Pretty Woman? Interesting.
I know Pretty Woman.
Oh, you're young, so you know what Richard Gere did for a living and what George Costanza did for him. Do you remember George Costanza's in the movie Pretty Woman?
Oh, no. Maybe I don't know, actually.
Isn't George Costanza a character from Friends? Maybe
Seinfeld.
The actor, Seinfeld? Maybe, but is George Costanza the name of the character?
Did they call him George Costanza in Pretty Woman?
I'm trying to figure out, you mean the actor?
Jason Alexander, obviously.
Okay, it wasn't a weird crossover thing. Got it.
Okay, so the ones to read back.
Where were we?
We're up 15.
Block of cheese the size of a car fat.
The bottom line is private equity. It made big news in the last couple of weeks with what the NCAA is doing.
News.
Because now it never occurred to anyone that universities are for profit. And some of you may think they are, and certain departments are, but in general, people don't view them that way.
Well, that's because generally they are not making profits. They're generally losing a certain amount of money that the university, through some mechanism, meets the deficit.
Athletics departments lose money.
Overwhelmingly.
Yes, and they get funded by the university, as John said. Now what we're hearing is there could be private equity funds. That means that we put all our money together and we go to Florida State and say, listen, we've got the best idea in the world. We're going to give you $100 million. In return, we want 10% of the profits of your football team.
Yeah. I will pick up a little on Pablo's skepticism or cynicism here and suggest they're not expecting, nor do they care whether the universities make money. They're not going to get paid back from profits. They're going to get paid back, and they don't care how they'll get paid back because they're only interested in making their money available and getting a return on that.
300 yards
they
rushing.
Don't care how they
can't
get
make this shit up.
And they will structure the deal such that we get our money back with interest no matter what. Whether your athletics department is more profitable. Now, the schools are going to present to their board of trustees, we're going to take this money in, and we're going to wisely spend it to hire better coaches, to
and that'll
fund
do
our
it.
NILs, get better players. That's going to result in more ticket sales. That's going to result in the boosters being happy and giving us more money, and that's going to result in fans being willing to pay more to sit in the seats. And but anyway,
I don't agree at all. That's not what private equity firms do. I think that when you hear it from them, when this actually happens, they're going to demand profitability from these departments.
Atlanta's getting that ass just blowing the
fact,
doors off.
They could own a
Arizona, really? You are a winning team. You lose to a team that has 4 wins in a year. What the hell?
Get a set percentage in return for the money they gave. So they could be a profit participation. Where if you make $1 of profit,
Alama Daisy Keys.
The private equity firm gets 10 cents.
That's a fun name to say.
And if they loan the money to University A and the university bungles it and messes around, you believe they just lose their capital?
No, I believe that there's 2 things that happen when there's private equity fund, which is why private equity guys are so wealthy.
700.
They get not only an annual return based on profitability, they get a guaranteed return. That after X years, all the money will be repaid.
You gotta be fucking serious.
You just make my point for me, which is they don't care. They have a contract that says they get paid back.
I do believe they care because you're talking the second piece, the annual profit, that's real money.
But I guess the question is, how good is the plan to improve the finances of these schools?
Yeah, Davis Webb's gonna start for the rest of the season.
Right,
It's brilliant because that's the hugest question, Pablo. Because how do you do it? How do you make an athletic department profitable? What do you do?
And look,
cut programs.
You have the public records of schools that have gone from having $60 million athletic budget to having $180 million athletic budgets, and those have generally not ever meant that they went from making 60 and losing 20 to making 180 and making 40. It usually goes from having a budget of 60,
7 passing touchdowns for the quarterback.
I mean, they have not been particularly
who recently retired, is not going to be a full-time analyst.
They pay coaches too much. Then they give them 8-year guaranteed contracts. I can't remember what Texas A&M owes Jimbo Fisher, but it, I think, is in the neighborhood of $75 million. So, wow.
But they got oil money, so they got enough to actually, they can take that loss. Virginia Tech doesn't have that. Oregon State, they have the fishing market for their, basically their version of NIL money, but that's about it because they're in the Pacific Northwest.
They're still losing money. So they're clearly,
Oregon has Nike, so not sponsored by them.
They would be only in that.
Yes, he's not good at the zone. Let's go.
It would be like credit card debt. You could get money from private equity firms if you're willing to give them a 30% return, and you've got a cash value of your assets enough that they don't feel like they're left naked, that they can collect on a foreclosure, if you will.
I'm assuming that someone, perhaps the institution itself, will have to guarantee the return.
And I can't wait to read the particulars because that could happen.
So the particulars on why this is now a conversation becomes obvious when you realize, oh, right, this settlement that
was my guy.
Kessler et al., which we've covered on Pablo Torre finds out. This will result in an average of $22 million for the next 10 years for the Power 5 schools, right? And so you add in the funding of expanded rosters with more scholarships. That's $30 million annually, $300 million per school, thereabouts, over the next decade. And I want to frame this question now, given that backdrop, right? Because you've talked about things that are growing in value very clearly when it comes to the NBA, despite all of the complexities. If private equity is a bunch of rich guys who are like, with these strings attached, I will give you my money, why is private equity preferable to other sources of money?
It's never preferable. It's only used when you don't have access to any other sources. So I'm sorry to all the private equity people out there, but you are my last choice always. We go to a bank. Frankly, I'd rather go to my Discover card and max it out because private equity people, their money is really expensive. And it's going on with the Oakland A's right now with John Fisher trying to go to Goldman Sachs when their money is always more expensive than JP Morgan's money. Everyone in the industry knows that, but when you need money, when you're desperate for it, that's how loan sharks came into the world. People needed money.
What?
So what about all the check cashing stores out there?
Are you suggesting that private equity firms are just fancy loan sharks?
Yes.
The Chico's bail bonds of...
You're going to put me on an island because you have relationships with them, but so do I. Do you do you disagree?
No.
You just won't say it, which makes me laugh about you. But yes,
It's
just unreal. You make me out to be this ogre, but that is what private equity is.
Is what I want to know, right? So if they're going to private equity, that indicates to you a desperation.
100,000%.
Why is no one else willing to
5
give the
touchdowns,
money with fewer conditions to
381
these college
yards.
sports programs?
Because they all lose money.
That's crazy.
I don't understand.
2 touchdowns for Campbell, 2 for
I don't
Hunt,
understand
1 for 2 for Kim.
how. I mean, this
Robinson,
feels to me
Shepard
like,
went.
there's a bunch of people over here who think they can use more money
Pierce Jones,
to turn their athletic
Bowden,
departments into for-profit businesses. So maybe I'll give it to them, but I'll give it to them under the conditions that the university
1.5 sacks with DeForest
is going
Buckner,
to
1 for
have to reach into their
Ngakwe,
endowment.
Holmes,
They're going to shut down
Lawrence,
the chemistry
Ojolari,
department. They're going to
Jackson,
have to stop
Martinez,
having,
and Gilmore with
other
1 sack each. 2 picks for
non-regular
Blackman
sports.
and Moore, 1 for Rogers, and
none of those things seem good to me.
Damn.
And
I threw 7 interceptions.
I'm very dubious that these schools
9
that take this
yards,
money
kickoff
will
return
find
for
it
Richie
to
James.
be anything other
Richie
than
James, also
a
on
temporary
return.
solve for what they regard as, I don't have enough money to win, right? Florida State has enough money to win. They were undefeated last year. They're mad because they didn't, rightly so. They're quite right to be mad that they're the first undefeated conference champion that did not get selected. But they think that if suddenly they have even more money, they're suddenly going to make all the right decisions about the coaches. It's hard. That they're not going to have injuries, that they're going to be able to raise the ticket prices, that they're going. I just don't think it's a business. I don't know how you take a department. I mean, if you can figure that out, gee, I don't know why the PE guys wouldn't go after the business school and say, gee, we'd like to own your business school and we'll run it for profit. It seems
they're not going to run the departments. Part of this is the private equity firms. The athletic departments will still be run by the ADs and by the universities. They're just going to own a percentage of it.
Now, I want to ask, though, about that concept, right, which is how activist does private equity tend to be when it comes to now you have our money and now you have our advice?
I'll bet you $1 right now that Nelson Peltz does not become an investor in an athletic department. Nelson Peltz, that's a callback to the activist investor with the company that escapes you right now. They did the whole vote.
The company, Disney?
Disney, thank you. I'm telling you, I'm having issues.
Jeez,
I'm having issues. We started late today. You were
got
late.
Nelson Peltz, but not Disney. Your brain is a rotating wardrobe closet of facts.
It's so bad. Nelson Peltz is someone, from an activist standpoint, when he makes investments, he likes to have say.
Power.
He likes the power. It's sort of when boosters give money in the old way in college and say, hey, not only do I want to meet the athletes, but I want to say in who you're recruiting as your next quarterback. Private equity firms, when they give money, there are often rules associated with it. There's mechanisms of control, but it's based on economics. It's based on how much money you're losing. You can't lose X
Ravens
amount.
clinched their
Or else
division.
we're going to
Everybody
step
else has
in.
been
But we're
eliminated.
not going to tell you that you
Colts
should sign
can
this
clinch with a
quarterback or
win,
that
and the
quarterback.
Jaguars
And I
lost.
imagine that's what this will be.
Bills
And I
clinched their
imagine the schools
division.
taking this money are going to use it
Chiefs
for
and
NIL. They're going to use it for
in
players,
charge of the clinch a
which is so
playoff spot.
stupid because the money just
Packers can clinch their
disappears into
division.
the ether, and it's hard to turn your
Saints are
company around.
undefeated. Wow.
So the question, John, just the question I have is then, the
Commanders have
ways that you
clinched their
add to a
division.
bottom
We
line
have
of
been
your college
eliminated.
sports program seem simple
Wow,
to
they
me
won
insofar
6
as
straight games.
it's always about TV rights. Beyond that, how much room is there, as you understand it? Because they're talking about merchandise, they're talking about hospitality, they're talking about turning these stadiums, I believe, into, and this is the example from Redbird Capital, Jerry Cardinale, I believe, who is saying, look, I've done this with the Cowboys and the Yankees, Legends Hospitality. We're going to get money out of the stadium experience. How much is there? Or is it still just mostly about a super league? Is it like what's the end of the road here? I
Eagles
guess
lost. They beat the Lions, lost to the Vikings, Commanders. Beat the Jaguars, lost to the Cardinals, beat the Cowboys, bye week 7, and beat the Steelers, Texans, Commanders, Colts, Packers, lost to the Giants, blown up by the Giants, lost to beat the Bears, lost to the
example of a school that does make money on their athletics department. So I can see a school like that going, I believe we could supersize this.
Damn.
I think they'll turn it into a business. I don't think they'll.
The Saints put up 63. Toxic with 4 touchdowns. Let's go.
To report, and they've always been quite proud.
Kamara with a touchdown. Washington with a touchdown.
Reports a profit. That profit goes to the academics.
Kamara, Callaway, Thomas with 2. Goddard even had a touchdown.
Of another one, there may be several more. I don't know if Ohio State or Michigan or Alabama or Georgia make money. They would be the ones likely to
turn
be
touchdown for
in that
Deontay Hardy.
And
that's
I can
bonkers.
see the future's different, Joe. I think that athletics departments are going to be spun off. I think they're going to have to operate independently. I think that they're all going to have employees.
So the Eagles have been eliminated. So both of these teams are eliminated. So
the athletics departments will be independent entities that will have separate owners because the universities will not want to carry them anymore under any scenario because it's
Commanders lost their first game against the Jaguars and then won. The Lions, Eagles, Cowboys, Titans, Bears lost to the Packers, beat the Colts, lost to the Vikings, Eagles, and then beat the Texans, Falcons, Giants, beat the Giants, Niners, and Browns.
Interesting concept, I have to say.
One more, and they've already clinched the division, so the game against the Cowboys is irrelevant. Cowboys
organize that. I don't see
lost to the Bucks, beat the Bengals, blew out the Giants, got blown out by the Commanders, beat the Rams, lost to the Eagles, beat the Lions, Bears, bye week, and then lost to the Packers, beat the Vikings, lost to the Giants, Colts, beat the Texans, Jaguars, Eagles, Titans. Game between the Commanders and Cowboys to determine who makes the playoffs. All the seats are already set.
The NFL college is minor leagues for the NFL.
Well, we're talking about a potential further formalization, John is alluding to, of like rumors that I have heard where it's like UCLA, guess what? You're now with the Rams. And there's going to be a financial dynamic there that'll be profitable.
That would make them a minor league team.
Yes.
Each team in baseball has its own minor league teams, which it's with its own system. It just means that has the players assigned to organizations at an earlier moment. So instead of players being drafted in the NFL after college, it would be after high school, where you're drafted into an organization and then go younger. Do Messi. Didn't Messi go to some camp in Argentina as a 7-year-old or something and became
something like that?
So something like. I mean, we could start with kids if we want. And
Dak Prescott most touchdown passes, 49.
So speaking of Messi, I do want to look a little cleanup here, right? So 2022 study. 2020, just 18 of 229 D1 schools.
Davis Mills and
Oregon was number 1 because
Dan Jones of the most interceptions.
Massive donation. 211 of the 229 were losing money.
Most passing yards in NFL record 420.
This is what's, I guess, fundamentally confusing.
Passer rating, Teddy Bridgewater, and then Toxie. 8 touchdowns, 2 picks.
You guys all got to pay more than you did before. And at the same time,
15 yards to throw for Nick Foles.
We see the potential for you to make even more.
Tyrod Taylor, longest touchdown pass in franchise in second longest in franchise history.
Despite all the money losing,
Jones had over 2,000 yards.
I do. it is not spending money on things that lose money. It's cutting your
Saquon
expenses.
Barkley, well out of it. Jonathan Taylor has already clinched the rushing title.
I understand exactly
Barkley has the most touchdowns and the most attempts.
I cannot imagine the University of North Carolina going, no tennis team, no track team, no wrestling team, no baseball team. We now are going to spin off our football team, and it's got to make money. I just, as a graduate, it just feels gross to me. It's like, really? You're not committed to the idea
Most
that
Cup,
university,
Aikens,
one of the things you
Ingram,
provide
Diggs, and
is
Thomas, top
some
5.
opportunity for people to
Top
excel
5
in
yards.
athletics. And by the way, as students,
Cup,
we go to the baseball
Aikens,
game, we went to
McLaurin,
lacrosse
Diggs,
game.
and Ingram.
We went, it's part of the university
Most yards per
experience.
game.
I just can't
Cup,
imagine it
Aikens,
becoming
McLaurin,
so
Diggs, and Ingram, top 5.
mercantile that it's like,
Most touchdowns.
it's now
Cup,
just a
St. Brown,
money-making
Godwin,
operation,
Tanyan,
our
and
football
Smith.
team
There'll be club sports. Everything you're describing, there'll be club sports. It's very nice to
22 yards. After catch for Freddie Swing.
North Carolina.
98 yards, the longest reception. Seals Jones, Wallace, and Godwin, Landry, Samuel.
Will say, no, you North Carolina cannot make your university. You're going to have to let NC State do it as well, and UNC Wilmington.
Bradbury, Corbett, Wiley, Martin, and
legislatures that will weigh
Myers,
say,
the
no,
best.
You're not going to get to do this.
Blake Martinez.
So I don't know. I just don't
Most
see
total
it
tackles,
moving
CJ
that
Mosley,
direction.
Edmonds, Brown,
It's
Cunningham,
a
and
mess,
Barr.
and you're proposing
Most
a
assist tackles,
commercial
Martinez, Crowder,
solution
Love,
to it,
Holmes, and
which is the
McKinney,
mess is
Jackson,
basically
Kennedy,
take
the
my top
entire defense.
32 or 48
Most total tackles,
schools or something. They just
Martinez, Crowder, Holmes,
continue
Love, and McKinney, all top 5.
With values.
Most tackles was Martinez, Crowder, Landry, Donald, Brown. Most sacks, Von Miller, 25, NFL record. Onyemata, Donald, Buckner, and Ingram.
The most logical goal is in this Super League, pseudo de facto minor league system that we've arrived at.
Why do you think
Take Crowder
universities
8.
renovate their campus stadiums? Just by a show of hands.
Money.
To try to increase revenue inside.
And McKinney, Holmes, Latimer, 11.
The reason why they're trying to increase revenue is they're trying to get more money
Most
in order to pay
interception
for all the things that don't
returners.
make money.
Amos, Holmes, Savage, Jackson,
Especially
McKinney.
private equity help. Is you
Most
learn
yards
that
per
don't take your
return
profit to
average.
try to support
Martinez,
things that are
Collins,
sick.
Jackson,
Cut off the
Savage,
great
and
and then continue on with what makes you money.
Simmons.
I'll add what I think will another
Johnson,
be a
Slade, Barr,
issue.
and
I would not want to be
most
the private
sacks.
equity firm that had to
Baker,
stare
Usico,
down
Edmonds,
the
Simmons, and Johnson.
graduates and the students at the University of Texas for forcing the school to stop all their other sporting programs. I don't think that's trivial. I don't think the legislatures of those
Duggar,
schools
and Adore
would
Jackson,
have
top
problems.
Most fun. Martinez, Love, Rap,
and department to make that massive PR heading.
We'll find out.
Well, it certainly begs
William Fitzpatrick, Wilson, Van, Grugier Hill, Owe, and Michael Bryce will block field goal kicks.
Is it going to be
One safety, each for Jones, Hubbard, Gray, Allen, Jones, Armstead, Taylor, Burns, Smith, and Donald.
Jersey right now with Rutgers. We talked about Rutgers. They
Home
spend a lot of money.
the door Jackson.
They easily could say, you know what? We're tired of it. We want to spend money on other things in this state. You're going to have to get rid of the following 50 things. Or you choose, but you have to get rid of
Santos slide Predator Boston favor.
Is that a very foreign possibility? You say a legislative response.
Santos slide Boston Tucker and Patterson.
Response is, dude, you're losing
Verity,
too much
Panera,
money.
Cano, Lambo, and Lutz.
I want to wonder aloud about
Long
what else you guys are
Cano.
thinking about. A story that we did not
Most
touch on that
field
intersects
kick
directly with
blocked.
this, John, is the idea that ESPN, by the way, now
Hopkins
took
took his
sweet college football playoff story to the aforementioned TNT, uniting the two stories
90.
that we talked about. We have like 90 seconds left.
Let's
What is your response to this bit of diplomacy? Use the word of the day.
Well, I don't know it's diplomatic. I think ESPN
Anyone touched this? Let's cyber blank zoom.
contract is going to have to, in the short run, also find some places where they can offset some of those expenses. They own the college football playoff.
Most kickoffs will Lutz, Cano, McPherson, Salabas, Tucker. Most touchbacks, Lutz, Cano, Bass, McPherson, Gay.
The NBA package they just got. A smart business. And
Only 2 punts. Wow, that's an NFL record.
That their fiendish scheme to pretend to want
Most
to be
yards
in
per
the NBA.
Get the
2000.
college playoff hat on David Zaslav's head.
And now
55 yards per punt. Brandon Mann
they're
best.
taking some of the money
Net
they're going to
yards.
not spend on the NBA
2,770
because I
most.
think they already know they're not.
Billy
And they're
Gilligan.
starting to do smart business, which is
4
better
total
buttress
blacks.
our sports programming.
The 20. Hecker, Wisnowski, Charlton, Berry, and Pilardi.
What is TNT
I
without
forgot
the
Hecker went to
NBA?
Oregon State.
That
Let's
is, if you
go.
ask people,
Tons
what is
of
TNT and
most
why do I have it on my
touchbacks,
cable
longest punt.
system? They're going to say the NBA.
Dixon, Fox, Colonel, Wisconsin,
On that note, on that strange but appropriate note, we're done here.
Richard
We'll solve
James.
all these mysteries on the next episode of the Sporting
9
Guy. Thank
kickoff
you
returns
both
to most in the NFL.
for doing this.
Oh wow, a lot of kickoff returns in this.
Back. All right. Since the dawn of mankind, we've cooked our food over a
So
moving
9
flame
for
and made it
Richard
the
James
best
Jr.,
meal.
1 for
One thing
Austin
not up for
Berry,
debate,
Pollard,
grilling
Greg,
and beer
1
always go
Andy,
together. But not just any
Agnew,
beer will do.
and Stanley
Whether you
Morgan.
barbecue, Texas
Longest
style,
Richard
or
James
just
franchise
celebrate
record.
Wednesday,
Austin
burgers and
III,
dogs.
Andrew
I
Murray,
love Miller Lite.
Pollard,
Every single time my team plays
Drake,
on
Agnew,
television, I am
Hilliard,
sitting behind that television
Sutton,
screen with a Miller Lite or
Robinson,
3.
Crowder,
Miller Lite keeps it simple.
Phillips,
Undebatable quality,
Cobb, Cohen,
taste as great
Harty,
as your barbecue. It's the
Hines,
beer that
Pettis,
strips away
Jones,
everything you
Wool,
don't
Jack,
need and holds on to
Washington,
what
Barrios,
matters the most. With the Miller
Phillips,
Light in hand, grilling doesn't just taste great,
the
it tastes
shortest,
like
Brian
Miller time.
Robinson.
To
Why is
get
he in
Miller
there?
Lite delivered right to your door,
DeAndre
visit
3 return
MillerLite.com/Dan. Or
Samuel
you
1
can find it pretty
Crowder,
much anywhere that
Jackson,
sells beer.
Harden.
Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company,
Phillips,
Milwaukee,
Hardy,
Wisconsin.
Jackson,
96 calories
Samuel
per
Crowder,
12
Harden.
ounces.
You're listening
Got at this point.
to DraftKings Network.
Too many yards
Hello,
allowed.
everybody. Welcome to the Hockey Show. We are in New York City. We just witnessed Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Final as the Florida Panthers won 3-2. My name is Roy Bellamy. That's David Dwork of the Hockey News. We have David Pagnotta of the fourth period. He's going to come on to talk about the rest of the playoffs here. And we have Jordan McPherson from the Miami Herald. Now, let's go over Game 5. It looked like, at least 5-on-5, that the Florida Panthers pretty much dominated. Don't you agree with that?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, you look at maybe the first 10 to 12 minutes of that first period, the Rangers came out hot, which was kind of expected after 4-1 Game 4. They wanted to get back sort of similar to what happened in Game 2 after the Game 1 loss. But after that, it was really Panthers dominated, which has sort of been what the series has really been. Panthers have dominated shot attempts, shots on goal, scoring chances. Basically pick your stat, and the Panthers have basically dominated everything except the score sheet. Everything's been 1-goal games outside of the 3-0 win in Game 1, and even that was only 1-0 until the own goal with a few minutes left. So the Panthers have shown that ability to, as soon as they're able to take over a game, they just bear down. And once they find their game, they look almost unstoppable. And that's been a theme throughout the entire series to this point, and it's something that we saw again in Game 5.
Special teams last night, the power play wasn't exactly the best. They gave up a shorthanded goal. Penalty kill was, as usual, they did their job. What do you think about the special teams?
Yeah, penalty kill's been incredible. I think it's 14 for 15 now in this series, considering the Rangers came in. Yeah, and considering the Rangers came in with about 31% success rate on the power play coming into the series, Florida's penalty kill has stepped up. Obviously, Kevin Stenlund, Etu Luostarinen, Sam Reinhart, Alexander Barkov, the entire defense corps, they've all just been lights out, and they've been like that all season, all playoffs. To see that continue has been really good to see. The power play, you see it work in spurts. They'll have a lot of chances and then get nothing out of it. They'll give up shorthanded goals. They gave, I think it was like 7 or 8 in the regular season. They gave 2 already this series. And the Rangers are opportunistic on with their PK. I mean, they have 2 shorthanded goals this series. I think they have 5 in the playoffs so far. They know when to attack, similar to how Florida is on their PK. They know when to strike. They know when to take their moments. And honestly, if their PK is fine, that's really all I'm worried about. They'll get power play goals here and there. They're going to score 5-on-5. So if they can shut down the opponent's power play, to me, that's priority one. I think that's been Paul Maurice's message all year when it comes to special teams battle. Control the PK, execute on the power play when the opportunity's there, and then win 5-on-5.
A key member of that. We've been watching him now for the last few years. So it's no big surprise to us what he's been doing. But it's kind of funny sitting up in the press box listening. You know, you hear things here and there. Oh man, this guy's amazing. Oh, this guy's a Norris guy. Like, where'd he come from? Like, as guy, you know, we've watched him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that this is like Gus Forsling's coming out party? Like, is it when next season rolls around, because of this exposure, is he going to be considered in that upper echelon of defensemen? Because we've seen it growing now for a while, but it's almost like now on this grand stage, it's like Gus Forsling's like, "Hello world, I'm awesome." You know.
I certainly hope so. I mean, we've again, like you said, the fact we've been able to appreciate Gustav Forsling not just this year, but the last 2 to 3 years.
Yes.
We've been able to see him go from the guy that Bill Zito picks up off waivers ahead of that 2021 season as a, you know, let's see what we've got here, to almost immediately becoming a top pairing defenseman.
Yeah.
That, again, nobody's been talking about, because, again, it was either, hey, he's with Aaron Ekblad, or hey, he's with Mackenzie Weegar. And now it's, holy crap, this guy really knows what he's doing. Again, he skates well. He has the mental fortitude to know and anticipate plays. He's got strength, and he's sneaky good on offense, which it's really not becoming sneaky anymore after seeing him make 3 big goals already in the series. 4 big goals if you include the slap shot in the Boston game that put him up 3-2 in the second period. And he had the game-winning goal, or the series-clinching goal against Boston. He had the game winner a couple games ago. Or the game-tying goal, and he had the game-tying goal last game. And that backhander, the tie of the game, that was... I didn't know he had that.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
yeah.
But again, we see what he does defensively, and as Paul Maurice said post-game after Game 5, he is the best in the world at the type of hockey he plays. And I would tend to agree with that. And Panthers are fortunate they locked him up already. They locked him up on that 8-year deal, and were able to get
Cool.
what, considering his skill level and what we've been seeing, what seems like a pretty team-friendly deal. And the fact that they've got him and that his game shouldn't drop off with age with the style he plays, it just gives the Panthers so much more good fortune knowing they have a top pair defenseman like Gustav Forsling up there for a good bit now.
Yeah, locked him up for under $6 million a year. That's pretty impressive for the Panthers. One other element of Gus Forsling's I wanted to ask you about, something you wrote about earlier this year, is there's a bit of fear in the Panthers locker room, I believe. They do not want to bring their wives around Gus Forsling. Can you explain?
No.
Can you explain why they want to keep their women away from Gus?
All right, I'm just going to use Aaron Ekblad's words exactly as he said them, because he is the one who gave that quote to me, and thank you, Aaron Ekblad, for giving me probably the quote of the year. When I talked with Aaron Ekblad for a feature day on Gus back in February, he basically said that he had all 3 of those qualities I mentioned before: the mental fortitude, the speed, the skill, the skating. And he goes, all 3 of those are important. I also know he can truck a guy who's 250 pounds. We've seen him without his shirt off. There's a reason we keep our wives away from Gustav Forsling.
Statue.
Yeah. And again, he's been referred to different things. He's been referred to the Swedish Greek god. He's been referred to any different type of muscle-based generic term that you can have.
He is chiseled.
Yeah, he is chiseled, and again, he's got quads. He's got massive quads.
So basically, my
again,
thunder thighs.
Skates as hard as you have to there. That's not surprising, but yeah, Gus.
5 game of the season.
His all-around game is absolutely incredible, and it's great that people outside of the Florida Panthers market are finally getting a chance to actually see it and witness it and get a chance to appreciate it.
So he does not look like an accountant.
No,
he does not. Unlike Carter Verhaeghe, as one reporter.
Yo, go poo and come back. Yeah. Check my phone. See if there's any crazy sexy. My class Kingston expired 7 years. The world just getting over the death of Bill. Now Larry Allen has died. What the fuck? Just like this one. Ooh, that's a road rage. Alright? Alright. Okay, yeah. Sorry, go back of me. That's how you get her down.
Tried to say the Paul Maurice, and that quote did make it around the room as Kyle Poso managed to call that reporter out during the pregame press conference before Game 5.
Yeah, all in good fun.
All in good fun.
Anton Lundell has 3 goals and 8 assists so far in these playoffs. He got the second goal, the go-ahead goal.
Both teams in their color rush.
Well, the second goal of the game in Game 5. Why don't you talk about Anton Lundell's postseason right now?
The Eagles in their color rush alternate, and Giants in their color rush.
Every time he makes a big play, and he's made a lot of big plays this playoffs, I still have to remind myself, this kid's only 22 years old. He's in his 3rd year, 22 years old, and he's already played 46 playoff games already in his career. He was in the entire playoff run last year. He's already in his 2nd extended run, and every time he records a point, it just seems like it's coming in such a valuable moment, whether it's a game-tying goal, a go-ahead goal, a game-winning goal, whether he's scoring or assisting on it. It seems like when the big moment is there, Anton Lundell is somehow on the ice. And it's been fun to watch his development, especially since
the Saints blew the doors off of the Eagles.
The third line, and it was like we were all trying to figure out, is he going to have that opportunity to break out while he's playing a bottom 6 role? And he's really, every time he's out there, he's finding ways to maximize his opportunity, even if he's not in the big roles. And to say, in saying that,
for this camera
somebody stepped into a big role, whether it was Barkov missing games or Sam Bennett missing games. Paul Maurice went, okay, Anton, you're moving up to the top line. Okay, Anton, you're moving on to the second line. Okay, Anton, you're moving on to power play 1. He's able to figure out whoever he's with, whatever line mates he's with, he's able to adjust his game to maximize what his winning strengths are. And the fact that he's that malleable, the fact that he's able to be that flexible with his own game, even sacrificing his game to make sure his line is better as a unit. It's incredible to watch that from a guy who, again, is only in his 3rd year, just 22 years old.
Did this angle only for this drive.
Aspect of the game so quickly, that's been key to his
Lawrence and Thibodeau.
It's also a testament to the Panthers' depth, right? Because that third line,
Yes, I know.
it's not really a third line because every single
Ojulari
guy that skated on that line this year, whether it's Lundell, E2, Erod, Tarasenko, all these guys, they've skated on the second line. They've skated on the first line. Florida's got that versatility in there, really across the lineup. But how key has that been? Just the moves that Bill Zito has made, not just for Lundell's development, but just overall to keep everybody kind of lifted up and playing with high-end talent.
Oh, it's huge. I mean, you look at their depth right now, they theoretically have 15 guys who could fill those 12 spots.
Yeah.
They have 6 guys, 5 guys, because Stenlund's going to be the 4th line center when everyone's healthy. You have 5 other guys competing for those 2 winger spots on the 4th line every given game. Last year, they lost that 2. They lost Matthew Tkachuk late. They were without. They had all those injuries. I mean, you remember, you look back at the Game 5 in the Stanley Cup Final, they played Grigory Denisenko.
Yeah.
They had to rely on they had to dip into their black aces to get there.
Yeah.
If they lose a couple guys here, you have, as of right now, you have Nick Cousins and Ryan Lomberg as your scratches. When both of them have had experience playing middle 6 roles. You have a Jonah Gadjevich who, if you need a guy to just start roughing things up, he can draw in. You have Kyle Poso, a veteran, 17-year NHL veteran who knows how to grind through things.
Yeah, he's looked great.
Yeah, he's looked fantastic. You have Stephen Lawrence, who can play center or wing for you, can take faceoffs, can be a part of a third pairing for a penalty kill.
Yeah.
Look at all that, and that's just looking at what you're looking for your 4th line. Again, then you have your top 9 who, all of them, like you said, could play 1st, 2nd, 3rd line.
Yeah.
This depth is really incredible to see, and it's just to watch what happened year over year, and the beauty of having a little bit of salary cap space to be able to make these moves after being so strapped last year. It shows just how much Bill Zito is able to make with whatever he has.
Sergei Bobrovsky, despite making plenty of big saves in this series and in these playoffs, hasn't really played up to his standard. But the team defense has really hidden those detriments from Bobrovsky in these playoffs, and he's not really seeing that many shots. Talk about the team defense.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's what the team's done all year. I mean, they gave up, the second or third fewest shots on goal per game, just because of how great that defense is, and they work as a five-man unit. It's not just the two defensemen are doing stuff and then the forwards are waiting for a breakout. Everybody collectively is working to get sticks on pucks, battle in the corners, do whatever they can to make sure that everything in front of Bob is as clean as possible. I mean, they're going to be mishaps. You saw a few of those throughout the series already. But Panthers are giving up barely 20 to 25 shots a game. And that's a testament to what this defense is doing. And the fact that it's continuing in the playoffs is just as remarkable. I mean, you watch how locked down they are. I mean, Gustav Forsling, Aaron Ekblad pairing has been great for most of the series. They have a couple bad games. That game one against Boston was one they definitely just want to burn that tape as quickly as possible. But other than that, I mean, look at what they've done.
And then I'll do the Saints franchise for the rest of the day. I'll do every game from I'll do like 5 games.
Matthew Tkachuk said was taking Chuck Alford trying to throw into the stands. So
good for him.
I mean, and it's not like they're planning to say, okay, we need to neutralize this guy. We need to neutralize this guy. Their plan is just don't let anything get on net, regardless of who it is. They're going with basically a no-face look.
25 30, 35 40, 45 50, 45 40, 35 30, 25 20, 15.
Down, and for the most part, they've done it.
Jordan McPherson of the Miami Herald, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thanks, brother.
David Pinata is coming up next. Continuing on from New York, we have David Pinata of the fourth period. We also have the Western Conference Final. We need to actually talk about that one.
There are other teams.
Yeah, there are other teams in the National Hockey League this far.
Trouble coverage.
The Edmonton Oilers and the Dallas Stars. I was going to say on the show that if I was an Oilers fan, I would be a lot more nervous than I would be as a Panthers fan because that has been a tight series. It's probably going to go 7. What do you think, David?
Yeah. I give the Oilers credit. I thought it was going to be a short series.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be...
No Mike Smith this time.
No. No, a little different. But, I think, first of all, I think Dallas is pretty banged up. I think, especially on the back end, it looks like they're pretty banged up. We know Tanev got hurt, So, and he was wearing a boot yesterday. He's probably going to play, but still, you're not going to be 100%.
Oh, zoned in anyone involved in touchdowns or takeaways into the zone.
No quit in New York. Well, Edmonton's playing with no quit.
Yeah.
Like they're pushing. Adam Henrique got back in the lineup. It's not exclusively, Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl that are running the ship.
No, not at all.
Nugent Hopkins and Connor Brown.
For like 3 of those games against Vancouver. But you got two teams that are a little bit banged up. I think more so a little bit on Dallas' side, which has allowed Edmonton to kind of come back in this one and at least keep things tied for the time being. But I still think Dallas overall is going to be able to kind of push through.
He was not even in the NFL anymore. I think it was.
Kind of gets back to his topper echelon type of play. I think they're going to roll through.
Now, Dallas, similarly to the Panthers, best 2 NHL teams on the road this year.
Yeah.
It's continued for both of them during the playoffs. What do you think on the Dallas side? Obviously, with Pete DeBoer, they're very well coached. What do you think makes them such a formidable opponent when it comes to playing another team's barns?
I think the depth plus the fact that they just want to shut everybody up in other cities. Like they like to do that. They like to quiet the crowd.
Wow.
And just again going to that depth that they've got, top to bottom, 1 through 4 up front. Decor has been solid. Again, banged up now, but overall solid. I mean, they just find a way to kind of take advantage of some miscues, and then they kind of are just in terms of their attack, similar to the Panthers. Florida's got a lot more physicality that they bring on a consistent basis, but I think Dallas's depth kind of smothers the opposition in that sense, whereas Florida just utilizes their physical prowess to kind of contain and shock and awe the other team.
Now, switching over to the Oilers, you mentioned that they've been getting a lot of secondary. Not want to say secondary because when it's not Draisaitl and McDavid, they still got Zach Hyman. They're not.
Good job, defense.
Nugent Hopkins has been pretty good during the playoffs as well.
Vander Kane in spurts.
Yeah.
Chase
There's also
Zimenez.
the defense with Bouchard and Mattias Ekholm has been spectacular for the Oilers, and that was something that we've talked for a while now that this team needed to improve was the back end, right?
Yeah, the back end and quality depth in their bottom six, and they addressed that. Bringing in Carrick, signing Corey Perry midseason, but they didn't address the blue line, which I thought was going to be a bit of an issue for them going to the playoffs.
They tried, right?
They tried. They came close in a couple instances, but I mean, from a physical perspective, they brought in Troy Stetcher, but they needed somebody Ekholm-esque to also bring in there. And now everybody just poops all over guys like Nurse and CC and Kulak and whatnot. Some of it's just, a lot of it isn't.
Yeah, it's kind of low-hanging fruit, right?
Everybody loves a whipping boy.
Yeah.
So especially in Canadian markets, we're nuts. I like the makeup of this team, but I thought they needed to add a little bit more physicality on that blue line, especially with all the question marks you have in that.
Jake Ottinger, obviously, you got the Stars look at the situation, but what about Stuart Skinner over in Edmonton? Because they had questions in goaltending coming into the series.
Yeah, they'll have questions in goaltending going into the summer. Another error. That's why I thought they were going to address the D-core a little bit more to help offset the fact that you've got that insecure net. He's been good when he's needed to be, and he's been bad when he's not needed to be. If that makes sense. He's had some opportunities where he stepped up, but he's also had some opportunities where he needed to step up and he just wasn't able to do it. Now I think it's also circumstantial and it's not exclusive to him. But that's an area they're going to have to address in this. I mean, even if they win the Stanley Cup somehow, which I don't think they will. I think that and the blue line will be something that they're going to have to figure out. Whoever is leading the ship, because as I reported this week, I think this is Kenny Holland's last run as GM of the NHL.
Wow. Yeah, it's not terribly surprising that he's running out of runway.
Yeah. Yeah, and I thought. Again, I thought he was going to be able to make those types of additions and adjustments, and it didn't happen. So
it's not like he's making wrong moves.
No, just hasn't done enough.
Yeah.
And look, Hall of Famer, all of that stuff, get it. But new regime with Jeff Jackson taking over as president in Edmonton.
Inside the fly.
They'll worry about that and yell at me later after they get, assumingly, their season ends.
Okay, let's say they don't get past the Western Conference.
Oh, that's his celebration.
A blow it up situation.
No. I think if what I'm told is correct and Kenny Holland is moving on, whoever the new guy is, priority number one is sit down with 29 and figure out what Leon Draisaitl wants to do. And then go. He's got one more year on his contract. There's a lot of speculation that he will eventually leave. I've been told this as well, that there's some belief that he would prefer to take his long-term play elsewhere. But he hasn't told me that. So, he could be just, and he's kept quiet on it. I mean, priority number one is find out what you do with Leon. Connor's got 2 more years. Worry about that later. Find out what you want to do with Leon Draisaitl, and then you decide what you want to go from there. I mean, look, even if he says no, I'm not going to sign an extension. I don't think you can't blow it up.
No,
right?
You could build around him still.
Yeah,
he's okay.
He's okay. He's okay. So I think it's just a matter of determining what you do with Leon at that point, and then that'll dictate the type of moves you need to make kind of moving forward. But I think we're ahead of ourselves on that. But again, if I'm coming in, I want to know what's going on with 29, and then it'll help dictate what I'm going to do moving forward.
What really struck me about him this postseason is just how he's emphasized his defensive play. We know he's been this amazing goal scorer, but when he steps it up defensively, like he's almost like Donald Barkov out there when he wants to be.
When he wants to be, yeah. And you know what? Honestly, Connor McDavid's upped his defensive game too. He's blocking shots out there. And you're looking on the bench, you're going, nope. Don't
it's
do
the conference
that.
final.
I know everything. You go out there, you put it all on the line. Absolutely. But the coach has got to be a little bit worried.
Yeah.
Like if this
I'm
guy
happy the Giants at least got the
puck
6
hits him in the wrong
wins.
place, that's not going to be great. But again, playoff hockey, so you're going to do it. But both of these guys, and you know what? And I think both of these guys are frustrated too. Like they feel they should be in a final by now. They should be able to compete for a Stanley Cup, and they're not there yet. And I think that's part of the reason why these guys are like, you know what, we have to go all out in this one, or what's the point?
Well, speaking of frustration, I did want to ask you a question about the Rangers before we wrap things up.
A lot of that.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, talk about Zibanejad, you talk about Kreider, you talk about their top guys, and they're not really stepping up. And, God love Vincent Trocheck. We have a lot of love for him, but he can't carry that team right now. And I don't know if it's a testament to how well the Panthers are playing, because Paul Maurice and his guys have maintained we're not focusing on anybody. We pay attention to the fourth line and the first line the same. So why are their stars not shining?
They're being contained. And if we now, I was wondering what Paul Maurice meant by that statement, putting his best against their best. Was it a bit of our best guys are better than your best guys?
Well, that's kind of where he took it. He's like, when our elite guys are against your elite guys.
I was wondering if that was a sneaky little jab at the Rangers guys a little bit.
Very cryptic.
Yes,
this guy.
He's a smart guy, that Paul Maurice.
He is. There's always a method to his madness. Look, I just think the combination. Look, I wonder. First of all, I wonder if Artemi Panarin's fully healthy.
He does not look like himself.
He doesn't look like himself.
The speed is not there.
No.
And he was almost non-existent last night.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's playing through a torn ACL, honestly.
I think it's a combination of guys probably battling things, but also just you're playing with frustration now.
People need to be the best to do it.
Contains you. It's like you're just hoping to be on the power play, hoping to find some type of advantage, and then you can't execute on it anyway.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of frustration that's starting to really come through and shine a little bit too brightly for the New York Rangers and their top guys.
You look at the Panthers defensive unit, they are so aggressive. So much for their transitional offense. That doesn't seem to matter, right?
No, it clearly
not yet.
Hasn't, right? Like, and yeah, it's a good point. I mean, it's almost like you're giving the Rangers a little bit of false hope when you're doing that, because you know you can shut it down when you need to anyway. And like some of these guys, you guys were talking about Gustav Forsling earlier. I mean, the appreciation now that I think a lot of people have for his play defensively is just he's good.
Just wait until he gets power play time, then everybody's good.
Yeah, like he hasn't been able to exploit that part of his game just yet, but man, like who cares? Like he is ridiculous.
Wow.
Kudos to Bill Zito on that contract.
Yeah, I mean he's definitely going to win the Jim Gregory Award this year.
You would think.
Okay.
You would think.
David Pinata of the fourth period. Thank you for coming in.
Thanks for having me, boys.
All right.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
Now's a good time to remember where the story of tequila started. In
Not even
1795,
surprised
the first
anymore.
tequila distillery was opened by the Cuervo family. And 229 years later, Cuervo is still going strong. Family owned from the start. Same family, same land. Now's a good time to enjoy Cuervo.
What the hell? I don't get why there's so many damn. Don't give me on my phone, right? You just shit off my phone. You just shit off my phone. My phone. I'm trying to read the description of this episode. Pretty quick. Roseberry. No.
The tequila that invented tequila. Go to Cuervo.com to shop tequila or visit a store near you. Cuervo, now's a good time. Trademarks owned by Becle, S.A.B. The C.V. Copyright 2024. Proximo. Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
This is the Dan Levator Show with the Stugatz Podcast.
Dan is off for the day, for the week, actually. He is in L.A. Again, he loves going to L.A. He is, this is part 2 of his sit-downs with Joy Taylor, Sedano, and Gojo. So he is out for the week, and I have 2 rules when Dan is out. Lazy River, have fun.
Mm-hmm.
I hate doing that because it suggests that we don't have fun when Dan is here.
I don't think you hate doing that.
I don't.
Can I implement a Dan fine? Like every time you mention Daniel, $1 for the fine.
That's the last time I'm going to mention Dan.
Unless it's funny. Then you get $1 from the fine bucket.
Last time I'm going to mention Dan. Billy, you said we can't talk about the Panthers until they made it to the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Here we are.
We are here.
Yes.
But I have a bone to pick with the NHL, but we don't need to get into that today.
Why?
Well, because last year I went, if you want to get into it, we can. Last year I went and I did, I thought, a great job of covering the Stanley Cup final. I was there as a credentialed member of the media.
You were.
And I was, as I've often said, the Florida Panthers do not win a Stanley Cup final game without their return attendance, and that is a fact. You can look it up.
Mm-hmm.
So I was trying to keep that streak alive this year, and I reached out to the people in this company that deal with credentialing, and I said, hey, I'd like to offer my services to cover the Stanley Cup final again because I think that we did a great job. I know we have a hockey show now, but I want to pitch in if we have to. Last year, I don't want to say we carried it with God Bless Hockey, but we did, I think a lot of significant lifting. Then, Rick got his head out of it, and he did a hockey show now, so they don't necessarily need my services as much as they did last year. But I still volunteered, I can go, I can cover the game, be it on social, be it on the hockey show, or just, being informed on this show. So I offered to go, and I said I'd like a credential. And then Roy informed me that the credential process was closed on May 30th, which I don't know that I believe. I think Roy's trying to keep me away from the Stanley Cup final.
On May 30th, you...
The fuck happened? What the fuck? What's going on my show?
Process was closed on May 30th, which I don't know that I believe. I think Roy's trying to keep me away from the Stanley Cup.
On May 30th, you were not ready to talk Panthers, though.
Well, no team had been decided by May 30th, and last year, after the teams were decided, is when my credential was put in. So unless they change the process or whatever, something happened where Roy's telling me that I can't go to credential. I don't know if I believe it, and I'm not ready. Not going to do John.
Are you going to go to Edmonton?
What?
Are you going to go to Edmonton?
No.
Chris, are you going to go to Edmonton?
No one's going to Edmonton.
I mean, so bad. Which is Edmonton?
There are no directees. I'm telling you right now. It's like an 8-hour trip. Mike, you're not going to Edmonton, are you?
14
hours.
14 hours?
14-hour travel day. We need to
really
include the layover.
I think you need to take sled dogs at some point, too.
Do you have intentions of going to Edmonton?
I would like to. Like, from a hockey experience, a Stanley Cup final where your team is playing against a Canadian team, that's an experience that you often dream about. However, because the Panthers specifically have home ice in this, I don't think I can make the schedule work. I'm either missing a wedding or my wife's birthday.
Wow.
She's had plenty of those.
Wow.
Whose wedding? Though?
Yeah. So it's like it's a cousin. It's a cousin-in-law. And it's not
one of Cynthia's cousins.
A cousin-in-law?
I love her, but it's also not the first marriage.
Okay, then you don't need to go.
What?
I was going to ask, what do you think are the chances of this
Even if
works
you
out?
weren't going to Edmonton, you shouldn't go.
Hold on. Did you go to the first? Did you go to the first marriage?
And is it in Miami?
I wasn't around for the first marriage, so. Yeah. And I've been around for a while, so.
Okay, so that one barely counts then.
Did Cynthia go to the first marriage?
She did.
Did she get a gift?
Did she get a gift?
Did she get a gift for the cousin?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well,
then no second wedding gift, right? Do we agree on that?
I think
you don't need to buy people 2 wedding gifts, even if it's the second marriage. You got your one.
It was.
If you liked it so much, you should have gotten it in the divorce, but that's a story.
We RSVP'd yes because when the invite came, this was a discussion. I saw the date, and I'm like, just know,
right.
RSVP yes, but there's a chance that we're in the Stanley Cup final at this time, and just file that one away. And sure enough, it's poked its head, because if the Panthers had home ice, I could just go to the wedding, because thankfully it's a daytime wedding.
Sure.
And I could have just jetted over to Game 3.
Was the first spouse? Did they pass away, or was it?
No, they're amicable divorce.
I don't know what I'm rooting for here.
Yeah. Do you like the spouse? Ex-spouse?
Yeah.
Who do you like better, the ex-spouse or the future spouse?
I like them both.
You have an out now, though.
Top out,
I mean, you have to go to Edmonton, but you have an out. I mean,
yeah, but I've always wanted to go to Edmonton. I just don't think it's going to be in the cards. But I'm really excited about this Stanley Cup. It's not the Canucks, it's the Oilers. It's Oilers, Florida, and it's a dream matchup. You have arguably the game's biggest star in Connor McDavid, a guy that's reputed to be its best player, against, I'll say it right now, the best Florida Panthers team of all time. So, yeah, this should be great.
Let's go.
I was probably, if you would have me on Truth Serum, I probably would have preferred Edmonton get the draw from what our chances are point of view, because I'm a huge fan of the Dallas Stars. I think their depth would provide to be a problem. But
the Stars made you nervous.
They did. The Tanev injury did kind of change things, because we'll probably find out. I think that dude broke his foot blocking a puck, and all that dude does is block pucks. But Edmonton poses a sincere threat, not just because they have 2 individual talents in Draisaitl and McDavid that can just, as McDavid showed last night, they didn't get a lot of shots. He provided one hell of a chance just by his God-given natural ability. I kind of fear centerman more. Really top-tier wingers that have gone up against the Florida Panthers, and they've been fairly neutralized. Kucherov, Panarin was neutralized. Pastrnak had his games, but also neutralized, even though he plays a different type of game. I think how you bother Florida is more direct play. Center of the ice was totally a race against New York, but they're not this muscular team. They're not this tough team. Zach Hyman, who's commonly referred to as Shaq Hyman, is a 50-goal scorer, and what he does is he parks his big body in front of that goalie, and he makes life difficult. We'll see if Edmonton's going to be able to...
Oh, wow, I almost picked it off.
Either just wasn't able to, or didn't even really try to do. So it's a really...
I don't mind losing. I just don't like throwing picks.
It should be a really great Stanley Cup final.
Is it fair to say that Edmonton's path to the final was a little bit easier than the Panthers? And will that come into play at all?
Yeah, well, keep in mind, they did beat Dallas, so it's like Highlander. You get the credit for, I guess, Dallas's victories, because Dallas went through a really great Vegas team. They went through Colorado. They had the Mashishkin thing fall on their heads, and that probably altered that series. But I'm really surprised to see Edmonton here. They did not play well against Vancouver, and I thought headed back to Edmonton, they'd once again fold under the weight of these expectations. I was kind of manifesting a Dallas score 4 minutes into that game, and the entire nervous energy of a country falls upon that barn. But
you were also just hoping for the direct flight to Dallas on American.
Hub city to hub city.
What an easier.
Yeah, hub city to hub city would have been pretty great.
The thing about this series is we're not just
Goose.
going against Edmonton.
Yeah.
We're going up against the entire country.
No.
Really?
Yeah, but you have all of America behind you.
That's true.
Well,
Deep ball left sideline. He's got his man, and he is gone. Saquon, 79 yards.
1993. I think the last time a Canadian team was in the Stanley Cup was during the pandemic. Montreal was randomly in the Western Conference. And
I think Canadian teams have won 37 Stanley Cups, though.
They haven't won since 93.
What have you done for me lately?
When was the Panthers, like...
Wait, Montreal was in the
season?
Stanley Cup final in 2020?
It's been longer.
In 10. They'd once again fold under the weight of these expectations.
When was this?
I was kind of manifesting. Dallas
COVID
scored,
really
Dallas scored 40 minutes into that game, and the entire nervous energy of a country.
Yeah, no business meeting. That's what they got their ass swept by them.
That's
That's why they got their ass swept by Tampa Bay.
Hub City would have been.
What an easier.
Yeah, Hub City to Hub City would have been pretty great.
The thing about this series is we're not just playing against Edmonton.
Right.
We're going up against the entire country of Canada.
Really?
Yeah, but you have all of America behind you.
That's true.
Well, is that what this is?
I mean, I bet
it's us versus Canada.
When's the last time Canada won a Stanley Cup?
I mean, the Canadians have won 23 of them. So,
yeah, 1993. I think the last time a Canadian team was in the Stanley Cup was during the pandemic. Montreal was randomly in the Western Conference. And
I think Canadian teams have won 37 Stanley Cups, though.
They haven't won since 93.
What have you done for me lately?
When was the Panthers, like, when did they, what was their first season?
Well, no, 94 was their first season.
It's been longer, like, all of Florida's entire life.
Yeah,
hockey team.
yeah, this is our 30th anniversary as a team. But you mentioned the Oilers' path. Let's reflect on what the Panthers' path is right now, because they could have gone up a more intimidating / a more fun path, especially when you've gone through 3 of them already. Your hated rival in Tampa Bay, that was Daddy, that was your boogeyman. You got rid of them. You dispatched them in the first series. Then you go through the Boston Bruins and their fan base, a team that was a President's Trophy winner last year, that on the last day still had the division lead. You go through them, and then you go through the President's Trophy winning New York Rangers. Again, there's that pesky Biden Cup curse, Billy.
Yep.
And now you're against Canada.
Well,
I don't think there's a better, more
all
interesting
of Canada.
path.
Yes. I've been told otherwise. I've been told that all of Canada is not rooting for Edmonton.
Well, like Calgary Flames fans are certainly rooting for Matthew Tkachuk and the Florida Panthers.
My wife was railing about the Canadian teams in the NHL last night. She became a hockey fan this week, and she was railing, saying, why don't they have their own league? And I said if they had their own league, they would be the better league.
Well, if they only had Canadian players.
Well, that's what she was saying, yes.
When they regrouped the divisions for the pandemic, during the pandemic, they regrouped the divisions, which is why Montreal found itself in the West, and there was, like, all the Canadian teams working together, and that was kind of fun.
I mean, Edmonton, people don't realize this, but Edmonton has won 5 Stanley Cups. Like, Edmonton is...
People don't realize this?
I don't think people... Because they
people
won
don't
it back
realize
in the
Boston
80s.
Celtics have won quite a bit.
You're right. What else do people not realize?
I think people do realize that Edmonton, it's what they have. Like, they were the club of Gretzky and Messi.
Yeah, I think people are aware of that, perhaps, but
Maybe.
It's been a while. I think it's fair to say
Since
that
the 80s.
this is the most... Now that Connor McDavid is on the Oilers, is like the most relevant they've been since that.
Yeah, they haven't... Well, 2006, they made the Cup final. I think they played Carolina. It's been a while since it's almost been like 20 years since that franchise has been there. And yeah, you mentioned Connor McDavid, and I imagine the hype machine will grow because he's a kind of name that people have maybe heard about. If you have 100 people surveyed, name a hockey player, maybe a casual sports fan might rattle that name off first. And he's incredibly brilliant. He showed last night exactly why he's hyped. He's probably not going to win the Hart Trophy this year, but he's won 3 Hart Trophies in his career. In fact, I saw a cool graphic. What was the draft year? But there was a year that the top picks were Aaron Ekblad, Sam Bennett, Leon Draisaitl, Sam Reinhart went 2nd overall that year. So you have the top 4 picks of that draft all in this series. There's a lot of talent on the ice.
Chris, how was your Saturday night? Like you were at
Breaks attack inside of 45, inside of 35.
I mean, the barn was rocking.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the Rangers fans got a lot of credit for taking over, quote unquote, our arena, but I actually think that was overstated. There were a lot of Rangers fans, but the Panthers fan, like this fan base is excited right now. That arena, when it's rocking, is loud.
Mike gave me a signal like I went to the wrong person there. Like he had a better Saturday night than you did.
He probably did.
My Saturday night quickly went into Sunday morning. I got home at like 5 a.m.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was just a spur of the moment. Wow. Turned to the wife. Hey, let's keep it going. Let's go to space. So we went to space.
At 5?
No. We stayed at space till 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we had a sitter. Mom and Dad went out on the town in their Panthers gear.
Did the sitter know they were staying until 5 a.m.?
The sitter was my dad.
Poor
so she was.
Lucy.
It wasn't possible, but no, it was a great look. This is the hardest trophy in sports to win.
Right.
The Florida Panthers have only been to the final twice. I'm not taking it for granted. I'm really enjoying it. The final playoff spot with 2 games in hand and always a punchline. And not only that, but you operated in a state in which Tampa Bay just bossed things, and you were reminded of your shortcomings constantly. And now
bitched on, just like my Marlins are about the damn Tampa Bay Rays having. What the fuck?
Straight years a Florida team has been in the Stanley Cup.
You can't make this shit up.
I tried to FaceTime Whitty at 1 a.m. from quarterdeck.
Yeah.
He didn't answer.
That was your Saturday night.
Well, he's a big Oilers fan, I hear, so he was probably getting ready for Sunday.
Well, it ended with 2 on the lads.
Huh.
What?
Back. All right. Since it's gone, man, we cooked our food over the open flame and made it the best way to go. One thing not up for debate, grilling and beer always go together. But not just any beer will do. Whether you barbecue, Texas style, or just...
Which is for any parent. And then so my
and Mike went out.
It's a big do it in the Stanley
one.
Milwaukee, Adore, is pretty much in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces.
Don Lebatard.
World War 3.
Stugatz.
We're going to get that off the ground.
World War 3, our group chat has a pretty good feeling about this one.
World War 3.
This is a big Stanley Cup for you, Stugatz.
How do you spell cum?
It's a big do it in the Stanley Cup Finals for Connor McDavid and for the Panthers.
Yes, I win either way. Right. Someone's going to still have to do it in the Stanley Cup after this series is
Yes.
I'm excited about that.
Yes. Cordell Flott with a recovery.
And tried to FaceTime with Woody.
Those 3 interceptions hurt, bro. That's what cost us this year.
It wasn't South Beach. It was right here, right downtown. But there was actually one instance where there was like Rangers. There's a lot of New Yorkers that were going to space for closing weekend, and so
Not even in the first December.
Worked a couple of people that didn't know how plugged in I was, and they did not get in.
Right. At 5 a.m., you get home, and how does that work? Because you're both out. I used to get home at 5 a.m., but Abby was home.
How it works is I slept in
with your child.
I slept in to like 9:45, which is for any parent incredibly late.
Right.
I woke up, I picked up my daughter, and my wife's a hero. She got to rest up that day. That was Daddy's day to, just trudge along and find a way. And find a way he did. Not unlike our Florida Panthers.
Yeah, they didn't touch the Prince of Wales trophy, huh?
Thank goodness.
But
they learned from last year.
The Oilers also didn't
put their hands all over that thing.
Exactly right.
The Oilers also decided that we're not going to make this a team that touches versus a team that doesn't touch type of deal. We're both just not going to touch. Now that we know what the Panthers did, so no matter what, a loser will be a team that didn't touch, and a winner will be a team that didn't touch.
Someone touched.
The question is, were they going to touch if Maurice told them not to? Because everyone was running with the video.
Who cares about these stupid superstitions? If you don't touch a trophy, then you're not going to win the Stanley Cup. That shit is so fucking stupid. Superstitions are stupid.
Maurice asked them to not touch it last year, too, and they still touched it. So
well,
I don't think it matters what
Maurice
Yeah, this year he made it abundantly clear we're not touching that thing. But last year's, look,
it was a demand this year?
Again, we have to really look back on the year that we experienced last year. We had 2 8 seeds that nobody expected make the final, and Messi all happened. But yeah, both teams lost in the finals. The Florida Panthers were just a mash unit by the end of it. It was great seasons both teams had respectively, and you kind of knew entering those finals that the odds were kind of stacked against you, and that it had been so long, particularly for the Florida Panthers franchise, that Eastern Conference championship did mean something. So you reveled in it, and last year was very much, man, I'm just happy to be here. I wanted to be something other than 5 points out of the final playoff spot with 2 games in hand for most of my hockey life, and now I'm here, and it did kind of feel like an arrival. You had that pain. You've only won one Stanley Cup game in your franchise's history. Thank you very much, Billy Gill, for doing that.
He was there.
I'm trying. Look, I went around Roy and I reached out to Rose, so we'll see. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying to do my darndest here.
We would love you to be there because they win 1,000% of the Stanley Cup final games you attended.
Well, no,
media member.
No, they did lose another one.
Well, 50% is still pretty.
So you're 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1.
Okay.
But I do my part. How come Catherine and what's his name weren't there for the presentation, and William for the presentation of the trophy?
Oh, because it's the Prince of Wales.
Yeah, he's the Prince of Wales.
Yeah, you would think that he.
I
think she has cancer.
That's a whole thing.
Unnecessary.
There's a big debate there as well.
It's important.
It's a whole thing.
It's an important fact, though, if indeed it's true.
I mean,
you want me to tell that?
They don't do it anyways, but
They shouldn't.
What?
What?
Explain, please.
No, what do you want me to say? That she
he's
should get on
alluding
an airplane anyways
to the
and go,
fact that
even
there's
though she
still
has
conspiracy theories going on about her.
Oh.
But we don't have to talk about that.
I'm trying not to.
Okay. Juju, are we expressing proper excitement for one of our local teams being in the finals? I don't feel like I can because Roy's not here. I got to be honest.
We usually go to him for excitement.
I have a follow-up
question.
question.
I have to be honest. There are only two people who can enjoy the Panthers being in the Stanley Cup Finals.
Me?
Roy is one, and my friend Walter Katz. And that's about it. I mean, Katzy has been there since day one. He goes to games. They're 20 games below 500. He is sitting there on a Tuesday night for Panthers and Penguins. He's been there forever. So he could be excited today. Roy could be excited today. But, Juju, I don't feel like we're properly expressing our gratitude and our excitement towards the Panthers. And perhaps that's why, perhaps it's because I said only two people can be excited.
I think you're just displaying the proper amount. It's like you've been here before. You're acting like it.
Right.
And you just have the
win the cup.
Right. You have the fresh Stanley Cup loss right on the stench of your jacket still. So I think it's wise to show the resolve that you guys are showing.
Playing it cool. I have a question for you, Juju, as someone who doesn't care about the Panthers. Is this too much Panthers talk?
No, absolutely not. When your team goes to the championship, I think it should be talked about no matter what. Like, salute. You've made a Florida Panthers fan out of me over the last couple of years just because I love Mike. You feel me? But a lot of people, the haters are always going to say, "Oh, you're making me hate the Panthers. Let them hate. Watch out."
Yeah.
I've noticed that our audience seems to like this Panthers team more than they.
Oh, wow.
I feel like our audience, the way we cover these
they're
teams,
still playing in the Heat, aren't
No, I mean just in general though. I think our fans root against the Heat. Where I've seen a lot of tweets more than I ever with the Heat of I've turned into a Panthers fan. Maybe it's because people weren't into hockey at all.
No, I think I hate the Panthers
Thank you.
least of all the Florida teams that you guys
5,
and
10.
And I really do think partially it's because of Roy.
Full timeout.
And if Roy were here, we would be getting more enthusiasm, I think.
And Walter Katz.
I mean,
It's not just that. I think we all have the governor like, we're talking hockey for more than 5 minutes, so we should probably stop. So I think it's actually quite overstated how much we talk about hockey in the middle of championship runs. Last week, if we talked hockey, maybe 2-3 segments a show. When you look at the balance of the week, I mean, we often talk about Dak Prescott more than that, so I think we're good.
Justin Jefferson signed a 4-year, $140 million contract.
He was hanging around the Jets facility last week.
Well,
right.
On negotiation.
With the Vikings, though.
Oh my gosh, not even close.
Rookie of the year.
Get out
Put
of
a
here.
flyer on it.
Why?
I don't know.
J.J.
Why not?
McCarthy? You see C.J. Stroud he had a top 5 list of quarterbacks. It's the rare current quarterback who comes up with a top 5 list of current quarterbacks.
Did he make it?
Is he on it? Yeah.
He put himself third.
Wow.
What?
He did. He put himself third.
Gotta give us all 5.
He had Lamar Jackson 2. It is a weird way to do it.
Why didn't you start with 5?
Well, I got to think of who 5. Well, because he changed his list after he made it. So originally,
Mahomes has to be number 1. Right?
Originally, it was Jalen Hurts at number 5. It was Dak Prescott at number 4. I don't have it in front of me. I'm doing this off memory. Dak? It was Dak at number 4. Yes. It was CJ at number 3. It was Lamar at number 2. It was Mahomes at number 1. And then
top white quarterback.
And then, well, this is interesting. This is where it gets interesting. And then CJ redid his list.
What?
He took Jalen Hurts out and inserted Josh Allen in.
Oh, wow.
Someone got to
it. What's the opposite of a Rooney rule?
I mean, fair play not putting yourself above Patrick Mahomes, right?
No, if you're going to do it, put yourself third, put yourself number one.
I think he should have put himself second.
Is he friends with Dak? That's a weird one.
Oh, he almost got it. Damn it.
I have a theory that if you could redraft all the NFL quarterbacks, there's only one that you would take over C.J. Stroud at this point. It's clearly Patrick Mahomes, but
how about Joe Burrow?
No.
That would be
he left out Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Burrow's coming off like a year where he dealt with injuries, and we don't know for sure if this was the list. We're banking on your recollection.
I am telling you with 100% certainty, off the top of my head, I got that list right.
Yeah, Burrow's a name
There's one thing you can rely on Stu Gotts for. It's remembering a quarterback's list of quarterbacks.
I was so excited. I've never seen a quarterback give a top 5 list of quarterbacks.
Yeah, I don't think you can actually ignore like some of the reasons why people forget about Burrow is this recent string of injuries there. So you consider that. Whoever's picking number 2 in this fantasy.
My God, this dude under pressure is not very good.
CJ or Burrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to release Webb at the season.
I'm just saying, he's being humble. Lamar's accomplished a lot. MVP.
Who do you think's the crappiest quarterback that would put themselves in the top 5?
Great question.
Honestly, most of them I think would.
Yeah,
Mr. Trubisky.
Like is Tua?
No, Lord. Oh Lord.
Tua put himself in the top 5? No, right?
I hope so. Don't you want your quarterback to put?
That should be the test.
With Aaron Rodgers,
where they give him the contract.
Have y'all seen Tua's curls?
Yeah.
Oh, he got curls for the girls.
Clean cut too, shaved.
He looks great.
Looks like a kid.
Huh?
He is a kid.
Huh? He shaved his
You didn't see this?
Clean shaven. Curls going.
But he is a kid.
Body slammed.
Where would Jared Goff have him?
Top 5.
No, I don't think so.
Yes, he would.
He went to a Super Bowl.
If your quarterback's not putting themselves in the top 5, I don't want you to be my quarterback.
Zagat.
Right.
Like at all. Like go away.
Is Purdy putting himself in the top 5?
No.
No. Yeah. Yeah.
Not with a straight face.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. He is.
Really?
You don't think so?
Wow.
I don't know.
I'm seeing a photo of Tua right now.
What?
On the screens. That doesn't look like Tua.
He letting his soul glow, goddamn.
I like his shirt.
You got it at Macy's.
Beautiful Monstera leaf.
I got to be honest. I would not give him $55 million based on that look.
Don Lebatard.
Our Panther group chat, we're confident against the Lightning. This is a different team.
Your Panther group chat.
No, I think but dude, you're so wrong on that. We've been terrified of this team forever, and I think there's a different energy where the Panthers, they want the Lightning.
Stugats. I want T-shirts made for this Panther run. What could be this Panther run? Our Panther group chat. We're not afraid of the Lightning.
That's a tagline for
World Rar 3.
This is the Don Lebatard Show with the Stugats.
World Rar 3. Yeah. Florida Panthers talk. Even though I'm a LA Kings fan, it's like fucking vinegar on my palate. Ah, man, my boy Barklow's behind me. I was trying to ladder the team, my boy.
Coco Gauff was saying how she didn't like that matches were going till 3 a.m. local time at Roland Garros because of weather delays and all of that. But you selfishly enjoy it because you have time to get home from work and watch the matches despite the time zones.
The time difference is interesting. It's weird because I agree with what she's saying. She said they're unhealthy. And she was talking about Novak Djokovic, who got done with a match at like 3 a.m., didn't get to sleep till 7 a.m., has to stretch afterwards, has to do media afterwards, and she said it's unhealthy. And it is unhealthy, but selfishly, I want to watch Coco Gauff. And the only way I can watch it is if they put her matches at night.
Yeah,
because the time difference doesn't work otherwise.
That's how I'm picturing Mike's morning on Sunday. He gets home at 5 a.m., he has to stretch. He's got to go through his
Let's go, defense.
bath. I'm assuming a shower at least.
Ojolari.
Space till 5. You
Right.
have to take a shower.
Did anyone else at Space know the Panthers had advanced to the Stanley Cup?
There was one jersey in there.
Really?
Yeah, there was one jersey.
Ironically, or like...
No. There was one dude that was just like so happy to see another Panther fan.
Right.
Big hug, victory shot, the whole deal. But no one else. There was a couple, like I said, New Yorkers that barked.
Right.
But there wasn't a lot of like, hey, go Panthers. That's not really. I don't know what the Venn diagram is for Panthers fans and people that find themselves at Space.
It's a roar, right? That's what Panthers fans do.
Yeah, and claws. You put your claws up to your
I
face.
think it was
like
also
your
swim
logo.
week this weekend. So
Yeah, maybe all the Panthers fans were at swim week.
Probably.
No, they were at the quarter deck. That's where you go post game for a Panthers game, is it not?
The locals.
Right.
Yeah.
Where do they do the parade if we win one in Sunrise?
We're talking about this, and that's getting ahead of ourselves.
The outlet mall.
I don't think it is.
We win.
I would think Las Olas on the river.
Right.
I think like
Oh, shit, Zimenez, nice job.
parade, the way that the Lightning do theirs.
Not the outskirts of the Sawgrass Mills Mall.
It should start there.
That would be convenient for me.
Let's go to the rainforest. Let's do it.
Ooh, that'd be awesome.
Flamingo Boulevard
Closes at 6 p.m. though.
Rainforest Cafe closed at 6?
It does, dude. I'm telling you. I've tried to.
What?
I'm telling you
Every
because
day?
the mall closes. I'm
Hold
telling you,
on.
it's inside the mall. There's no.
The mall closes at 6?
Well, there's
I'm
the
telling you,
Oasis, but the actual like mall.
I'm telling you, Rainforest Cafe closes at an odd time.
No way.
I tried to
6
take my
p.m.
daughter there.
You can't get a dinner there. You have to do.
I'm telling you, because it's not. You can't get there.
No,
You
Damn it, no, not the.
There's
I hate that
a
animation.
place where parents take their kids.
Happy hour ends at 6 p.m.
Well then,
That's
That's all Chris knows. Right? That's all he knows.
you might as well.
Chris doesn't know when bars close. He just knows when
11.
happy
Okay,
hours
so
are.
Flanagan's happy hour
What times they
lasts
close overall?
9
18
p.m.
hours.
Monday through Saturday, 11 to 9. Sunday, 11 to 8. That's still early.
Maybe it
for
was a
restaurant.
Sunday.
It was the happy
I
hour.
It was
swear,
the happy hour.
I tried to bring my daughter there, once,
Graceland?
and they were like, they're not seating anymore.
Closed at 6. Yeah.
Speaking of
It's a happy hour.
Flanagan's, did anyone go to the Flannies Marlins game?
I assume Billy went. So Saturday was like a stacked sports day because there was the Champions League final.
Oh, they went
and
for
then
it, too.
Panthers had Game 6 and Sunrise. So I had initially bought tickets, super excited. Again, not unlike the wedding for the cousin, where I saw the date. I'm like, this one could potentially be tricky. And sure enough, I ended up buying tickets, but I couldn't attend the game. But I did find some friends that were willing to go and take the free ticket, and I did secure the bag.
Willing to go.
Right.
Yeah,
Free ticket.
I got the cup and I got the Flannies green
Wow.
Marlins
You got the jersey.
Yep.
But you're not wearing the jersey.
No, I had to pick it up from my friend Firmo.
Hold on a second. So you gave away your tickets in exchange for getting the giveaway?
Yeah. That's all
That
I want.
doesn't seem like a fair trade.
I wasn't actually gonna like spend time at that ballpark in that game. It doesn't really do much for me. I just wanted the jersey.
Well, from what I saw, it was a chore to get those giveaways.
Yeah, there was like
so
a
you
10,000
have a good friend because I heard that they ran out of cups.
My
From
friend-
someone who was here, they didn't get one of the cups.
What?
Yeah, there was only 10,000 cups, so they were in the
There
line.
were more than 10,000 people
Yeah,
there?
they didn't get the
yeah.
cup,
It was
they
like
got
single
the
file.
jersey.
So my friend kind of knew that this might be a scene. He's a big baseball
why they
guy,
do
not
it.
unlike
Yeah.
yourself. He got there early, and it was a mission. There was some friends that were at the bright side with us watching the Champions League game that also had tickets. And as the game approached halftime, they're like, "We're going to run to Lone Depot Park real quick to get our jersey." They got there, and they realized, "Oh, this is a huge line." So they didn't end up actually getting the jerseys, and they just came back to the bar.
I heard that they also, like, if you were in that line, it was a separate entrance, and if you were in that line at one point, they texted, like, the people with the tickets, like, you can come in, like, you'll get your thing, don't worry, like, you'll get a jersey, don't wait in this line, because it was, like, the fourth inning and the line was still going on.
Why doesn't Flanagan's just sell baseball jerseys?
Huh.
Feels like they could make a lot of money, and you
it's a fair
don't have to
question.
drive to Lone Depot Parks on a Saturday afternoon.
But it was a very successful promotion.
Yeah,
people.
Yeah,
Well,
but
10,000 people.
People wanted those Flannies jerseys.
apparently 21,000 people were there, according to Jer Bear.
Really?
The announced attendance. I can look and see what the rest
So
of the weekend looked
cut
like.
that in
but
half, give or take, because
But they were all there for the
know
cup,
juice
for the
in it.
giveaway, right?
They were there
So
for the jersey.
there were 11,000 that were upset, correct?
Did the Marlins win?
Because you just stuck watching the Marlins.
Saturday
Hey,
they didn't.
They didn't.
No, they won Friday.
They're bad.
Well, you know, they could be worse.
It's early.
It's early. There's still plenty of baseball
We're
left.
also
to be
playing the
played.
World Series champion.
Exactly right. Defending champions.
Does it matter?
I don't know if that matters with the crowd. Maybe
Monday.
like,
Does it matter who they play? Is what I'm saying.
I think casual baseball fans that maybe don't have their loyalty.
I'm a
to the
Marlins fan, and it
Marlins
hurts
game,
to see my
but
team
they're
be
living
bad,
this year.
bro.
It might be
It genuinely hurts because if Jose Fernandez didn't die in 2016, this team would be a
No, it's wrong, but it makes me sad. That's what it takes to get 20,000 people to a Marlins
there
game.
were 11,000 people there on Friday and 13,000 on Sunday, 21,000 on Saturday when this promotion was there. So basically the amount that you had on the two other games combined against the World Series champions.
Do you think there's a meeting this morning about permanently partnering with Flanagan?
It's a busy time in the sports calendar.
You can't overdo it, though.
Will Smith and Martin Lawrence are going to be there on Wednesday throwing out the first pitch. They're
That's
taking
great.
For
over.
Bad
What?
Boys?
Yeah,
Is
Bad
it Bad
Boys
Boys
Forever
4?
2.
Really?
Yeah.
Four Bad Boys.
Bad Boys Forever
Well,
Part 2.
it's like they didn't anticipate that they would make a fourth one because the
Yeah.
third one in the franchise was Bad Boys for Life.
Yeah.
And you gotta.
Once you go for life,
keep
that's
that in
it.
your-
It's over.
But you got to keep that one in
Oh,
your
the
back
number 4
pocket
was
so you
in
could
there
do the
too.
number 4.
Yeah,
Bad Boys
Oh, man.
for life.
Been 3
Right.
So
Yeah. Like
Bad-
Girls 5 Ever.
Now it should be Bad Boys Forever.
Yeah.
They didn't call me. So
more than 4 life.
Yeah.
Does that end it forever?
No.
I mean, no.
Well, it depends how they do.
Keeps the door open.
Oh my God.
Right?
If they do well, it'll be a fifth time.
Are you gonna see it?
They're throwing out the first pitch.
Yeah.
Really?
Mike Fuentes just showed me that on eBay you can get the
My
Marlins
dude, really?
jersey for $115.
I was looking to see how much the cup was going for since they ran out.
Honestly, might be worth it. You don't have to drive all the way to the ballpark. The tickets were probably what, like $5, $6.
Listeners of this fan,
you're saying the driving, the amount of tickets, the money you spend on tickets, the money you spend on concessions. I would pay $115 and stay at home.
Wow. Listeners of this podcast by now know about Flanagan's, but it is a curious thing that it is such a hyper-local sponsorship that got these fans out there. Even though Flanagan's is also a publicly traded company, it only exists in South Florida. It doesn't even exist in Central Florida.
We should do a Flanagan's Day on the Levitard show.
I feel like every day is Flanagan's
That's
Day.
so cool. What am I thinking?
You should expand Flanagan's outside of this state.
What?
I'm sure they've had several thoughts to do that.
You should sell cups with Dan's face on it in the Flanagan style. But it just be like a
Danigans. Wow, Danigans.
I like it.
Danigans is good. I will say this. Last year they had a Flanagan's Day, and they did kind of get criticized for how laced the cups were. Because it was just a Flanagan's cup, and like on the side they found an empty spot.
We were the ones who criticized.
Yeah. We had some of those.
I think it's that cup. It just like lazily had a Marlins logo on it.
We have one right over there.
So what did they do differently this year?
Well, they put it
Papa
on
Joe as
they
a
put
hat
it on Papa Joe.
Oh, that's cute.
Next year, I would say you put Billy the Marlin's face in there, like Papa Joe's style.
I think they have to make it Marlins colors, like make it
like a teal,
an
make
iconic
a teal cup. Yeah.
Limited edition cup.
Flanagan's cup. Yeah. I mean Flanagan's, Marlins. If you're out there listening, we're here if you'd like to send us some of these so we can kind of see them in person and give an honest, actual assessment of it. We're just relying on pictures.
And rock and roll balls.
I don't want a teal Flanagan.
Really?
Why not?
Yeah, it's got to be green. I said that.
It's got to be green.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. You hate breast
It's the
cancer
original
awareness?
cup. Yes.
Billy, no one's gonna understand that reference.
Well, they have pink breast cancer awareness cups. That's not good enough for you guys because it's not green.
It just doesn't feel like a Flanagan's cup unless it's green. That's all I'm saying. I think that's all Chris is saying.
It washes your dog the same way.
I wouldn't have been interested in the Flanagan's Marlins jersey or the Flanagan's Marlins cup if it came in teals or whatever Marlins colors. I'm getting it specifically because the Marlins are the ones that are fitting into the Flanagan scheme, and not the other.
Speaking of big brands, Kennedy Carter got in trouble for pushing Caitlin Clark in the back this weekend.
Seemed intentional.
I did watch some of that game.
Yeah, it was obviously intentional.
I mean, no one likes her.
Good read on the situation.
It seems like no one likes her. It does. What did she do wrong?
But it was clearly intentional, is our joke. Yeah,
I know. I get it.
She accidentally just pushed her.
But why are we doing this to poor Caitlin Clark?
I mean, we can ease up on the poor Caitlin Clark situations. Like, yeah, she's still a hooper. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think this is more so. Look, if somebody come in here right now and push y'all the same way Kennedy pushed Caitlin, I would beat their ass. I would at least show them that you cannot touch Mike. You can't touch Chris. You better not touch no damn Jessica. So I feel like her teammates need to show a little bit more like spunk in defending their friend.
Do you have someone from like Coward Show or like McAfee coming in here and shoving us? Like who's coming in here to shove us?
Dan Patrick for sure. Who else?
Seton,
yes. Yep. Or Fritzy. One of those two.
For sure.
Rich Eisen. Oh, Rich Eisen on your ass, dude.
I don't care.
Look out for him.
Why? What's he doing now?
You heard what you said.
About what?
This is
His body of work.
Lazy River.
I would kick his ass, man.
We did this.
I don't think you could.
I
don't think I could either.
That's a flop from Caitlin.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's not messed up, and I mean very clearly intentional, but a little extra there by Caitlin.
I think that if the refs hadn't completely missed this call, this doesn't become the level of like, this doesn't have the same level of vitriol in it in the whole like conversation around it. But there's two things that are true. One, WNBA officiating is not great. It's not very good. And two, things when you see a clip like this on Twitter, it's going to get blown out of proportion in a way that becomes bigger than like what it actually was in that game. Like in that game, I was watching it with Lucy while we were making, we were painting little tote bags. We were having a little arts and crafts day. So after the game ended, I was offline for like 6 or 7 hours. And then when I went on Twitter, I was like, wait, what's going on? Like, I can't believe people are talking. This happened in the third quarter. It wasn't even like in the final stretch of the game. Like, they had even interviewed Caitlin right at the quarter break and asked her about it. And she said that she didn't think it was a basketball play. It should have been a flagrant. And I thought that had kind of been.
Oh wow, he
and
missed.
Then it just
nice.
like the conversation of it like kept spiraling online in a way that I was honestly pretty surprised by.
But think about what Juju is saying. I'm saying the opponents appear not to like her, and Juju is saying her teammates won't even defend her.
It says a lot.
Right.
So what must, I mean,
right.
Speculation, but Caitlin might not be getting along with her teammates as much as we think she is. Fact, all right. Since the dawn of mankind, we've cooked our food over an open flame and debated the best way to do it. One thing not up 12 ounces. Woo.
Now's a good time to remember where the story of tequila started. In
Okay, I gotta
1795,
switch my
the first tequila
quarterback.
distillery was opened by the Cuervo family, and 229 years later, Cuervo is still going strong. Family owned from the start, same family, same land. Now's a good time to enjoy Cuervo, the tequila that invented tequila. Go to Cuervo.com to shop tequila or visit a store near you. Cuervo, now's a good time. Trademarks owned by Beckley, SAB the CV, copyright 2024, Proxima, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Welcome to the Big Suey, presented by DraftKings.
Why are you listening to this show?
The podcast that seems very similar to the other Dan Levitard podcast.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to apologize for that.
In fact, the only difference seems to be this imaging.
I have been tempted in restaurants just walking past tables to grab somebody's fries that if they're just there. If that hasn't happened to you guys?
I've done it.
And
Did to me,
here's
asshole.
the marching man to nowhere, that face, and the habitual liar.
And we're back. We are. Stugats. So Darren Waller is expected to retire before next week after releasing a music video last week. And Kobayashi has retired from the competitive food eating game.
Right.
Citing that he's retiring because his body hurts.
Yes.
Which seems like the most obvious thing in the world when you eat 50,000 hot dogs.
I'm surprised it took this long, to be honest with you. Kobayashi.
He was in really good shape, I think, considering all of the bad food that he was eating.
Yes. We were discussing during the break that we are getting dangerously close to just baseball with Joey Chestnut.
Yeah, that's how that came out.
That's where we're at in the sports calendar. Joey Chestnut and baseball.
And the WNBA.
We were just talking about the WNBA.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But no one likes Caitlin Clark, not even her teammates.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. I have heard the take that, like, the Fever need an enforcer. They need someone to, like, defend her or at least, like, pick her up when she falls down. And I do get that. Like, I do think the other side of that, though, is that the Fever have had, like, the toughest schedule so far this season. Right. They're just trying to get through every game. Like, last night against the Liberty was so bleak. I don't know if you even watched it, Juju. It was a complete blowout. Aaliyah Boston and Caitlin Clark both ended up going to the locker room late in the game with injuries. Hopefully they're both okay, but they're just trying to get through it. They're not a good team. They're not really getting better either.
Well, they're playing every night also.
They're playing like every other day. They've had 11 games, I think, in 19 days or something like that. And half of them at least have been nationally televised, if not more. So I don't know. I feel like they're still trying to figure it out as a team, and this is part of that. Is just they've got a lot of young players, not a huge veteran presence on that team, and like no one's brand new coach. Last year's her first year as a head coach.
Yes, a hat trick of stats for Zimenez.
Coach, I think in her career, there's just a lot of pieces.
Oh, he says Zimenez.
He's played 6 games.
For Zimenez.
Right.
The schedule, yeah.
They're trying to capitalize on Caitlin's star power. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're
going to get her killed.
It's also a compressed schedule because of the Olympics.
You mentioned that you're fearing the days of just baseball going on in the sporting calendar.
Yes.
Jess is correct to point out it's an Olympic year, and also that month of July that you're probably fearing, it's one of those special every 2 years you get big-time soccer tournaments. We've got Copa America. The final's actually going to be here in Miami, and you also have the Euros going on simultaneously.
The Euros in 2020 was supposed to happen in 2012, but they moved to 2021, so...
Two words, Indiana Fever. Liz Cambage.
Oh, God. I don't know how that's going to
Juice ain't worth the squeeze. I'm sorry.
I didn't even
Don't even think about it. I'm sorry.
I didn't even shoehorn the Enjoy Illinois 300 from St. Louis.
What are you talking about?
2 more words, Indiana Fever.
Why are you so into these fringe sports like recently?
It's a bit,
Soccer.
I think.
Yellow jerseys.
What?
Oh, I like that. I didn't like the red jerseys.
Did you lump soccer in as a fringe sport?
I did.
It's the biggest sport in the world.
It's not, though.
I watched a soccer show.
That's not how that happened.
The world is right here in the United States of America, and here it is not the biggest sport.
It's pretty big. I mean, the U.S. women's national team played a friendly on, was it Saturday or Saturday?
Yeah, Emma Hayes' first game.
Great. There were a lot of people there. It is very popular.
Okay.
The Copa America final. Copa America usually just happens with South American teams. There have been a couple of exceptions.
Right.
But now you have CONCACAF in this tournament as well.
CONCACAF.
So champion of North and South America.
Mm.
And like I said, the final is going to be a massive event in Hard Rock Stadium that is happening down here in South Florida.
Are you a summer Olympic guy or a winter Olympic guy? I don't like the summer Olympics. I don't like the games.
What?
It all depends.
I love the Winter Olympics. I'm a winter.
Hill skiing.
Summer
Give me
is so
something
much
that,
better. Are you crazy?
I don't like the Summer Olympics.
So
I'm
much
sorry.
better.
Yeah.
Summer is like not even a competition. Beach volleyball? Are you kidding me?
Listen, beach volleyball back in the 80s when Karch Karai was going at it, that was great. I mean, no, he's the greatest volleyball player ever. I mean,
summer by far is a much better viewing experience, top down, much better sports. I will say for the Winter Olympics, they have my single favorite Olympic sport, which is Olympic hockey.
Right.
What?
When the big boys are playing in it. Yeah, that Canada-USA game, it was just an all-time.
Right.
I like the freestyle when the skaters, I think Christian Yamaguchi and them girls, salute to them girls.
Yeah.
Winter games.
I like the cross-country skiing that has like crossbows involved as well.
And like guns.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The decathlon.
Yeah, it's like an action movie.
They're skiing on like a flat surface.
All the things you were talking about are winter games, not summer games.
Yeah,
I don't like the
Allen
summer
could be
games.
Is Jared Allen? I think he's training to be an Olympian.
No, he is,
curling.
right?
Yeah.
We had him on, right?
Yeah, curling.
But he was far from making it the last time we spoke to him.
Yeah.
There's golf in this Olympics, right? Like last Olympics was
Yes.
the first
Yeah, but I
time.
don't
Insert golf?
Yeah.
No.
Ah, he's going through the building. What the hell?
But I don't care about summer golf. I don't care about Olympic golf.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, I really don't care about the Olympics. CJ Stroud's top 5.
Kobayashi's quote was he no longer has hunger, which I feel like might be where you're at as well.
Is that metaphorical or literal?
Weed helps with that. Yeah. That's one of the things I like. I
So
mean,
in terms of things that you're actually paying regular attention to,
Yes.
it's just pro football and golf at this point.
and Dead and Company.
It's debatable.
And the French
No,
Open.
and the French Open if the
And
matches
lacrosse.
run late.
Yes. The things I want to be paying attention to at this stage of my career and my life.
Salute to Dead and Company also for showing that, doing the Bill Walton tribute behind them.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
It was very
Hats
cool.
off.
Were you
Yes,
there?
sir.
I was not there.
You missed that.
2 weeks, yeah. It's tough because they're there every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and every Wednesday I'm thinking about booking a flight. I am. And hopping on a bird to go to Vegas because I can. And I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking about doing it this weekend.
Why didn't you last weekend knowing that Bill had,
I had things to do. Yeah. Just, getting ready for the summer games. Yeah.
Ryan Blaney ran out of gas on the final lap.
Get out of
He was
here.
gonna take the checkered flag.
Really?
And a total miscalculation. Alex Cindric actually gets playoff position. There's a cool wreck between Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch. Busch in another wreck. Kyle Larson actually ends up finishing top 10 despite having to go to the pit.
I heard the crew saying you should start a racing podcast, and I agree.
I don't think
Damn
anyone
it.
needs another podcast.
In general,
No. What? His feet were not down. His feet were in the air.
Freezing cold take. Right now, paring down.
Really?
College World Series is better than ever right now, too. I don't know if you guys are locked in.
There was a hidden ball trick.
You feel me?
Yeah. See, look, all these niche sports.
There's a school
I
playing.
appreciate your service.
Yeah, I'm telling you. There is a selflessness to it.
There's a school playing that school no longer exists. The
Well, that's
school-
a D3.
Yeah, school closed, but their team is still in the running.
How?
For winning College World Series.
But how?
They had a walk.
How long?
They had a walk-off home run the day after their school
They're
ceased
playing
to
out the
exist.
stretch
You
here?
have a zombie school in the
Exactly,
D3
right.
College World Series.
Really?
Yeah.
And it's not Bishop Sycamore.
I think they're called walkers. Walkers.
Dog walkers?
No.
Do I have to apologize to the Walker community?
So there's a school that has a team in its championship game that no longer exists?
Yes.
It's officially over for Birmingham Southern.
Oh,
they lost
yesterday?
11 to 10 yesterday to Wisconsin Whitewater. But yeah, on the 31st, they played their first game of the Division III College World Series. On the 31st, their school had shut down permanently. So all of these players were going to need to find a new place to play the following season if they weren't seniors. And this is the Division III level. And they actually started by losing their first game, but then came out of the elimination bracket by winning in walk-off fashion, apparently, and then yesterday lost by 1 run. So it's over for those guys.
Not just find another place to play next year, find a place to go to school.
Right.
Their school doesn't exist.
Well, you go to a D3 school for baseball because you want to play baseball, not for the school.
I mentioned.
No, he's right.
I mentioned
D3 school for baseball.
that I feel a certain selflessness.
Oh, don't do that to hopes and dreams.
I'm sorry. Some people need.
I could have played D3 baseball, which shows the level of baseball.
I played D3 lacrosse.
I mean, really, good lord, you're such an asshole for no reason.
And like I said,
You wonder why people hate your ass. You wonder why people hate your fucking ass. Just like I told TT yesterday. Or
White Sox Brewers.
Thursday, whenever the fuck I went through it. I told her straight to her fucking face. That's why people don't fucking like you. Because you're such an asshole for no reason.
Kerfuffle seems accurate.
But your family hates your ass too. I even told her, like, I'm surprised your mother even deals with your ass.
He's sliding. Wilson Contreras, who is a Brewer now,
Oh, fuck.
he blocks a plate and does a great job of it. But he has a little something to say afterwards, and Tommy Pham took exception to it. And
I almost wanted to punch her in the jaw.
there was actually a pretty good call from the announcer saying, I don't care how many games we're losing this year and how bad we're losing. Nobody does that to the Chicago White Sox. You don't punk us. So Tommy Pham is really angry at the Milwaukee Brewers here, but to the call from the announcer, and does a great job of it. But he has a little something to say afterwards, and Tommy Pham took exception to it. And he had to be separated on the field. There was actually a pretty good call from the announcer saying, I don't care how many games we're losing this year and how bad we're losing. Nobody does that to the Chicago White Sox. You don't punk us. So
John
Tommy
Shriven
Pham is really angry at the Milwaukee Brewers here. But then he had an awkward clubhouse interview. And do we have the sound of this? So it doesn't seem like he's just angry at the Milwaukee Brewers. Let's play this clip and let's see if you catch the same vibes.
1-run ball game. Close play at the plate, and I actually wasn't close. It was a shallow fly ball to left field. You would expect the left fielder to throw the base.
You're fucking serious.
The situation, third base coach sends you gotta go. I'm nailed out at home by a mile. I'm going to the dugout, and I hear the tough guy with all the hoorah. So I'll never start anything, but I'll be prepared to finish it. There's a reason why, I do all kinds of fighting in the off season, because I'm prepared to put somebody up. So you can take it as what it is.
He seems, I have to make a quick correction. That's Willem Contreras, not Wilson, who they just love that division over there. The Contreras, I assume they're brothers at this point.
They've lost 11 straight.
Huh. Yeah, but
as you pointed out, you're gambling again.
It seemed like he was mad at people in his own locker room, and he was certainly mad at his third base coach. I couldn't tell who he was actually physically threatening.
Third base coach.
I don't think so.
I mean, he told him to go. He had no business going, and he went. And he said, when the third base coach tells you to go, you have to go.
Shadow boxing. There's a lot of testosterone going through that guy's body.
There's a lot going on in that clip. You saw the Brewers' Wi-Fi password in the background. There was a printer.
Wait, what was it? I didn't see it.
No password. It's right there. So if you're at a Brewers game, you don't need a password.
Oh, wow.
And there seems to be a printer at the top of the
Oh boy, y'all messed up big time.
History has shown us that.
Oh my god, what the fuck? That was a touchdown.
Just don't fight, brother.
Tim Anderson's never.
You could have ended the sentence with the Chicago White Sox should stop.
Well, there is rumors that they're trying to leverage a move, aren't they?
Yeah, and they're
for a new stadium?
Yeah.
No, potentially move to another city.
Well, they want a new stadium.
It's hard existing in a city that has the Cubs.
They should go to Oakland.
No, the Mets have that problem with the Yankees. They should go to Oakland. That's funny. The Mets have those struggles with the Yankees. The Islanders with the Rangers. The Nets with the Knicks.
But when the Mets are winning, they've shown that they can draw people
The
out.
Mets have a lot of fans.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, yes, but
They have a good stadium too.
Yeah.
I know, but the
Maybe a
Yankees,
new one.
the Yankees are the more popular team. They
Yeah.
won.
Spring is the best time to add new challenges to your workout. Just in time for summer and warmer days. Spring's the best time of year to take a new look at your fitness routine, dial it up a notch, and continue powering on. Peloton's varying class lengths were designed with your training plan in mind. Personalize your workout, whether you'd like to add a 10-minute core session at the end of your strength class or take a 60-minute power zone ride to increase your endurance. Peloton classes are designed to help you focus on your needs and goals. And if you're like me and you have no idea what you're doing, what class do I take? What am I doing? How is this helping me? Peloton has a series of programs designed just for you. It makes it easy. You pick the program, look at the week. It tells you how many
I'm
classes
getting rid
you
of
have,
Tyrod Taylor
recommends
and
the days
Davis
you should
Webb.
take them, and boom, just find the time and hit start. Peloton's programs and instructors push you to be your best. Their expert coaches and non-stop vibes will push you to new levels of strength and endurance, keeping you on your toes while giving you the professional coaching you need. Get your head start on summer with Peloton at onepeloton.com.
Don Le Batard.
We didn't get to your guys' against the spread.
You're right. I don't have it against the spread because I wasn't prepared for this segment.
You need an Ian in your life.
You have actively played defense against me today in a way that has rarely been this undercut.
Stugatz.
Defense wins championships, baby. That's show business.
This is the Don Le Batard Show with the Stugatz.
So we were supposed to have Roy on to celebrate the Panthers. We're supposed to have Steve Goldstein on, the voice of the Panthers, to also celebrate the Florida Panthers. But I have been told, and I'm not certain how this is possible, that Zoom is not working. Yeah. Well, I said it to you during the break, and you said to me, how is that possible?
All of Zoom?
Yeah, Zoom.
Just Zoom is down. Yeah.
There's something about these Panthers fans and Panther voices. They want to keep the outsiders out, I think.
Really?
They don't want us to be. Yeah, they don't want us to be part of this. This is fine.
Right.
They don't want us to steal their spots on the parade yachts.
I feel very confident saying the Panthers are going to win the Stanley Cup and do so in 5 games.
Wow.
Whoa!
5 games.
No, I feel really confident about it. The Panthers are good. Like Mike's been telling me, Roy's been telling me, and Chris has been telling me that for 2 years now. 3 years ago, they won the President's Cup. They got bounced out, and they made a trade.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get rid of.
They're better because
I'm gonna have to cut Tyrod Taylor and Davis Webb. They're not very good backup quarterbacks. I'm gonna have to draft 2 of them.
That the Panthers are the best team in hockey.
I'm gonna have to draft 2 quarterbacks. This shit's
They're
ridiculous.
favored. For the first time in their history, they're favored in a.
They should be favored. Yeah.
You get it like minus 130.
Right.
At DraftKings
Does the
Sportsbook.
President's Cup need a rebranding, perhaps? Oh, maybe
It's
we'll
the
get
Biden
one in
Cup,
November.
I believe.
Uh-oh.
Why? Because anyone who wins that thing never wins the Stanley Cup?
I do like that you're seriously breaking down a hockey calling it the President's Cup, which is not what it's actually called. Like, it's not the Biden
Where would
Cup,
he get
it's
the
not
idea that's the name,
President's Cup. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is that in saying this, you're now trying to actually break down hockey, but you're calling it the wrong thing, which would indicate you don't actually know what I'm talking about.
I know. No. I'm telling you right now, I jumped on the bandwagon. I mean,
if they let us on the
Abby,
bandwagon,
right,
yeah,
yes.
but they don't want us on for some reason.
Right.
That was
It almost makes me wonder
Panthers
if I want to root
bandwagon,
against the
bandwagon,
Panthers.
really?
It was
Stupidity.
a great series, though. I don't know if it did anything to get you guys into it. It doesn't seem like it did, but I think 96% of
What
that
a
series
shitty
was
ending to
played with a
the
1-goal
season.
differential. New York did not defeat the Florida Panthers in regulation, yet that was a nervy series because of the reasons I just outlined. You had 3 overtime games, and you got to close it out on home ice for the second consecutive
Most
year. Your home
Fox
fans
fans
got to
may
see the
be
Prince of
on
Wales
next
trophy.
season,
It was a really, really good series, even though the Panthers haven't been pushed to the brink of elimination like they were from the onset last year. They were down 3-1 in the first round against the point lead and Boston Bruins. It's still been a very difficult run so far. These games have been pretty gritty.
I just think Roy's Zoom doesn't work because he has a PC.
Is that it?
I think he just needs to switch to an Apple.
But Steve Goldstein's at the arena.
Maybe he's an Android guy, too. You should ask him.
Hey, what you? No. What's his extract?
Am I being too confident here?
The
Am I
start
over
of
confident?
the fall?
What do you mean, yes?
No,
Okay.
but I do
Okay.
think that if you're a casual NHL fan, you're probably rooting for the Panthers.
But,
They've never won it before, and I think that people tend to, if they're not, they don't have a rooting interest, or if they're not a rival or of a
I
team
mean,
that
we're
the
not going to
Panthers
the playoffs,
play,
so who cares?
they're probably picking the Panthers. They probably don't want
I
Edmonton
don't
to
care
win
about
this.
the Pro
So
Bowl,
I don't know. I
honestly.
think the confidence and the
Dolphins,
casual fan vote
Bucks.
probably skews towards the Panthers.
It just hit me that we could have a Game 7 down here.
Wow, the number one seed lost. That's
Well, it was
bad.
important because Edmonton won
Wow,
last
the
night,
number
so you
one
have home
seed
ice against
lost.
them.
That's
Had Dallas
embarrassing.
won, they would have had home ice.
You
So-
won a
Wow.
Game 7. Didn't we do this a week ago?
No,
on this
I
show?
don't say I
Would
want.
you
Wow.
rather
No, I'd
have a
rather
Game
win in
7
5.
Would you rather have a
I did
game
my
7
boy
or
do.
end it in 5? I mean,
I'd rather win in 5.
right.
No wonder he didn't throw a fucking
Would you rather
touchdown.
win game 7 at
Damn,
home or
force it
win it on
over.
the
I'm
road
just
in game
thinking
6?
Lamar Jackson
Game
lost.
7 Stanley Cup final in our
Right.
barn. It just
Yes.
Patrick Mahomes lost.
It's
Wow.
You have to say it. Yeah.
Wow.
It sounds makes you sound cool.
What do you call it?
The
Your
5
credentials?
seed made
I'm
the
not
Super
yet.
Bowl.
Right.
And I
Woohoo.
you know what?
You're
Yeah.
done.
I might
Brady.
I might be off the
Let's
block
go.
if they want to hold me back.
Yeah, goes.
Right. Pulling for the Oilers.
What happened with
You're going to
Mahomes?
Edmonton.
I'm not.
No wonder. He gave up 5 touchdown passes.
Well, walk right into him going to Edmonton? 14 hours?
Are we surprised? No.
Those games.
I don't think Canada is rooting
I'm
for
not.
Edmonton.
In the name of journalism, I will find out.
Time out.
Thank you.
Chris, you think all of Canada is rooting for Edmonton?
I do. I think that's weird. They hate each other during the season, but when, at the end of the year, they want the cup in Canada.
They all come together?
I'm telling.
It's a thing.
I don't think it's a thing.
You'll see you'll see like Calgary Flames fans that no matter what they won't be rooting for Edmonton, but generally the nation does back the Canadian team. It's their sport.
Do you think that the Lightning fans want the Panthers to win the Stanley Cup?
Actually, some Tampa fans did say that to us in Tampa. If you guys beat us, take the cup, get it in Florida, bring it back to
Fans I don't
Florida.
want coach here. I mean, the team were undefeated,
You like to lose to the team that wins the
but
cup.
lost
You
in
did.
the
Lightning fans do
record
revel in
and
you
the
guys haven't even won a cup yet.
confidence.
Right.
And so like they'll just pivot. The banner will become
Lamar Jackson, offensive player of the year, defensive player of the year, Von Miller, Brees Hall, offensive rookie of the year, defensive player of the year, Dolphins
So you
rookie of the
have
year,
the Canadians, you have
Devin Miller,
Vancouver,
best
you have all these
quarterback,
teams
Lamar
in Canada,
Jackson,
like 6 or 7
John
of them.
Taylor, best running back,
I think they're
best
rooting
receiver,
for
Robert
max
Woods,
embarrassment for
offensive
Edmonton.
line,
Like
Kevin
losing to a
Zeitler,
team in Sunrise,
was
Florida is max
Bills.
embarrassment. That doesn't care about hockey, by the way.
Should get some Canadians on and ask what they think.
Right. That's what you stinks to, guys, because you from America. All the countries, they don't hate on each other like this. They stick together.
You're right.
Cooper
Hey, we got
Cup,
Canadians on our
check the
team.
wall.
I wish people
Damn.
would say Fort Lauderdale. I know it's technically Sunrise.
It's not Fort
Right.
Lauderdale.
People
This
say
is being
Sunrise,
my-
it sounds condescending.
In Stugatz'
Holmes,
defense,
Otherwise,
I don't
my
think
team
there's
is
many
crowded.
people that,
Wow.
hockey purists are like, yeah, we want the cup to go to Sunrise, Florida.
Wanda Robinson, Bell,
Fort Lauderdale sounds better, but it's Sunrise.
South Florida, whatever. Just Sunrise sounds
No,
condescending.
it sounds like the cheesy name of a suburb, which is kind
Dane
of.
Bell and Corey Flack as well.
It sounds like how they describe Brock Purdy when they talk about him.
I feel like if you Sunrise needs to be on the
Take
East
home the
Coast,
best
right?
running
It
back.
needs to actually
Cooper Cup
be
best wide
just
receiver
sunset.
at the Trek
It's too
Smith.
west.
It's in the middle. It's
Yeah.
like right next to
It's
the
right in the
You
middle.
can't
yes.
see the
Louisiana
sun.
best home.
Sunrise is one of those cities that by name
Best
it
Giants.
sounds fantastic.
Quite
It's on top 10.
There is a
That's on
sunset.
Majors with
But then you
Hawaii,
get
Martinez,
there and
Crowder,
you're hanging out
Zimenez.
with Bamba on a Saturday night.
Best
You're home by 10 o'clock.
home
and there's
from
nothing to
Kenny
do there.
Jackson, Love.
You get an Airbnb. Where do we stay?
Best
Sunrise.
kicker,
That sounds
Graham
great.
Gwinnett. Let's
Go
go.
to
Sunrises,
Sunrise
let's go there.
at
Boom.
Sunrise to
Yes.
get to the IKEA when the IKEA opens at Sunrise.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the only reason.
Oddly enough, there's a Sunset Park in Sunrise.
Time to get live, time to represent.
When was Sunrise founded? Because to me, it feels like it was like 1994.
I think the first day.
Sunrise is it's fairly old. It is.
Is it? Because I think the only time I ever
It says
knew it was an actual
6:29 a.m.
place
here.
was when
Sunrise?
Sawgrass Mills first opened. That there was just this outlet mall in Swampland, a place that people would just drive through.
I would say if you looked up
Kenny is a
Sunrise, what it's
superstar,
known
that's
for
great.
is shopping.
Incorporated in 1971.
Sunrise.
Darnell Holmes is a superstar. Let's go!
In 1971.
And look who the mayor is.
Crystals has good sunrise sandwiches. Oof, I love them.
Michael J. Ryan.
Huh.
But Sunrise, like, it sounds nice, right, Juju? Like, oh, Sunrise. I'm moving to Sunrise,
What year
Florida.
was it?
Right.
71?
Yeah.
That's
year
when Sunrise was formed.
Oilers were
Yes.
founded in 72.
Huh.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And there's a lot of Canadian people that own real estate in South Florida. So maybe Is he an Edmonton person? Founded Sunrise to create a hockey team there, to then foil. No,
I don't think.
Maybe, I think.
I'm working on a conspiracy theory.
It's working. We'll keep working on it.
One thing I know about everybody in Sunrise, Florida, is that they are rooting against the Boston Celtics against the Dallas Mavericks this weekend.
I don't know about that.
Kyrie Irving is strolling his ass back into Boston, and it is going to be magnificent.
Do you guys have goldfish brains like me, where after like 2 nights without the NBA playoffs, you forget that the NBA playoffs are still happening? I just forgot until you mentioned it, because it's been like 4 days.
I have to be honest. I've been enjoying the NHL playoffs more than the NBA playoffs. I just have. But I have also decided that Luka's my guy. That Luka is the guy I need to be rooting for. Because Luka is everything that I represent.
I'm just trying to follow you because last week you were anti-Kyrie.
I was blasting Luka. I was blasting Kyrie, but only Boston can get
McKinney's a superstar. Let's go.
That's where we're at. But Luka is my guy. Slightly overweight, doesn't work that hard, gets injured occasionally, doesn't appear to practice. No, he's overweight. No, he's overweight. He's out of shape. I don't care what anyone says. And the fact that he is
Julian Love, let's go.
And might be an NBA champion, while not working that hard, in my opinion, is everything that I'm all about and everything that I represent. And therefore, Luka has become my guy. I am pulling for the Mavericks. And what a terrible final. And no one cares about this final.
No, you are tripping.
No, get out of here.
Could not disagree more. This has the Kyrie thing over it. Luka's become a player that's reputed to be must-watch TV. So I think that this is actually a great Celtics core.
And that's a bad way to go about it. I sat here. I did the hockey talk. You want us to be inclusive? Be nice to each other.
Kamara with 2,000 yards.
Right.
And now that we get to mine,
It's like almost.
damn about basketball.
I said I like Luka. I mean, what do you want?
I think this is going to put up big numbers.
We're talking about a final.
They got most yards at the contact, longest touchdown.
Dallas and Boston's the worst thing I've ever heard.
I have a question for the Heat.
I mean, Edmonton and Florida is not very good either. I mean, no one cares about that.
Heat fans and like the Miami
Most
basketball fans want to win this because
I know
it's just like Dallas.
St. Brown and Cooper
Dallas
Cup.
because you lost the championship.
Drake Line at 16 and 1,000 yards.
Yeah, Boston.
You like Dallas?
Rooting against
Boston.
The only answer is Dallas. That's it.
Yeah.
Just because it's Boston.
You want Boston to catch this hell because it's all worked out.
Most sacks the decade.
The exact opposite of the Panthers' path has been the Boston Celtics.
Most total tackles, most assisted. But Martinez, most total tackles, NFL record 260, most tackles for loss. James Crowder, Brown,
I feel like Dallas has created
most sacks, Von Miller, Donald, Ayman, Buckner, damn, 22.
Dallas in 2006.
Yeah,
so it's like
Xavier, McKinney, Holmes, Thompson, McCain, and Holcomb, top 5 interception. Most reception yards, Darius Slade, Amos, Holmes, Savage, and Jackson.
Mike, what he's saying is right.
Most
They've applied more pain to the Heat and the Heat fan base.
Jackson, Amos, Slade, Holmes, and Savage. What's best?
I don't doubt that, but they've
Slade, Johnson, Jackson, Brooks, and Barr, top.
Their history is just that.
Deflections.
Whereas year in and year out, it would seem Miami and Boston have a thing.
Fewest nose catches allowed by Dylan Love. Let's go. Most allowed from Baker. Wow. Most forced. Mosley, Dory Jackson, Donald, Martinez, and Smith.
Let Boston win a championship. I don't care who you are.
It just feels like I hate the Braves, but the Braves fans don't really think about the Marlins. So you think that Celtics
have not been the Marlins? I think most people, most Celtics fans, like in our age range, hate the Miami more than any other team. You're gonna have like the historical. We hate the Lakers just because our parents hated the Lakers, even though we only play each other twice. And you have even more people that hate Philadelphia because of the proximity and their old-timey
Morgan and Agnew.
But I think Celtics fans of a certain age, between like 20 and 45, hate the Heat.
Don Le Batard. Cheaters never
Sure.
Stugats.
I ain't cheating. I want to hear this whole segment.
Because to me, it feels like it was like 9 cups to.
So you have the Canadians, you have Vancouver, you have all these teams in Canada. There's like 6 or 7 of them. I think they're rooting for max embarrassment for Edmonton. Like losing to a team in Sunrise, Florida is max embarrassment. It doesn't care about hockey, by the way.
You should get some Canadians on and ask what they think.
Right.
Our Zooms, bro.
That's what you think, Stu, guys, because you're from America. Well, other countries, they don't hate on each other like this. They stick together.
You're right. Hey, we have Canadians on our team.
I wish people would say Fort Lauderdale. I know it's technically Sunrise.
It's not Fort Lauderdale.
When people say Sunrise, it sounds condescending.
In Stugatz's defense, I mean,
wow,
I
that's
think
an
there's many
overtime game.
people,
VW
you know,
wins
hockey purists
MVP
are like,
of the
yeah, we
Super
want the
Bowl.
Cup to go to Sunrise, Florida.
Fort Lauderdale sounds better, but it's Sunrise.
South Florida, whatever. Just Sunrise sounds condescending.
No, it sounds like the cheesy name of a suburb, which is kind of what it is.
It's exactly what it is, yeah.
It sounds like how they describe Brock Purdy when they talk about him.
I feel like if you, like, Sunrise needs to be on the East Coast, right? Like, there needs to actually be a beach
Should be
accessible.
sunset.
It's too
Offensive
wet.
defensive coordinators.
It's
Yeah.
like right next
Rule
to
was
each
fired.
You can't
He
see the
can
sunrise.
return.
Sunrise is one of those cities that by name it
Oh, there's
sounds
been fired.
fantastic.
It's funny
Quite
'cause
misleading, yeah.
there
It
is
does,
a
right.
Sunset
But
Park.
then you get there and you're hanging out at La
Yeah.
Bamba on a Saturday night and you're home by 10 o'clock and there's nothing to do there.
You're from out of town, you got an Airbnb. Where do we stay? Sunrise. That sounds great.
You go to
Morning
Sunrise
rises, let's go there.
at
Boom.
sunrise to
Yes.
get to the IKEA when the IKEA opens at sunrise.
Right.
That's the only reason.
Oddly enough, there's a Sunset Park in Sunrise.
It's time to get live, time to represent.
When was Sunrise founded?
Oh, wow,
Because
and
to
Rogers
me, it feels like it was like
retired.
1994.
I think the first
Fuck
day.
it. Corey Peters.
Sunrise
Nice
is,
job.
it's fairly old.
We'll
It
find
Is it
somebody
because
in free
I think
agency.
the only time I
Wow,
ever
Matt
said it
Prater.
was an actual
6:29
place
a.m. here.
Yes,
was
Tom
when
Brady is
Sunrise
gone.
first opened. That there was just this
Thank God.
swampland and a
Had
place
to
that
deal with that fucker.
would just drive through.
I would say if you looked up Sunrise, what it's known for is shopping.
Incorporated in 1971.
Sunrise.
Just a
Sunrise
bunch of free agents.
Village in 61, but as the city of Sunrise in 1971.
And look who the mayor is.
Crystals has good sunrise sandwiches. Oof, I love them.
Michael J. Ryan.
Huh.
But Sunrise, like, it sounds nice, right, Juju? Like, oh, Sunrise. I'm moving to Sunrise,
What year
Florida.
was it?
Right.
71?
Yeah.
That's when Sunrise was formed.
Oilers were
Yes.
founded in 72.
Huh.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And there's a lot of Canadian people that own real estate in South Florida. So maybe an Edmonton person founded Sunrise to create a hockey team there to then foil. No,
I don't think.
Maybe, I think.
I'm working on a conspiracy theory.
It's
here.
worked.
Is that they are rooting against the Boston Celtics against the Dallas Mavericks this weekend.
I don't know about that.
Kyrie Irving is strolling his ass back into Boston, and it is going to be magnificent.
Do you guys have goldfish brains like me where after like 2 nights without the NBA playoffs, you forget that the NBA playoffs are still happening? I just forgot until you mentioned it because it's been like 4 days.
I have to be honest. I've
I don't know why they
been
started.
playoffs more than the NBA playoffs. I just have. But I have also decided that Luka's my guy. That Luka is the guy I need to be rooting for. Because Luka is everything that I represent.
I'm just trying to follow you because last week you were anti-Kyrie.
I was blasting Luka, I was blasting Kyrie, but only Boston can get me to root for Kyrie. And that's where we're at. But Luka is my guy. Slightly overweight, doesn't work that hard, gets injured occasionally, doesn't appear to practice. No, he's overweight. No, he's overweight. He's out of shape. I don't care what anyone says. And the fact that he is doing this, and he's in the NBA Finals, and might be an NBA champion, while not working that hard, in my opinion, is everything that I'm all about and everything that I represent. And therefore, Luka has become my guy. I am pulling for the Mavericks. And what a terrible final. And no one cares about this final.
No, you are tripping.
Totally
Get out of here.
Could not disagree more.
This has the Kyrie thing over it. Luka's become a player that's
Let's see,
reputed to be
17.
must-watch TV.
Sorry,
So,
Tyler, but I'm
I
going to
think
release
this
you.
is actually a great
Celtics core.
And that's a bad, my bad. That's a bad way to go about it. I sat here. I did the hockey talk. You want us to be inclusive, be nice to each other. I said you guys deserve to talk about your champion.
Right.
And now that we get to mine, nobody don't give a damn about basketball.
I said I like Luka. I mean, what do you want?
I think this is going to put up big numbers.
No, we're
I think
talking about a final with Edmonton and Florida. Sunrise. And
Sunrise.
Stugatz is like, Dallas and Boston's the worst thing I've ever heard.
I have a question for the Heat.
I mean, Edmonton and Florida is not very good either. I mean,
Wait. They let him go.
Basketball fans want to win this
I
because
know
you
what
just
you're saying.
Dallas.
Gotta be Dallas.
Well, you would
Right?
I know
not
what
like
you're asking.
Dallas because you lost the championship to
doesn't matter.
Dallas.
Doesn't matter.
Boston week.
I'm put down Bellinger on the practice squad.
I'm rooting against Boston.
The only answer is Dallas.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Just because it's Boston.
You want Boston to catch this hell because it's all worked out. This is think of the exact opposite of the Panthers' path has been the Boston Celtics' path. The best player on the opposing team gets hurt, and it's not like those teams were any good to begin with. So they've just been carving through the playoffs like a hot knife through butter.
I feel like Dallas has created more of an impactful loss to Heat fans than Boston has.
The Heat also beat Dallas in 2006.
Yeah,
so it's like there's a rivalry in the finals.
Yeah, but
that's
then
15 years
ago.
They
lost to them the first year of the Big Three, right?
Yeah,
and then Dallas came and they were celebrating and live.
Yeah, that was probably the most painful.
Mike, what he's saying is right, though. They've applied more pain to the Heat and the Heat fan base than the Celtics.
You can have a Celtics rivalry, but like the heat of the Celtics rivalry, the Heat dominated.
I don't doubt that, but they've matched up 2 times in the NBA Finals, and their history is just that. Whereas year in and year out, it would seem Miami and Boston have a thing. So you work up all this hatred for that franchise.
Does Boston think they have a rivalry with the Heat?
I would have been rooting for them. Yeah,
really?
Oh, 100%.
You can't let Boston win a championship. I don't care who you are, if you're a Heat fan.
It just feels like
we can't let them win another
I
one,
hate
guys.
the Braves, but the Braves fans don't really think about the Marlins.
The hell, Saints? He's letting all those guys go.
I think most people, most Celtics fans, like in our age range,
people think about the Heat more than they think about
Yeah, damn Beavers and
You're gonna have like the historical. We hate the Lakers just because our parents hated the Lakers, even though we only play each other twice. And you have even more people that hate Philadelphia because of the proximity and their old-timey rivalry too. But I think Celtics fans of a certain age, between like 20 and like 45, hate the Heat.
Don Lebitard. Cheaters never
Prosper.
Stugatz.
I cheat.
This is the Don Lebitard show with the Stugatz.
I don't feel confident about my negotiations.
I think people don't like Heat fans because they're annoying, but I don't think that like
we have a Celtics
NBA
Boston fans.
I don't think the NBA hates Miami as much as you guys think.
Should we call Mike Scherr? Or should we ask
should we call Charlotte Wilder or Mike Scherr? Like,
the man's right here.
Yeah, I like to do that. But damn, I think the problem is last year hurt so bad because we was down 3-0 and we had to hear it the entire time. So much that I'll start putting on Heat jerseys just to get y'all to back off me. It was so sad.
The Bill Simmons meme came from that series, right?
Shit.
That's an iconic moment now.
And then we built it back up and came back 3 games. Oh, game 7, right? Oh my God! So it hurts so much because of the last couple of years with the Heat. I do not want them to beat us more than anybody else.
Yeah, more often than not, their seasons are ended by one another. Like in the last 15 years.
And this shit right here. The timeout when Jimmy Butler did it back, oh my God.
My teams are just always so bad. I don't think anyone cares about them but me.
Oh, no.
Over the last 5 years,
like the Oilers,
no.
Each other's respective seasons.
Yeah, that's. I don't actually think it's particularly close right now. Not speaking for Celtics fans, but I'm venturing a guess that the matchup that brings out the most emotion, because there's a lot of recent trauma between those 2 teams, I think is a Miami Heat. So to answer your question, as a Miami Heat fan, if the Knicks ended up in the Eastern Conference Finals, I'd be rooting for the Knicks over the Boston Celtics. I can tell you from the Heat perspective, I dislike the Boston Celtics more than any other team in the NBA. So I will be rooting for Luka Doncic. I will be rooting for Kyrie Irving. I will be rooting for Mark Cuban on his way out to get this title. I don't care. Surprise. Yeah, man, smile for the camera. Yeah, hold up 2 trophies. Remind me that you beat us in 2011. I'm good with that. Beat Boston.
What happens if Boston doesn't win? Like, what's going to rain down?
Coming down on them, man.
My heart.
Hell yeah.
Wait, you're announcing it now? You're coming down on
We're
them?
coming down on them.
comma.
Yeah, we're coming down.
Yes.
This is the one.
Yes.
You've had all the luck this postseason.
Right. I wouldn't call it luck. I mean,
they've had a ton of luck this postseason with opposing injuries. They just have. It's there.
Porzingis has been out.
They've been the best team all year long. They've been wire to wire the best team. Porzingis is coming back this series, yes?
Should be.
Allegedly. We don't know that for sure. That's the thing. We losing players, but you're right, bro. We had an easier path than the norm. But I still think that you gotta go out and win these games. The Cleveland Cavaliers, Strus was loose. I don't know if y'all noticed or not. Strus ass was loose. So somebody got to get a hold on these folks, and I think that it's gonna prove that it's gonna be harder for the finals because the Mavericks had to go through OKC, Minnesota, and whoever the hell else they had to play. But it's I don't know, bro. It still puts more fear in my heart because of what you will say if we lose.
This all falls on Tatum, though, right? Like, Brown won't.
The entire thing.
This won't be like Brown and Tatum aren't good enough. I feel like this will fall on Tatum.
I think it falls on Brown too, though. Brown won the Player of the Eastern Conference.
He was the best player in the Eastern
Tatum,
Conference Finals.
I just feel like when
it's
they
about
lose,
Tatum.
that's the guy we look at.
Tatum.
Yeah.
They're heavy favorites in this series. I think the Mavericks are bigger dogs than they were in 2011 to LeBron and Dwayne's Miami Heat. So this, you got to do it here.
That's crazy.
Boston, you just have to do it here.
Don't say that.
They have to.
This feels like a pick'em series. Like, maybe,
No, I think Mike is right. You have to do it. Like,
I don't know the same way we feel about the Panthers,
No,
right?
you've
Like, the
been
Panthers have to do it here.
I would say
That is
Panthers
true.
are minus 130.
They have to do it.
Both
I
these
think
finals
that
are
you
big
think-
public
Thanks,
dogs.
Maddie. Yes.
Yeah.
But with the
See, I didn't want to
Celtics,
do that to y'all. See,
It's
I
a
didn't want to
must-win
say
series for every
Panthers,
team.
y'all got to do
You're
this.
right.
I didn't want to put this pressure on y'all, but y'all do not give a damn. and
Put it
that's-
on the polls at a must-win series for every team.
The Florida Panthers have not even been on this show's discourse for the vast majority of their existence. There have been complete entire hockey seasons that we just haven't talked about. So, like, the Celtics have been a driving NBA topic for 2 decades, and despite that, they've just had the one title. We know all about their history, and they bring that bravado to every discussion. They have been favored to win the title all year long. They got to do it. They have to do it. Most casual fans can't name a third Maverick. They have to do it.
Can you name a third Maverick?
Yes.
Carter.
Give me a minute.
It's a great question.
Celtics
I'll give you
in
time
5, though. Celtics in 5. Like, I hear all this. I think we're going to go ahead and clean these boys up real tight, like.
Right. I'll give you a second to think about that, Jess. I'll give everyone a second to think about a third Maverick. The reason I think Mike is right, the NBA is all about cities, it's all about markets, it's all about superstars. This is one of their biggest markets, one of the more storied franchises, and Jason Tatum is the biggest star on that team. They've been close a number of times. He has to get it done this year. As opposed to Dallas, it's a big market. It's not a marquee market for the NBA. And Luka, this is really his first time getting this close to an NBA title. So he has a pass that Jason Tatum does not have. He doesn't have it. Luka has it. Kyrie already won one. Tatum needs to win one.
It's been a charmed existence for much of his career, and this year, I think Tatum's gotten like when is this actually going to happen, Jason? When is this actually? Because we've been talking about you and talking about you. We've arrived. You've been around for a long time. You've been look at his name when it comes to playoff records. The guy hopped into the league and was in an Eastern Conference final. Like it's been, it's not
Tyrod.
It's not been as charmed. Like when you go missing now, people are noticing. When Jaylen Brown is winning the conference MVP, people are noticing, hey, man, that's kind of weird. That is not where the expectations are. You are arguably one of the top 5 faces of the league. You have all these commercials. It needs to happen for you. I'm very much in that school of thought.
Dallas is a bigger TV market than Boston.
No, I know it is, but Dallas doesn't mean as much to the NBA as Boston does.
I kind of want to see Dallas win just to see like the awkwardness of, oh, Mark Cuban's not really the owner of this team anymore, and now like the actual owners are going to get the spotlight, and Mark Cuban's going to be off on the like minority owners section of the stage.
Mark Cuban was my third Maverick.
He'll get a ring.
I think there's going to be
Kid was mine. I didn't think you'd let that fly.
There's going to be
Thank you,
great
Dylan.
theater though with Kyrie. I don't think this is one of those situations where enough time has gone, especially with the break in games. This Celtics arena is going to whip itself into a frenzy.
Oh, yeah.
Every time he touches the ball, boos are going to be raining down. And he's the type of player that'll dominate the ball, and he'll kind of lean into it. So we'll see. He's avoided all the traps, and I think he'll be smart to avoid it this time again because he's come out on the other side. Part of the narrative with Kyrie Irving is how he's finally grown into this leadership role, and he's finally matured.
No, he hasn't.
We'll see.
He's just winning.
I think
He's
he
just
has.
in the NBA Finals.
That's a bit
Think about
unfair.
No, it helps.
Think about everything that's going on in the world, and for Kyrie Irving to not be an off-court issue,
To not post.
to simply not post, to not be a distraction, to not be the things that brought down his trade value. Because you look back on it as an absolute bargain. There wasn't much of a market for Kyrie Irving. A player comes up available like that, they don't typically land in Dallas. Dallas took a chance on Kyrie Irving. So
we also got rid of Jalen Brunson. So
yeah, I'm willing to see all the, but it's worked out for both teams.
It has.
So it's I actually think it's going to be a great final. I hope that it's not one of these smash them, get them done in 5 type of deals. I want Boston to sweat it. I want one of those games stolen in Boston just to really make this thing interesting and make it a hot ticket. And speaking of hot tickets, I know down here we got a hot ticket.
Say all that shit about Jason Tatum, and I gotta sit here and hear this. You gonna go straight to the Game Time app?
Yes.
Salute the Game Time. Damn it.
There you go. I don't know if you. Let's check your phone. Have you downloaded the Game Time app? I'm sure you have. But if you're listening to my voice right now and you haven't, shame on you. Download that Game Time app. Create an account. We've been talking about all these hot tickets. It's June. Happy June, everybody. It's an amazing time if you're a sports fan. I would probably still be going to the Stanley Cup final if the Panthers weren't in, because seeing that beautiful cup in person is what it's all about. You get the goosebumps for it. So why don't you be like me and hop on that Game Time account? Use the code DAN, that is DAN, for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Last-minute tickets. Lowest price guaranteed. That's a big one, and it's not tricky to match this low price guarantee. I've been on that app. I've occasionally seen a better deal out there. Customer service gets back to you, and you end up winning because you get your that price matched and then some.
Well done, Michael. Juju, you have 3 minutes to respond to criticism of Jason Tatum. Go ahead.
Yes, I think the media, we put all these expectations on people on our own. Ain't nobody heaped praise on Jason Tatum except us.
No, Jason Tatum did. I mean, Jason Tatum said he's one of the best players in the NBA.
But just so does everybody else. So does Nikita Walker-Alexander. So does damn...
C.J. Stroud just said he's the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL.
And he lost to everybody on the damn list last year. So what I'm saying is, brother, we put these expectations on these folks. It's more about the Celtics organization getting it done, because I feel like Jason Tatum is still such a young player. Of course, and he had the benefit of being on all these perfect teams that are constructed. So it's like, yes, he deserves some criticism, but the team, the organization, having the Jenny Ainge years lead into the next years, that's the pressure. I feel like he's just such a young player. He doesn't deserve
100%. I've been kind of fascinated by the Jason Tatum stuff, but to me, it is more about this franchise winning a championship in 1080p. I've been hearing about you guys my entire life. I've seen one while I've been alive.
Quarter flight is just not that good.
For the love of God.
I love that.
Well, and when you narratively can look at this postseason and see, all right, Jason Tatum doesn't win the Eastern Conference Finals MVP, despite the fact that he had more points, rebounds, and assists in that series per game than Jaylen Brown did. But it's about the impact of when it happens. A lot of people are looking at, all right, Jason Tatum's doing a lot of that once they're already up 15 in that game in the second quarter. He's not the one who got him the lead. He's not the one who closes it out at the end. But he's still been spectacular statistically. And then you look at the onslaught of who they played, and it's like the highest seed they're going to end up playing in this run is a 4-seed Cavaliers team, in which 2 of those games were without Donovan Mitchell. 8 of their 12 wins, I believe, came against a team without their number 1. And so you can give Boston credit for doing that without Kristaps Porzingis. It is impressive to lose your starting center and still dominate your way through a conference. But if he's back, they're healthy, and it all
I need
comes
a
down
top
to
10
late game execution
wide
against
receiver.
a team in Dallas that has both Luka and Kyrie that can get it done. That's when narratively things will start to shift to Tatum, and maybe with good reason.
You don't even have this big cult of personality opposing head coach. It's Jason.
What's
It's
his
Jason
speed
Kidd.
like?
So even the Missoula stuff.
Ooh,
that isn't really a discussion.
4-4.
You don't have to worry about him getting out coached.
You can do better on the bench press, but
Or do you? I know we have to worry about.
Someone name a 3rd Maverick.
Derek
Likely.
Yeah, exactly.
Heat light for Derek Jones Jr.
Well, Lively's
yes.
injury, though, but he's playing through it, right?
It's a
His neck, he took a brutal shot two games in a row, 1 game, skip a game. But I think that Joe Mazzulla, it's the finals. Please, brother, for the love of God, get a lineup, get a haircut, bro. Your beard, the playoff thing is done, bro. And don't watch the town this week, please. Back, all right. Since the dawn of her 12 ounces. Woo.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
Tank Bisbee, what's his speed?
Now's a good time to remember where the story of tequila started.
448.
In 1795, the first tequila distillery was opened by the Cuervo family.
The problem is he doesn't have no
221
good
years
acceleration.
later,
That's the
Cuervo is still
problem.
going strong. Family owned from the start. Same family, same land. Now's a good time to enjoy Cuervo. the tequila that invented tequila. Go to Cuervo.com to shop tequila or visit a store near you. Cuervo, now's a good time. Trademarks owned by Becle, SAB, the
Yeah, that 445 speed.
Jersey City, New Jersey.
That's what I want.
This is the Dan Levator Show with the Stuttgart Podcast.
There's this new thing happening. I'm not sure if you guys have seen this happen.
Definitely gonna have him in some
Apparently,
starting.
people are going into Chipotle with their cameras rolling, taking videos of the Chipotle employees putting food in their burrito bowls to try to coax them into giving them a little bit extra meat, a little bit extra rice, bigger portions, as a way of like shaming them, I guess. And recently, I've seen the CEO of Chipotle now come out and give a little hint as to how
433.
bigger portions at Chipotle without shaming the employees. And I have a hard time believing that this is real.
First, I can tell you the portions have not gotten smaller. One of the things I think is great about Chipotle is if you come into the restaurant and you want a little more rice or you want a little more
speed
pico,
on the back end.
It's kind of like, and usually our guys and women give them a little more scoop.
He gave like a face and a nod.
Is that a wink? Is that a nod?
Definitely
Is
need a
that real? Is
quarterback.
that? I don't think that's
real.
real.
No.
No, go to the one by my house. It's not real. You don't give him a nod. He gives me more chicken. He doesn't know that.
The theory is that if you film them, they're afraid to get bad publicity for not giving you large enough portions. So if you have your camera on, they give you extra so that you don't publish a video criticizing them, saying they're not giving you enough food.
I understand that. He's also saying just go in there, little look, little nod, little.
I do think the look works.
Oh, the nod works.
Really?
The nod works.
Just there? Just there?
I'm telling you, I get the chicken burrito.
You think this is in the employee
They
handbook?
put a little chicken in there. All it takes is just a little.
They're saying
you don't even have to finish
the employee handbook is funny,
gives
right?
you a nod. Give him a little.
It's part of training.
Look, you got two dudes in here that have lived it.
I've had that experience.
This is what I do.
Win.
They put whatever on mine. I be like, but hell no. And they be like, okay. Like I be loud about mine.
It is crazy. It's always been crazy to me how they're so with the meat.
Yeah,
they're like every piece counts.
Yes.
But with guac, they will put
Slap
so
it
much
on.
guac.
Cheap.
You know they throw away a ton of guac at the end of the day because it goes bad really quickly. That they're like, we'll just slap this.
They will
guac
put
on.
a cup full of sour cream on my burrito, but a little extra chicken? No, that's too far.
The way that I've experienced a lot of these videos, though, is I never actually see the point of view from the person filming. I always see a video show up on my timeline of some dude filming, but he's being filmed by someone else.
Of the video.
Yeah, like these influencers that have been doing this a lot, they go in essentially with a recording team. Like, hey, I'm going to go up there and do this thing. Make sure you document me so people know that it's me, because if I'm holding the camera, people don't know that it's me, and I need to get my shine in. There has only been one time that I actually tried to manipulate the order, and it's not the quantity of food, it's the time that I get it. And it's led to some like awkward exchanges, so I just don't do it anymore. But I know in drive-thrus, they time people, and occasionally the people working the drive-thru window will say, hey, can you pull out in front? The reason why they do this is because they get penalized if the clock runs down on them. So it's a way to manipulate the clock. You cease being the priority if you agree to move forward. And then oftentimes, every time I've done that and made that concession, what ends up happening is I'm sitting there for a long time and I get handed lukewarm food.
You walk into, I've walked in before, like after 15 minutes, like, did you forget?
So I've done a
So
handful
you're
of
saying
times.
the employees are on the clock, they're shooing you off to a parking spot in front of the restaurant because of them.
Yeah.
They're not trying to do anything for you.
Right.
They're doing it to improve their time.
Yeah.
Do me a favor, when I go through a drive-through, hand me my food through a window, please.
Well, that's what they do, except Chris, if he gets upset, walks in and he says, hey.
No, after like 15 minutes of like pull around, we'll bring it out to you.
This visual is amazing.
Yeah, I walk in
I
like,
want to see that.
Here's my
I
receipt.
want a TikToker to film that.
When they ask you to do that, they're trying to take advantage of the situation. And so, like, sometimes my response has been like, hey, I'm sorry, I know that. And some people have been cool about it, and some people got, like, really mad by it. I've just stopped doing it, and I just deal with, like, okay, I'm just going to get colder food now, and it always happens. Like you get nothing for agreeing to move up, except you make their lives easier.
Well, it's also possible you've ordered something that's not ready, and the other orders are now stacking up because yours isn't ready. They know it's going to take 7 minutes or whatever.
Fast food has a bigger arm and
I
stronger.
understand, but the notion and concept of fast food is that it's supposed
Well,
to.
I think Chipotle also, the appeal is that there's some hot and there's some cold. And if the
Mm,
hot and the
careful,
cold
quarterback.
meld together before you get the chance to eat it, it's all one temperature.
Oh, and it's impossible to
You want a hot bite
microwave.
of chicken and rice without you can't microwave it because if you get some sour
Guac.
cream or some guac,
I don't want to microwave
some
the
smetana
guac.
on it, you can't microwave that. It's nasty. Interesting.
So you're telling me if I walk into my local Chipotle today, and I give a little nod for more chicken, you're telling me I'm going to get it?
Yeah, you can essentially ask, hey, could I get a little?
You know what? I want our really. We'll get back to that in a second.
Huh.
I want our listeners, if you go to actually, you know what? This is playing right into Chipotle's hands. This bad press. This is now coming back around. This is great for them.
Doesn't
But if
necessarily
you go to
like
Chipotle
them.
today,
Pretty damn
I'm
close.
sure Tony will or someone will. Do a
Mm.
nod. Don't film them because that's mean. Don't harass the workers. All right, they don't get paid very much. Be nice to the workers, but give them a nod. See if you get a meat.
Also, give them go back around and then come back and order something else and give them but hell no, and see how much you get. Compared to the
Just play the message from their CEO and be like, he told me, you know? He put everyone in a bad spot, the CEO.
Can we
He's terrible.
Can we play that video again? I want you to pay attention to like the look that he gives. Like this nod is such
That's great.
If you're listening to this, you won't be able to see it, but he gives like
It's
a
okay,
little
we
like
can work on that. We can definitely work
and
on
pay
the
attention to his dead
fast
eyes.
working and
First,
the
I can
run
tell you the
blocking.
portions have not gotten smaller.
Yes,
One of the things I think it's great about Chipotle is if you come into the restaurant and you want a little more rice or you want a little more pico, all you got to do is kind of like, and usually our guys and women give them a little
That
more
is the
scoop.
look. That is the look.
It's BS.
He
He's
nailed
put all his employees in a bad spot.
You make a noise, but you don't say a word.
Right.
It's just like,
Slight nod to the left.
It's like the look that the guy in the Fire Festival documentary gave in that one clip. It's like a
Kick saving the beauty and women also.
Yeah.
Yes,
Guys and women.
But that's irresponsible. I don't know why I'm stuck on this, but I am.
Yeah, what is your concern with this?
Because he can't do that.
Why?
Because people are going to walk in and they're going to do this. Little nod.
And the workers are going to be like,
they're going to expect more chicken or steak or something, and they're not going to get it.
Well, then in your back pocket, almost quite literally, you just whip out the phone.
That's your proof.
Yeah, like I didn't want to choose this method, but here we are. I
didn't want to resort to this.
Yeah, the sound
Well, the portions have gotten smaller, by the way. That's why this whole thing started, was because people started filming it to shame Chipotle. Post online and be like, look, shame on you. You only give me like 4 tiny pieces of chicken now. And they'll slap on that sour cream, but I want more chicken. All right, I'm not here for
mountain of guac.
I'm not here for a mountain of sour cream.
So much guac
and lettuce. Give me more meat.
Why are you fixated on the guac?
Those are big spoons they use to scoop that guac.
I know.
They fill it up.
They slap it on too. They like
it is
they
just
Is it too much?
Way too much.
Can you nod the other way and tell him less?
Can I get a little less guac? Piece of chicken.
It's guac, avocados.
Yeah.
Smashed up, and avocados are expensive as
That's
hell.
what I'm saying. It doesn't make
they
any
charge
sense.
extra for the guac.
Damn.
Famously.
It's a guac.
What? Who?
Croc.
One left on the device.
Oh, come
Chipotle ever?
That's
It's
crazy.
overrated, by the way.
It's properly rated.
I don't think it is.
What about like a Qdoba or like a Baja Fresh?
I like Baja Fresh.
Lime.
Baja
Lime,
Fresh is very good.
Yeah, lime.
Moe's?
Moe's I've been to.
Okay, Moe's.
Yeah. So Chipotle is just like that.
Yeah, but back in the day, I feel like
They like to fancy themselves as not a fast food chain, but they're a fast food chain.
One day I'm gonna have like great grandkids and gonna be like, back in 2015, Chipotle was the greatest food on earth. You'd go to Chipotle and you get some spicy chicken and a mountain of guacamole.
That 91 speed is definitely gonna help in the back end.
You didn't even have to wink at them, and then everything changed after the norovirus, and it was never the same.
It did change somewhere along the way. It was like the first time going to Chipotle, you're like, wow, how can Taco Bell deal with this? And then you realize, oh, they have the Doritos Locos Tacos. They're gonna be fine.
Chipotle opened my mind to corn salsa.
Really?
I was never a corn salsa guy.
Really?
Oh, it's my favorite thing.
So you went there?
A little extra. I give him a nod for that sometimes.
Do you?
A little extra.
Does it work?
You act like if the people that are there, like creating this food, are like gatekeepers that refuse to give you extra.
I'm just
like a lot
saying-
of times, I feel like really don't give a crap.
No.
And like whatever. Here you
I'm
go.
just saying the CEO put everyone in an impossible spot.
I don't think so.
Well, they have the card now. The card of your boss told me to come in here and just give you a nod. I get
So
more.
here you go. Take
I
that.
pull up that video. I'm
Where
like,
does it end?
this
I'm
is
not
your
paying
boss.
What do I care?
The statute of limitations is up. When I worked at McDonald's, I will give you all the fries your eyes desire. Like I will pour the whole bag like Five Guys.
That's what I'm
for the
saying.
fries.
Customer's always right. Keep the customer happy. Who cares?
Oh, I love that about Five Guys.
Yeah.
Just keep it like, yeah, I ordered a fry, but I essentially ordered a bag.
Right.
And you fill this
Essentially,
bag.
you could give me a funnel and just put it in my mouth and keep loading fries into it from Five Guys or wherever, McDonald's. And maybe also Chipotle, but a little mix of every bite. That's why it was great, because you get a little bit of everything, a little bit of every flavor in your Chipotle. And then I read this, and I don't know if this is true, but apparently after the whole norovirus outbreak, they stopped preparing some of their
I'll
food
put them
on
on the
site,
back
so it wasn't
side.
as fresh anymore because of health and sanitary issues. And if that's true, then I guarantee you that's where the quality went.
That's a
also,
guac.
they expanded, and they're like everywhere now, and there's just more of them, so I think naturally the quality probably goes down when you have 1,000 locations.
Are we going to deal with chicken inflation? I saw, like, over the weekend, a tragic fire. 1 million chickens perished in a fire.
Really?
What?
Yeah. It's like one of the largest free-range farms. Yeah.
Sounds like a
million
party.
Chicken.
Our hearts go out to the chickens. So what are you asking here?
T's and P's, but jeez. Call some friends. There's dinner.
Are you asking if chicken's going to cost more?
Well, that's the way everything's going.
Are you tying these two stories together?
Yeah.
Yeah? Dead chickens cost more.
I mean, that's a...
I wonder what it smelled like, too.
It smelled delicious. It was like the most delicious smelling tragedy ever.
I mean, it's an insane number. It's like it's an unbelievable number.
Than
like
percent of the supply.
I feel like it's not that much.
Yeah.
1 million chickens.
Yeah, I feel like if you knew the chicken industry, you'd be like, yeah, that's kind of.
Where do you keep 1 million chickens?
In a coop?
Around Atlanta, it's like the chicken capital of the world.
Fire, some guy like just smoking a cigarette.
Weird.
Rest in power, chicks.
Yeah.
Well,
why are you making it like a scene out of Cobra?
I don't know. Fires are weird, man.
Right.
What? Let's expand on that.
Put it on the bowl. Our fire's weird. Man.
Someone would just like when it starts, you put it out.
Right.
Someone was like, gonna let that'll go out on its own.
Just throw water on it. Unless it's a grease fire, Chris. You don't want to throw water on a grease fire. That makes it worse.
True.
Yeah.
I did think you were going to say because of bird flu. I'm not sure if you guys have read about bird flu, which is now a thing. It's in a few states. A couple people like adjacent to farms have gotten it. And there's been some warnings to farmers, but like I haven't seen a ton of mainstream coverage about bird flu, but it's on my radar, okay? Bird flu is on my radar, and I don't want this to become a whole thing. Like the last time we had this whole thing where everyone's like, we already did this. We're not doing this again. But I'm a little nervous.
It's on your radar.
I'm not gonna lie. It's
in
on
enough
my radar.
places where you're concerned, is what you're saying.
I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm concerned.
Just
yet.
radar.
It's
right.
on my radar.
Okay.
Concern is the next level.
Okay.
Some people should be concerned. I'm not one of those people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on a sports podcast for a living. It's on my radar, but I'm not concerned.
Who should be?
Farmers.
Howdy, sports fans. I assume you're sports fans if you're listening to this podcast. I'm Mike. I kept coming.
My radar, but I'm not concerned.
Who should be?
Farmers.
Howdy, sports fans. I assume you're sports fans if you're listening to this podcast. I'm Mike. I am a huge sports fan. I'm a big concert goer. I like big events. I like hard-to-find tickets. So much so that I've scoured the marketplace for them. And in all of my experience, I kept coming back to Game Time. It was my favorite marketplace for tickets because they have not done me wrong. I buy so many tickets that I've had some experiences where I need their customer service help. Well, guess what? You'll be happy to know that's not a hassle at all. They got back to me so quickly. I bought countless tickets from Game Time. The lowest price guarantee, folks, is a big one. I'm telling you right now, you're incentivized to go shop the marketplace. Game Time will dare you. And if you do, no sweat. They'll match that deal and then some. The exclusive flash deals. Incredible. Take the guesswork out of buying NBA tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code DAN for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code DAN for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Don Lebatard.
Did someone say conservative entity?
Wow! No! Oh, see, this is why. Stuttgart.
Hers was better than mine.
Terms apply. Again, create.
Did someone say conservative entity?
DAN for $20
Whoa!
off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Don Le Batard.
Did someone say conservative entity?
Wow! No! Oh, see, this is why.
Stugatz.
Hers was better than mine.
The Fitzagaki. How is the Fitzagaki better than the third and the fourth Sagaki already?
The Stugatz.
The third and fourth Zagaki is like, can you say consider entity?
Be concerned. Wow.
Hurry's retiring.
Yes. Rest in power in his career.
Why do you do?
Now imagine, close your eyes and imagine like a little skinny guy singing this song, and like it's produced like impeccably. I think the song.
If this was Post Malone, I might be like, oh no.
There we are. We're back. So the
video kind of ruined it.
Yeah, it did more than ruin it.
And I'm kind of kidding.
Why do you do a video, Waller?
Attention.
Really?
What do you think his real thought was when he gets it's produced now? He filmed it and then he gets it sent back to him off once the editing's done and he watches it. Like, what is he thinking in that moment? Like, is he like, this is exactly what I wanted it to be?
He thought this is gonna be bigger than Wapam Gangnam Style. Wait till she sees this.
But there's no one in his life that says, "Hey, this is a bad idea."
Well,
Anyone?
I think they're divorced now, so.
Well,
there you
the
are.
person he's leaving is the person who would tell.
That's probably who would have been like, hey,
Right.
you shouldn't do that.
I have concerns. Speaking of concerns, you're concerned for bird flu.
I'm
You're
not
not there yet.
concerned.
It's on
It's
your
on my
radar right now.
radar.
Let us know when you get concerned. My
I will.
concern is
Is this
that
a new strain of bird flu?
I have no idea.
I'm not sure.
Or is it
I
just
know
bird
it's
flu?
H1.
It's not on my radar.
N5 or whatever it is.
Mhm.
I don't know what it is.
My concern is Zoom, and the reason is.
H5N1.
And Billy, you'll have to explain the story to the audience and to people who are not aware here. But I have a guest booked on Wednesday, and I am concerned that our Zoom is good. We were supposed to have Steve Goldstein today. I bumped him.
Goldie.
We were supposed to have Roy Bellamy today. We bumped him.
Belly.
Zoom is not working, but I do have a big guest booked for Wednesday. I will tell you the name of the guest. Billy will then tell the story while we're having this person on, but it is Shirley Schefter, Adam Schefter's mom. And I am concerned. She is booked. She is ready to go. She's ready to be this show's NFL insider.
Yeah.
Okay?
So fire.
I mean, she has no access, but she has access to her son's phone. And Billy told us a great story on God Bless Football last week. And so we're going to get Shirley on Wednesday, but I'm concerned the Zoom's not going to work.
I'm being told from our team that they feel confident it will be up and running by tomorrow even.
Wow.
By tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay. Please tell your story, if you don't mind, why we're having Shirley
Well, you
Schefter
told
on.
the punchline. Long story short, I met Shirley Schefter on a cruise in an elevator. In a very short time.
Yes.
What day of the week was it? Down your thing?
It was a Sunday. It was the last day of the cruise. Yeah.
How did you know it was Shirley Schefter?
Well, I mean, the punchline was ruined. But the thing is that I was in an elevator. I was wearing an ESPN LA hat. Shirley Schefter saw it and said, "Oh, do you work there?" And I said, "No, I used to. It's a whole thing, or whatever." It went down the whole thing. And then she said, "Oh, my son works at ESPN, but not at the one in LA, at the one in Bristol." And I said, "Well, who's your son?" You know, I know a couple people there. Maybe I know who her son is. And then she's like, "He works." Like, I was like, "What department does he work in?" She said, like, ESPN, like Insiders. And I was like, "I didn't know it was a department. What's your son's name?" She said, "Adam Schefter." And I was like, "What?" And then she's like, "All right, there's my floor. Gotta go. Good talking to you. Let's catch up later." And we never did again.
So adorable.
Yeah, it was
how
great.
she sees her son's job. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, his name is Adam.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
exactly right.
Right.
It was the craziest thing. And my fans like, "Adam Schefter's your son. How is that possible?" And she said, "Gotta go."
She's so proud. She saw your hat,
She really
and it was a window. A
Yes.
very brief elevator pitch.
It was, no, I'm telling you, I was sixth floor to fourth floor is where she got off. It was a 2-floor
And
stop.
she just couldn't wait to say
It
that
was-
Adam
yeah.
Schefter was
But
her son.
we're concerned that she won't recognize Billy unless he wears the same exact hat
Yeah,
and
and have
outfit.
the hat.
Right?
'Cause I imagine that Shirley goes around and like has that flex. You know what I mean? Like has that conversation more than just with me about my son's
I like how she played the game though, because she could have she knows who her son is. She could have said,
Well,
"My
no,
son's
yeah,
Adam
she
Schefter."
definitely knows who her
No,
son
but
is.
she played the game of like, oh, he works in this
Adam
department. Like
Right.
she didn't want to like just be like blunt with it.
Production.
Of, like, my
Hold
son's Adam
That's
Schefter.
not, you know.
Does
poop
your
on
mom do that
Shirley.
about you on cruises or
My
anything?
dad.
Your dad does?
Yeah, he'll wear a Dan Levitard show hat hoping someone notices and asks. Like,
What is she
Dan
gonna
Levitard
follow
show,
her?
I love it. He's like, well, you know, my son is. But I'm not Adam Schefter.
Proud dad. That's
You're
so
Billy
cute.
Gill. Even better.
What if she doesn't follow him on Twitter though? She don't know how big his tweets are. She just sees the TV show.
You think she doesn't know that her son's a star?
Right. His
That's
Zoom
possible.
camera on Pat McAfee.
Yeah.
It would be impossible for Shirley Schefter to not know that her son is a massive star.
We'll find out, I guess, if the Zoom.
I was hoping that the conversation started with her saying, according to my sources, and it sounded just like, and you were like, wait.
Was there a resemblance?
There was. After the fact, there was. When she said ESPN Insiders, for whatever reason, my head immediately went to, am I talking to Bill Gates' mom right now? And then she said Adam Schefter.
They have their own votes. Yeah.
And then I'm telling you, it was like a one-floor stop. And I saw her, and I was like, I kind of see it. It was like a very real, like, quick out-of-body experience on this. I had 1,000 questions.
Fields' parents aren't on a cruise liner. They're on a sailboat.
Yeah.
Right. They own the cruise liner.
Mrs. Fowler,
Yes.
is that you?
Right.
Oh.
Well, Shirley's very excited to go. She remembers you.
What?
She does. I reached out to her and I said, do you remember meeting someone on a boat who used to work for ESPN? She said, yes, of course.
It was a moment.
I know.
I wore the hat later in the day hoping to run into her again, and I never did.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's like the saddest
It was sad. Yeah.
So wait,
attempted meet cute ever.
your dad will wear leotard hats?
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to avoid being
Brady,
recognized on cruise.
Rogers,
You don't
Peterson.
go on cruises, do you?
I've been on a cruise, yeah. I went on a cruise
One
once. Dan's
cruise?
parents were on there. Yeah. I was sitting on a blackjack table. I was sober when I saw Dan's mom the first time. I had a big stack of chips. Then she came back like 4.5 hours later.
No.
Same seat, no chips, hammered. Just sitting there watching others play blackjack.
Oh, we're the last one we won.
Cruise when you did not intend to go on a cruise with that person is always a weird experience.
Well, it depends on the person.
We
If
played
it's
it
the
at
right
home
person,
against
I
the
will
Giant,
go to
the
the
Rams,
side.
It's usually the
and then the final
Like,
one
it's
we were
never
on the road at the
happened to you?
With
Steelers.
the wrong person?
It's not that it's the wrong person, but it's always like I didn't
Ian
expect
Rappaport's mom,
to
that was a mess.
No, it's like some kid from high school that's like, oh, we could talk to him. It's just going to be
a
awkward.
second cousin, something, and then you
Well, we have
really
early
go
bye.
to
Eagles, Dolphins, Jets
an hour
on the,
or go
at home.
vacation together.
Then at the Niners and Bears in the
Earlier,
bye
you
week.
still have
Then
the
3
trip
straight
where
on
you
at
sit in,
home.
because then it's
Falcons
oh,
and
what time's your dinner seating?
Falcons and Rams and at the Bills. Home against the Seahawks. At the Cardinals, Commanders out. Home against the Cowboys and Broncos. Wow, we play on Thanksgiving. The week of Thanksgiving.
No.
I've never been on a cruise.
And then that's final 3 games at the Patriots, Eagles, and Cowboys. Eagles, Patriots, Cowboys in that order.
Me and my wife have such a big itinerary. I'm gonna mess with you whenever we get back stateside.
Do I wear my 4-inch inseam like bathing suit? Now do I have to go like conservative knee length? Like what are we doing here?
Why are you kicking the can down the road on your friend, Juju? I'll see you when we get
It's
back
the
on
truth,
land.
though. That's honestly the best
But
way
you
to do
won't.
it.
It's not the truth. You're lying.
No, you will see them. I'm not gonna hang out with
Go
you
to
here.
Flanny's.
We're good. Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I
Right.
think it, and they think it too. And that's really the thing is neither party really wants to hang out with each other, right?
Well, of course. What if you saw me on a cruise? What would you do? Unexpectedly.
I'd be like, let's go to your room.
You would.
Wow.
Baby.
Nice.
What's happening? There's a pineapple.
Don't call me. This is a weed joke.
What?
I got it.
You were the only one.
I thought you meant to record God Bless Football.
You guys. What's that?
Okay, I'm about to switch over to my
Yes,
Saints,
me and
man.
Chris are.
Only twice.
I can just really
And
check
Juju.
around
Me and
the
Juju
cruise.
are also.
Oh, wow. That is the biggest lie you've ever told in your entire life.
Hey, yeah.
Salute.
You can't say salute after that.
You guys like you just never saw each other again. Kicked the can down the road.
It was the last day. It was a chance meeting in an elevator.
How was
Yeah.
the cruise?
Well, thank you everyone for watching this broadcast, and I'll switch over, and I'll see you on my Saints team broadcast.